with our first panel discussion that will put the focus on retail platforms and the future of consumer shopping behavior. I'd like you to put your hands together as I invite our moderator and distinguished panelists on stage. He is partner, consumer product and retail sector, digital commerce, EY India. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Digvijay Ghosh. Welcome, sir. He is the Chief Executive Officer, Celio Future Fashion Private Limited. A warm welcome to Satyan Bomaya. Let's make some noise for the director and co-founder, Latin Waters Icon Retail Private Limited, Saurabh Chingan. He's Commercial Director, Bell India. That's Baby Bell, Orson, Kiri, The Laughing Cow, and Nash. Please put your hands together for Alamjit Singh Sekhon. He is Chief Executive Officer, Go Pizza India. Please welcome Mahesh Reddy. And ladies and gentlemen, it's over to our moderator, Mr. Digvijay Ghosh, and his entire panel. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good morning everyone, and it's my pleasure and privilege to be here among such distinguished panel members. Just to kickstart today's discussion, I'll request the panel members for a quick introduction and we'll take it from there.
So Satyan, I'm the CEO for the last 6 years. Prior to that, I worked with EY for 9 years, consumer product industry at 9 years, HG products. Looking forward for an interesting session.
Hi, my name is Saurabh Chingan. I am a director and one of the co-founders at Latin Waters, a women's western wear brand. We've been around for I think about 60 odd years, and really happy to be here. Looking forward to learning a lot of things from this.
Hi, good morning everyone. Really happy to be here. I'm Alamjit. I worked with Bell. So I joined Bell about 5 years ago as the first employee. And Bell is a 150-year-old cheese company or dairy snacking company. And one of the brands is the Laughing Cow. So that's what I work on. Prior to that, I worked with Nestle, Maggi, and other food brands. So very happy to interact with all of you and learn a few things as well.
Hi, good morning. I'm Mahesh Reddy. I'm the CEO for Go Pizza India. Just to brief about the company, Go Pizza is a food tech company. It's a South Korean company, and we are present in South Korea, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand. And in India, we started from Bangalore after COVID. And got around 25 outlets. We just covered South market. That's Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore. And we'll be covering all other markets this year. We'll have 100 outlets this year, and that's our target. Go Pizza, the USP, we are different. The USP is we are 4S, that is size, shape, speed, and space. So that's a speciality. The pizza itself is an oval-shaped pizza, and it's a different pizza concept. And we are into Web 3.0 and Industry 4.0 with AI and robotic. And that's the model with scalable and profitable model. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm Digvijay Ghosh. I'm a partner with EY Consulting, and I focus on route to market and digital commerce growth. With that, let's get started, and I'll start with you, Alamjit. So what I wanted to hear your thoughts on is how do you see the whole consumer behavior and their expectations changing when it comes to food, also in the premium segment of it. So what are the typical trends which you see in the market in terms of organic consumption, artisanal cheese, so on and so forth?
Very interesting question, Digvijay. Thank you for this. I think in food, food is a matter which is very, very personal to everyone. And it's something that is something which sees a lot of experimentation, and that experimentation will continue to increase. And there will be always a continual rise in terms of saying, okay, I want to try this, I want to try go more organic. So the first one is just very basic, something very, very tasty and delicious for the family, which is also nutritious. So that's the first need, if I may say. Then as people go along it, then it starts to become more nuanced in terms of saying, okay, now I use this ingredient which is also organic or this. But that is still very, very small out here. So there's a growing trend, will increase. And then there'll also be some people who will be talking more about, I use this particular ingredient, I use sun-dried tomatoes for this particular dish from here and there. So will increase, but pretty small. And consumers, the way they look at food is not really in terms of saying, okay, how much, because a lot of questions come in terms of what's the value of this ingredient, what price consumers pay, what is premium, and how do you define it? Now, again, premium is a word that gets, how to put it, misused a lot. Even 10% premium can be premium, even 200, 300% premium can be premium. But that's not really premium, that's like a very, very different category. When it's something which is more manageable, I would say up to 20, 30%, consumers will look at it more in terms of, okay, what is it that it helps me create? And I'm okay paying that sort of value and doing it on a more regular base. Translating it into what we do, so like our cheese is called the Laughing Cow cheese, and it's clear that we will never be the lowest cost. And one could never do that because there'll never be a sustainable business model. It's more about saying, like Mahesh was saying, what's the USP that we offer? What is it that we stand for in a consumer's mind? And what we stand for is to say, okay, whatever you create with this will always be more delicious than something else. It'll always be more nutritious because the primary need of food is also nutrition. It's not going to be the only selling point. And at the same time, can we do it in a manner which also brings a smile to consumers with the Laughing Cow? So with that, whenever we've had any trial, consumers will never look at the price. The sales team will always come back and say, no, on a price per gram, this is X percentage higher. But that's not how a consumer will look at it. They read the back panel, but they'll say, okay, one serve is only costing me 10, 15, whatever, 18 rupees. And that's 2 rupees more than what another competitor will be. And I'm okay with that. I hope that kind of addresses what you had in mind.
No, absolutely, that does. But there is a follow-up thought which comes up that, this is a kind of category, especially in cheese, and I'm sure that is true in your respective categories as well. It requires a specialized selling. It requires the brand story to be told by not just the brand.
And that moment of truth happens in your taste buds. Then you'll be like, aha, what they're saying is right. So what we see is that so our influencers are actually the people in the stores, who is what we call the Laughing Cow champions, and they're there in about 100 odd stores. And the job that they have is just go meet as many consumers as possible and then have them try the product. And once the trial happens, a conversion is as high as 70 to 80%. Now, influencers are also important, and we use them strategically, like even during COVID. And I was talking to you about laughter being one of the core values for us. So even at that time, so we have this mascot, which is the red cow. And we sent her or the icon to a lot of influencers' homes with just a bundle of happiness, which was different cheese products. And at that time, what people were trying to do, they couldn't have access to, I would say, sometimes interesting food ingredients. And they were all so overjoyed. So they decided to click videos with the mascot and put it with the family, saying how overjoyed they were with this. So I think strategically, and we paid them nothing. It was just the power of creating happiness for people and consumers. So that's how we treat them as consumers, but consumers with a higher reach.
Interesting. How about you, Satyen? Because in apparel fashion, high fashion specifically, influencers would probably play a significant role. How do you see that side emerging?
So in fact, in apparel, So if you were to look at social commerce is one of the fastest growing channels. And I think given the disparity we have in India, given the population and the geography disparity, the micro influencers and the influencers, it's not necessary just to have huge influencers, but I think getting the right guy, right person and actually connecting with their deep engaging community is, I think, what makes the difference. So for us, we really partner with quite a few influencers, and I think the results have been outstanding. So what really helps is, I think it just not only helps brand awareness, but as I said, the community which they have, the fan following, if you are really able to appeal with them with the specific product category which you think when you would have done the selection of the influencer, I think it really works well. So getting the right influencer, doing a little bit of a study on when you get an influencer on board, and not only working with macro influencers but even micro influencers, I think it really helps. And it's not just only for social commerce, but it also helps your offline and helps your brand overall.
No, interesting. And in fact, obviously the power of that is also how you can reach the deeper markets, the tier 2, tier 3 markets, as well as in a very hyper-local manner. And, I'm sure, Mahesh, in your line, as you open stores, you will find some of that relevant as well. Right?
On a lighter note, I think so influencers have taken the role of marketing managers. Influencers can make it or break it. And I think so that's the future. I've seen the best of the influencers who has got good followers can take it to the millions of, easy way to reach out to the millions of followers, and the same way in the bad way also. But only one disadvantage I see is of what is called paid marketing, paid influencers, few of the companies which are using. But it may not be a long term. Ultimately the customers will decide. For the first time, yes, influencers works. For the second time, it is your product and it is your customer, and customer decides is the product suits to them and it's value for money.
So moving to you, Satyen, Celio as a brand is obviously more in the premium segment. You were mentioning how the first store opened in a very upmarket mall in Delhi, and then subsequently in Palladium and so on and so forth. When you look at your store strategy today, given that consumers are expecting commerce everywhere and they are much more aware, thanks to digital and the penetration of that, do you see a change in your store strategy, store opening strategy, as you look at expansion in India?
So I'm a big believer of brick and mortar retail. So it's just that I think what you can really deliver to the consumer is outstanding. So if you were to look at post-COVID, so honestly, even during COVID, fortunately, we were able to get the right commercials with most of our mall developers. We didn't shut any of our stores. In fact, we stepped up our expansion both here and in our home country, France. So what's really working is, I think you cannot just open stores and keep the store like the normal. So I think what really needs to be done post-COVID and the learning which we've got is, I think, the new retail which is really coming up, right from getting your brand consultant or your store influencer, the brand ambassador, to really understand that you're not now only welcoming and packing goods and giving this, but really getting the new service rituals in. And I think the way is to really integrate digital with your brick and mortar. I think it just helps. So the amount of data, amount of reach which you get through digital, and that's just supporting brick and mortar terrific. So I think if you're able to get this act right, so honestly for us, we have stepped up our expansion in retail. We are looking at this year, in fact the last year which we ended was one of our best like-for-like growth years for our brick and mortar, and digital obviously growing much faster. So I think if you really evolve to the new way of retail with integration of digital with brick and mortar, I think it just supports brick and mortar even more. And I think that's what the consumers, even if you look at post-pandemic, if you look at the data which some of our mall developers have published, there is a big surge on footfall. So it also shows that consumer really wants to come back and enjoy the shopping experience, which for us, shopping and going to a store is not just going to pick up a commodity, but I think it's an experience, and it's an experience, and you cannot take away that experience of going to a mall or going to a high street and shopping. So I think I firmly believe that it's how quickly you adapt to really getting from a multi-channel to an omni-channel approach, and then really helping brick and mortar to live up to the consumer expectations.
You want to say?
Yeah. No, I feel, first of all, we all need to be proud that we are Indians and we are at the right place and at the right age and at the right time. This much of potential, especially for my industry, that's QSR, no investors or no customers or no employees would have seen it. With the GDP what we are growing, the population which was a concern, I feel it's become a consumption. The roads, which we call it as holes, the roads, but let's say positive way if you see, we can connect from Jammu to Kanyakumari. And this much of logistic help no other country will have. Like for example, if you take Singapore, if you just cross 10 kilometers, there's water. If you cross 15 kilometers, there's mountain. So, but whereas in India, this is helping us. And as a format, what you asked, Go Pizza as a format with, I feel we can open from 250 square feet to 2,000 square feet. You name the format. It can be airport, it can be hospitals, it can be standalone, it can be malls, everywhere. So the formats have to be made, which can be expanded, and that's where the India is being focused, and everywhere we can be present. So if your format is a scalable model, and if the format can be affordable, it can be open everywhere, and that's the potential which India, if Singapore can have only 50 outlets, India can have 10,000 outlets, and that's the potential. So we all have to be lucky that we are at the right era and the right place, and next 5 years, I feel it's ours, and we will define that.
No, that's a fair and interesting thought. I do want to pick your brain also on the how consumers' expectation changing and evolving as they come to a store. Like, you know, a few years back, it wasn't too common an experience to see that consumer walk into a store and then scan the product and see the price online and then compare and things like that. So how do you see their expectation evolving in terms of pricing? How do you see loyalty playing a role in this? And like you touched upon the fact that can you reimagine the retail staff, you know, as fashion consultants who, you know, give a differentiated experience to the consumer? So how do you see all of this changing in conjunction of DTC as well?
So I think the consumer behavior is changing much faster than we can imagine, actually. In fact, for many apparel brands, at least I think we are a little bit of a catch-up game. So the consumer is already there. So he's already omni-channel. So he's, in fact, looking at, so I just to take an example of what I saw in the Mahindra XUV launch, you just go physically see the car, and then you actually are booking it online, and then you get your data on when are you going to get the delivery and all that. The touch point is actually happening digital. So if a 20 plus this lakh product, or even say even if you were to look at real estate, so a lot of things are moving digital. So obviously, do we have to move where the consumer is? We obviously have to get where the consumer is, and I think the faster we get there, the better it is. So for us, we moved from a multi-channel to an omni-channel approach. So I think the whole thought process was in the stores, how can we just help? So digital just for the sake of digital doesn't make any sense. So for us, just to put up a mirror, magic mirror, or putting up something of this sort was not the priority. But I think what are the bottlenecks and how can we really make the consumer experience as seamless as possible? If he's bought somewhere and if he wants to exchange it somewhere, he's getting points when he shops in retail, and if he doesn't get it when he shops on your own website, how can you actually make the experience as seamless as possible was our first attempt. So we wanted to really attempt that. And then when you get into store, how can we really elevate the consumer shopping experience and actually empower your store manager or fashion consultant to really, if there are inventory data, can the store manager have access to the entire system inventory, including the warehouse, online, live? and can he really save the sale, or actually when we say if some size is not available, can he really look at where is the nearest available and then give commitments to the consumer. So these are things which we've really worked on. The biggest, honestly, change which we really worked on was the AI use for actually buying, forecasting and replenishing goods. So right, as per the store. So normally earlier we used to actually segment stores. So if you have 700 point of sale, we used to actually bucket them into four criterias and actually buy as per those 4 segments. But now what we've really moved in the last 2.5, 3 years is actually every store, what consumer, is it a more skinny bottom consumer, is it a more 28, 30 waist size consumer? So the store allocation is actually happening as per each store and not just a segment, and hence the roll up happens from the store to actually coming up to your buying and hence forecasting and then replacement. So I think digital, lot of it supporting actually brick and mortar to deliver better consumer experience is what we really want to, and I think that's helping deliver, like you said, the consumer behavior is changing. How are we able to deliver that expectations?
Thanks. No, so that's an interesting segue to use of technology and digital in building retail footprint. So Mahesh, I wanted to check with you your thoughts, because given the kind of store expansion vision that you have in India, how do you use data and technology to open up stores, identify which are the right hotspots, because you're on the go consumption products, so you really need to be at the right spot for it to build up. So any thoughts there?
Yeah, before coming to the AI and technology, I thought I'll come to the trends point of it, or the thing. Before coming onto the board of Go Pizza, even I was thinking, how can the pizza be oval shape or a different size, when I'm only not able to accept, how will the customers will accept? But that was a mindset which I had, that how will customers accept? So I had to do a lot of R&D and a lot of research. Then we thought, how do we go as per the trend, as you rightly said. So that present trend what we had, it's a South Korean company. So we used BTS, we used, as you know, COVID was an opportunity to see a lot of K-pop and the Parasite movie getting Oscar. So a lot of guys are familiar with the Korean dramas. Now there are at least all the outlets which are in front of the schools. Believe me or not, all the students are not going to the school, college. They're sitting in the outlet, watching BTS music, eating the pizza. So that's the trend change again. Then the Squid Game which had come, it had a Dalcon desert. We just launched the desert. The kids, instead of after the school they were coming, they were just licking that, and to make that all the codes on the Dalcon to win that prize. So that became again a trend. So if we associate any brand as per the present trend, as per the present wave, and that we interact with more, when we engage with the customers, it helps on it. Now coming to the AI and technology, as you rightly said, India has a potential, and we will open, of course, this 100 and next year will be 300. That's our target which we have taken. Scalable is easy in India. Format is possible, but if your technology is not set, then it's difficult. The problem which happens when we scale is the consistency, and that too in India is more because of different people, different state, different taste. So that's why the AI and robotic is helping us at a back end. The AI which we have launched, it ensures the boy who's making the pizza, he cannot put more sauce, more cheese, or less sauce, less cheese, exact topping. So the consistency across everywhere. So now if I hire, even from a rural area, I have to only teach him, just stand in front of the camera, camera will tell you what to do. I don't have to teach him English, because if you have good English, if you got good graduation, they will only think, why should I join you, sir? I'll join a call center, I get a better pay. So then the next challenge is hiring when we have more outlets, more competition, hiring the front-end staff. But that's where the technology will help us. And when we have this, now, as you rightly said, on the inventory front, technology will tell how much to indent, how much to do. Otherwise, we have to put maths, logics, and again wastage, and then we judge him because you're not good. So, and that's how we have to equip, and that's how we can expand, and that's where I feel we are ready, and we are at the right spot.
And how do you see technology also providing good consumer experience? Like, I think you were talking about how pizza has to be ready in 5 minutes. Yeah. And it's a very value conscious, time sensitive, product. So how do you ensure that the experience is spot on every time? Yeah.
Pizza normally takes 15 minutes across everywhere to prepare. So we had built in-house Go oven, which is a stone-based oven. The pizza comes in 5 minutes, and at least 10 pizza comes in 5 minutes. And pizza can, because of the technology, we are able to serve the pizza in 5 minutes. So that's the speed, which is the expectation from the customer. If you give it on time, and if you give it fresh, and if you give it hot, and within 5 minutes, the experience is always going to be good.
Can I just add a little bit to this entire thing on AI, data, and how that can be leveraged? So I think one of the ways we do it in terms of AI data is also from a consumer acquisition lens. And because online and even otherwise, there is so much data available. And what we can do, even with our partner retailers, is that we can figure out and say, okay, this particular consumer in the last 6 months has bought what brand of cheese. If they not bought the laughing cow and they buy, say, competitor X's cheese block, how do we target them with what communication and what specific offer, which can then entice them to price. And even it can be down to the fact that the sample can be delivered to that consumer only. And then after the trial happens, you can even map the journey in terms of saying, okay, now the next thing is they've tried a cheese block, but there's also a cheese slice, there's also a spread. What's the next format that we should have them try? Because it's about an application will be different. So I think data is available, and it's more about figuring out and saying, because normally a retailer will not share that with you. And I guess you might see it more in your exclusive brand versus multi-brand outlets. But what we try and do is we work with the retailers and to say, okay, we both win together, because if your sales increase, then ours do too, or we are able to value up. So they share this, and then we never will get the number of the consumer or the email address. They will run it on our behalf, but it's something which helps create growth both ways. Down to what communication, what pricing, everything can be customized, and who gets the sample, and we track it. Even with sampling, etc., we'll get in excess of like 20% kind of conversions on this. And the last thing I'll talk about, this online, offline, I think even any of this KOL, etc. See, everything can have an axis in terms of creating a consumer trial. And the cost, the question is going to be, what's the cost of trial of medium X versus Y versus Z? And that's the most important thing. Sometimes we just get swayed in saying, okay, a person, this medium has a reach of so many million. And let's just do it because it's something which is talk-worthy and everyone will speak about it. But people don't focus on the other aspect at times, just to say, okay, what does it cost? Like, in the end, consumers will always shop, the vision for us will be to be present wherever a consumer will shop. Now that means, if I just take a city like Mumbai, it means 100,000 outlets. Now, is it practical for me to be in 100,000 outlets today, and what's the cost to serve it? But maybe today, 5,000 outlets is where I want to be. And because it's more manageable to get there and supplement it online. And similarly, even KOL, non-KOL, which media option? So I think one thing that sometimes I see brands not doing as well is about how do you do it in a scalable manner? And that's the reason you sometimes get into places where you have startups with immense valuation and suddenly falling flat because nobody really looked at the financial equation to see, okay, when will a business plan start to be profitable? That's just me.
Thanks for that. And, that's a very important point to leave behind as well, how your cost of acquisition and customer lifetime value stack up. And unless that's making the business sense, then eventually you're not going to make even or make the business profitable. Absolutely. I'd like to change the gears slightly and move towards sort of wanted to hear your thoughts as Latin quarters. They have been making a significant foray towards tier 2, tier 3 towns. You also have fair amount of presence in the multi-branded outlet formats. How do you see consumer experience be different, or what are the similarities as you look at the stores and their performance in, say, a Delhi versus, say, in a smaller town?
So first of all, in terms of what we were talking about earlier, I think what you're selling to the customer is an experience. So you have stores, you have exclusive stores where you sell that experience to the customer, make them part of the community, make them part of your ecosystem. And then after that, whether they're buying from online or offline, and like the gentleman said, we will be wherever the customer is buying from us. The important part is the customer experiences your brand, and they are, enticed to buy your brand, make a connection with the brand. So I think that's sometimes gets lost in all this talk about digital and omni-channel, and ultimately the human touch. I mean, we've evolved to, be biased towards positive experiences. So I think we have to kind of remind ourselves of that. So coming back to your question, yes, I think we had a lot of misconceptions before we went to tier 2, tier 3 towns in terms of how the customer behaves, whether they have the capacity to spend, whether they are open to, since we are a fashion brand, whether they have, their sensibilities match with whatever products we are trying to put out there. So before going to a city like, let's say, Patna or Allahabad, we had all these misgivings. I think the truth of the matter is the customer expects the same kind of things that they expect from you in large metros. Yes, there are options available to them in larger cities. There is more competition there. But the advantage in tier 2, tier 3 is that if you are giving the product, so we customize our product for Indian sensibilities. Yes, you want to give them cutting edge fashion, but at the same time, it's customized to their values, to the way they want to experience your product. So what the customer expects is still the same. They still expect value. They still expect that you give them a nice shopping experience. All the product has to be. The advantage, I feel, is that they are, I think, starved for options in these towns. And that is where we feel that we have, advantage in terms of, let's call it a first mover's advantage, where the international brands maybe are not willing to go there just yet, or maybe it's just not profitable enough to have 28, 30,000 square foot store. Wherein a Latin quarters can go in there, give the customer the product, give them the experience, and you make a connection with that consumer. And hopefully you keep on delivering, and then you have a customer for life. So that's the way I think about that.
And do you also see this, as in the store expansion, become a prominent part of your direct-to-consumer strategy? Because I'm sure that one part is obviously cost of acquisition, which I think Alam touched upon, but the other part is also the supply experience and the cost of supplies. So do you see this also becoming prominently a part of your direct-to-consumer strategy?
So the way I look at it is, I think the exclusive stores have to very much be a part of your strategy going forward. Like I said, that is where the customer experiences your product. That is where you can deliver, what the brand, the values, what you actually stand for. Post that, whether they're buying from a large format store or whether they're buying online, or, that is wherever the customer is, that's where we are going to sell it to them. But they experience it in your store. So that is very much part of the strategy. I think as a brand, you have to deliver in your own stores. And in my opinion, it very much has to be a part of your growth strategy.
Yeah, so I agree. In fact, for us also, in the next 3 years, we're looking at taking up our D2C, both offline direct stores and our own website digitally, and including social commerce. We're really looking at 50% of the growth getting driven from D2C, so direct to consumer, both our own stores. And as you said, I think the data, delivering consumer experience, consistent consumer experience. If you really want to do retail, you got to get to understand your consumer. You've got to get a 4-dimensional view of the consumer, and not just his mobile number and just give him points. So I think you've just got to understand the consumer much better. And I think D2C really helps us achieve that. And it's not just whether digital, but it's also digital and offline, both.
And that brings me to the question of the store of the future, because it's one of those very classic points which has been discussed, debated quite a bit over the last few years. There's been many experiments in the market, be it a magic mirror or any of such. But what I wanted to invite your comments on is that what defines, in your view, for your brand, the store of the future in terms of maybe the experience for the consumer, maybe it's the technology that you use. Which parts do you see most evolving going forward?
So I think it's like the generative AI. So if you were to look at what ChatGPT is doing, I think honestly, as we discussed, you got to get to omni-channel. I think so. When you want to get consumers, when you talk only digital, how can I give him an experience of closest to touch and feel? So hence here, AR, VR, I think these are these are some things which will really, so I was just, somewhere I was experiencing the Geo, the one which now they're doing for the IPL. And if you look at, it's almost like replacing your stadium with the virtual reality headset. And it just looks like you're sitting in the stadium. So I think obviously no one will take away the touch and feel, but the future is how, when you are getting the consumer to experience your brand digitally, how are you really engaging with him and getting his experience elevated? And I think when you think of elevating that experience, for me, it's getting closest to the touch and feel experience. And I think the startup ecosystem in India is outstanding. So I think we are the pioneers in technology. And then if we don't use it, I think we will miss the bus. So for us, honestly, I spend at least 1 hour a week in actually looking at what's the startup ecosystem has to offer for retail, whether it's brick and mortar or D2C. So I think the future store is a amalgamation of some of these practices. So when you're shopping digital, how can you make his experience as closest to actually
the brand experience?
Yeah, the touch and feel sort of thing. Okay. And when you are in your store, as I said, I think getting your consultant to really understand the consumer has already read about your brand, he's read about your product. How do you really help him? So I think the one small sort of a challenge is also the skill sets we've got to develop. So I think more than just the investments, I think the biggest challenge is how do we really get your mindset of yourself and your team to really evolve for the future store retail. So I think that's my thing.
I think it's like two very dichotomous things that's going to happen. So the first is that from a consumer landscape, the consumer expectations will always keep increasing. And once you set an expectation at a certain benchmark, then the expectation will always go above because that becomes the norm. So let's say, again, just I'll take an example from Q-commerce maybe. So earlier a consumer was very happy with e-com having a delivery the next day. Now people came in and said, I'll give it to you in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes became the norm. Now the next norm became 10 minutes. So whatever you set, so the consumer expectation will keep on getting higher and higher and higher at one end. At the other end, it's going to be even more complex to kind of maintain that and at the same time live up to it. So let's say retail is what we're talking of and store. And right now I'll take store as just a loose example, physical, virtual, whatever. The cost of rentals will always keep increasing. And at the same time, consumers will want more assortment. Both things can't really happen, right? So either you have to start paying through your nose, or so how do you manage some of these things? It's about how the store of the future will delight consumers in terms of the experience. Again, taking a leaf from your book, maybe Satyan. So consumer goes in, not all the styles are available. I see a consumer being able to foresee and say, okay, I don't have this dress, sir, or ma'am, in your size, but this is how it will look on you, and it will be delivered to you tomorrow. So it's about creating that kind of an experience wherein how do you use technology to delight them to say, okay, I don't allow the consumer to go back even if I don't have this with me, but creating a lifetime value with them. It's about creating at times, so consumers could go into, again, fashion will have a different list, food will have a different list. Some consumers will go in and say, okay, this is the 5 things that are essential for me, and the other 2 to 3 are going to be picked up at that time because I suddenly had an impulse on it. A retailer will always want that a consumer walks back having left a lot more on the table, and the consumer doesn't really want to go with that list because it's about the budget. But how will the store of the future kind of entice the consumer by saying, okay, hey, listen, how about a pizza tonight? And coming in from Go Pizza. And how does that store of the future kind of in a way start creating that appetite, that need for consumers as well? So there's a lot that can really happen in terms of how technology can project or showcase some of these things and then create or live up to a consumer need as well.
So interesting thoughts. I think while Satyan touched upon more of the experience side of it, how virtual gets mixed with the physical, you're talking about how recommendations and how it can be more intelligent in terms of experiences. And that comes to life when you walk into a store. I wanted to also touch upon how loyalty plays a role in all of this because, in apparel and of course in retail at large, loyalty has been there, loyalty programs have always existed. But do you see this also changing in the way it's playing a role today? and versus what do you expect in future?
So I think if you call yourself a brand, I think loyalty has to play a major part in how you strategize and how you treat your consumers. Earlier we were talking about influencers. I think all of our customers are pretty much influencers for us. And once again, it goes back to, if the customer is experiencing your product, if they are connecting with you, if they are part of your ecosystem, I think that loyalty has to be a part of it, that brand stickiness has to be a part of it. So, and it can be closely tracked through technology now. I mean, how many times a customer is visiting, how much are they buying? Are they buying less or more than what they were buying earlier? Are you able to sell them, talking about our business, are you able to sell them with the bottom, are you able to sell them an accessory or a top? So that is very much part of the strategy that we have. I think it goes much beyond just loyalty and just points. I think that is just a way to kind of show appreciation and to kind of get them back. Not to downplay that. I mean, that's important. You have to show the customer that you appreciate that they're visiting, and you have to show them that you appreciate their business, and that's just. But I think it has to be a much bigger strategy in terms of loyalty. So for us, across various touch points, whether they be physical stores or whether they be digital, you have to connect with the customer, wherever they may be present. So I think it has to be a more holistic approach rather than just this points-based system of loyalty that we have. Yeah, I think that's how.
That's interesting thought. I mean, what I take away from that is about how loyalty needs to be a bit more strategic in terms of giving a holistic engagement with the brand. And, points can be a fairly transactional ways of looking at it, but, how do you go beyond? I know we are inching towards the end of this session, so I'll ask you this, Mahesh, that, your category is very, on the spot, it's very impulse driven in the sense, I'm hungry now, I want to pick up a pizza and, I get there. So how do you stay on top of consumers' mind? I mean, are there some innovative ideas, or what are you doing to stay on top of consumers' mind and being there in the top 3 consideration set?
Before launching the brand, I was just thinking, how do we do phase-wise plan that and do marketing calendar that every customer remembers us. So first is launch of the brand, second is launch of the cities, then third is launch in the main spots like airports where the customer remembers. These are the launches of it. Then how do we get repeat out of these things is the second strategy. So that's how then we thought of launch these AI and robotic, then the GoBot station where the customers come and see how a cheese can be put by a GoBot station or a sauce can be put by a GoBot station. The kids spend time there, they get engaged into that. Then I was thinking, what do I do next? Then I was thinking of EV vehicle, then the delivery. Then I'm thinking, what next? Then vegan. So there is new trends which will be coming, and we will have to adopt to that, and every phase-wise we'll have to start launching that point of it. And our products and our formats have to accommodate according to that. Otherwise, the customers will think that you're the same guy, same price, nothing new is happening. So if we go to the new state, we do not only the Korean sauces or the Korean chicken, we'll go to the different, if it is the tandoori sauce, it could be makhani sauce. As per the state, it could be chettinad. So as per the state also, we'll have to localize our menu so that we show that we can cater to everybody. And that's how the format has to be done.
Any other thoughts in terms of, how do you stay on top of consumers' mind and in terms of consideration? I mean, your respective brands.
So I think, yeah, sorry.
No, after you.
Go ahead. So I think, so one, we've heard about customer centricity, but I think it's difficult to practice. So keeping the customer in the center and actually getting all your functions to think consumer is, I think, is the starting point. So if you really, just to give you an example, post-COVID, so the pants people, we are in a hybrid world, work from home. In fact, when we were in lockdown, people were only wearing their tops, they were having the shirts, and you were wearing shorts in in a video meeting. So I think the things were changing. So we really reinvented, keeping the customers in the center. We reinvented our pants range, the entire pants range. So from a normal traditional chino, we really went to a 24-hour pant, which you could really walk in the morning, jog in the morning, and then actually wear it to office and wear it to an evening if you want to wear it to a pub. So I think the whole, when you keep the consumer changing need and keep the consumer in the center and deliver a product which actually can delight him, I think then you automatically come into his set of considerations. So for me, I think it starts with consumer-centric, being really consumer-centric.
Taking the clue from there, the COVID was an opportunity, as I said. So we changed our mission. We made personalized pizza. Pizza should not be shared. So after the COVID, we changed our mission. Pizza should not be shared, only single-person pizza. So that's how it started moving.
Just to add to what Satyen said, I think the brands who will thrive in the future are the ones who are going to be not doing direct selling, but selling an experience. And then say, oh yeah, this is, come experience us, come experience our product. And yes, we also sell something on the side. So selling is not the focal point. The focal point is the experience part. And so, like I was just reading the other day, Lululemon is offering yoga classes in their stores. Now that has nothing to do with selling their product. It's just inviting people in their store, experience our store, and yes, on the side, please buy from us. So I think that's going to be, at least to my mind, I think that's going to be an important part going forward.
Just to maybe add on to this, so firstly agree with Satyen completely that the consumer has to be at the heart of what we do. Because then that's the only time when the entire organization can be geared toward the consumer's needs. So that's most important. The second thing is that every transaction or every interaction of the consumer should be looked at, in my opinion, as a new trial. Because if you take the consumer for granted and say, okay, this consumer has tried me and now I'll have loyalty without reason, that's like a very, very higher order state. But each time a consumer walks into a store, they have the option of not picking you, but someone else, and for multiple reasons. So therefore, it's always going to be about, think of every interaction with the consumer about creating a new trial, and you being in the consideration set during that new trial. So that's the second thing. The third thing on this is that how do you do all this very wisely? Now a consumer, from a typical brand perspective, will get maybe a brand recall. You've seen a creative, you've found that out. And then how do we use, at a lot of times, the data at hand? Now, sometimes people will tell you frequency of 3, 6, this is what's important. But does it really work for your brand? And when, after they've seen a creative, should they next see a creative? What's really the recall half-life of your creative? When should they now next have the brand interaction so that you can have that mix of sustainability and at the same time staying top of mind? And then the next thing is, again, fashion, you buy clothes once and then, okay, after a few days. Food, every meal is an occasion. There's breakfast, there's lunch, there's snacks, there's dinner. How do you get into the consumer's mind space at that time? Because it's not about just buying that product and they're being there on the shelf. It's about also trying to stimulate it closer to a consumption moment and giving them more and more reasons to choose you. So I think these are some of the things that we try and look at in terms of remaining always on top. What's the time when we look at with data? And the third is giving more reasons to consume. So today you've had maybe, a pizza. Tomorrow, the most important thing that consumers have is, I would say, roti, parantha, dosa. How do you start having cheese being sold with that? How do you start creating more and more consumption moments for them with the same things you have?
That's a very interesting way of putting it, because I think what you're touching upon really is how do you personalize your communication to the consumer and the exact context of that so that they can relate to it better, instead of being bombarded by, while I'm watching a match, I suddenly start getting something which is completely random. Vis-a-vis, I see a sorry?
And that also at times 5 times in the same match.
Yeah, that exactly. Vis-a-vis, I'm slightly probably hungry and I get an ad for a pizza along with something else. That's relevant. So addressing the consumer at the right context becomes important. I know we are almost at the top of the hour, and I'll pause to take any questions from the audience as well. The last thought in my mind is, when you look at being so consumer-driven, so personalized in in your experience that you want to give, what do you see as the biggest barrier today? Maybe just one barrier top of your mind that comes to you. Or if there aren't any, then that's completely fine.
As I said, I think it's just that our mindset. So how quickly we can evolve to the changing consumer behavior, and I think how can we quickly respond across. So it's not just only front end and back end or this, but I think if we can just get all in the team aligned. As I said, digital mindset is not just about investment, it's also about thinking, how can I solve bottlenecks with this, and it's not just replacing some of our physical work, but it's just aiding my my function or my work. So I think that for me, it's just the mindset.
I think it's similar. It's like dogmas and silos. So a lot of functions will have their own, I would say, kind of KPI, but it's about in the end what matters to the consumer. And the second thing is, again, there'll be a lot of dogmas. The marketing guy will say, every 6 months I need a new ad because I have something interesting to show. But does the consumer really need that? So sometimes we try and make things more and more complex. And it's more about saying, okay, what will really add value out there? And the mindset being end consumer.
Saurabh, Mahesh, any last comments on this?
I think that's pretty much.
Great. Thanks a lot. I see there are some questions
Hi,
already.
good morning. This is Deepak. I represent Trent Limited. I have a small, I think it's a question related to parallel universe. So consumer behavior, I understand that part. I understand the omni-channel part also. I understand very important topics taken up by you in terms of sustainability and the patterns also. But what is my next question is that while all these things are thought about, the base is the employee, and what parallel ecosystem in terms of learning or the talent or the things are as an initiative being looked at while you are growing in other part, about the employees also pacing with that fast. Is the employee knowledge being built up in a similar manner, or the employee is willing to cope up with that market demand while customer is ready, what kind of pizza you want to buy, or what kind of cheese is tasting, or what kind of understanding in terms of dress is it? What do we call it, a European market, not an Indian market? So I need to understand what are you as a brand investing in terms of people, scope, and how you look at that market too. Thank you.
I think, as I say, all of this is vision without execution is hallucination. And at the end, it's the team and the employees who are going to take it to every consumer. And of course, I think it starts at different levels. So like at the place where we are, we might be an MNC globally, but in India, we are like a startup. So the way we try and look at it within our team is that how do we create that startup owner's mindset from an employee, wherein they feel, I'm doing something really, really worthwhile, which is building a new brand, and that's not the kind of experience that I can do. And it only doesn't stop at the employees, because employees will be a very, very small part of the ecosystem. There'll be off-role employees, there will be people in terms of channel partners. I think it's about galvanizing this entire ecosystem, which then helps the product delivery or the service delivery to the consumer. And then working with them to say, okay, what do you think? Because you are the person. At the end, the way I see my role is getting out of people's way and helping them clear any hurdles. Because I will never be the expert on each of the functions that people handle. So it's about just empowering them to say, okay, you find the solution, you have the problem. You come to me when there is something. So what is it? And then of course, having the regular training and updates for them, which allows them to be equipped. But it's more about trying to be out of the way and being the facilitator, giving them a higher order mission to do.
I'll explain it in a simple front-end way, which employees understand. The challenge which everybody will have is having the front-end people itself. Even if some other competitor pays $500 more, they're jumping. That's a fact. I'll give the story of pizza only. If 25 years back, a lot of marketing was done to explain to the customers what is pizza. It is not roti, it is not sauce. It can be eaten in India, not only in the US. But now it's not that we have to explain what is pizza. We have to only tell how different pizza can be, and pizza can be eaten fast. So I'll give my example. 25 years, the opportunity, for example, I started in hotel industry. If I had to grow, my GM had to retire or he had to move out. There was no opportunity and hardly any hotels. Let me tell you, after COVID, and I'm sure a few of my colleagues from malls will agree, I never used to go and eat in food court. Now 80% of the food courts, or even the F&B of the 80% of the business is coming from the mall, more than the apparel point of it. So things are changing. The third point, After COVID, if you have seen the expansion, the funding, the startups in this restaurant industry, because I'm representing that, you name Third Wave, you name Starbucks, you name California Boto, you name Pizza Hut, Sapphires, Devyani, how many, after 2021, you will see how many outlets they're expanding. So what does it say? It says an opportunity to the front-end employee. Now what happens to the company? It becomes a challenge to retain them. So what do? We have to prepare a growth map that they stay with us accordingly, they grow with us accordingly. Even if they don't understand good English, even if they are dumb and deaf, the customers are accepting it. So that's why the technology is also helping us. So there's plenty of opportunities to grow if they learn fast. So again, there's attitude, there's skill set, but all this also think 50% can be technology which can help, 50% whether I want to be the employee or I want to be the manager or I want to be the owner of this place. So that's the opportunity which we can provide. Thank you.
And maybe just one last thing. I think the employee engagement is always going to be a barometer of your organization's performance. And that's why we even do a regular survey on employee engagement. And in case that score is going down, you can be sure that that particular division is going to start underperforming very, very soon. And another thing that's there is about the use of incentives and programs like this. I think a lot of managers use all of this saying, if the incentive is not earned, it's a good saving for the organization. It should in fact be the other way around. Give a manageable target to the employee, let them earn this thing. And then it's going to stay motivated for them. Stay a lot more motivation. I can do that little bit of reasonable stretch. But in some places what will happen is the ASM will have a target, he'll pad it 10%. The RSM will have a target, pad it 10%. Another 10% by the sales director. And by the time it goes to the employee, he says, okay, I've given up. Which is not really the way of spurring the performance. So think of it in terms of that person out there at the field level. That extra 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 really, really matters to them. And I'll give a small example of what we did. We had a conference room training like this for our store promoters. And below each of their chairs, we just stuck a lottery ticket. And we said, okay, 1 lakh ki lottery. Okay, so we said, okay, how can this 1 lakh lottery be a certainty for you? It's not about a lottery, but this is a certainty because this is the assured incentive each of you can earn in the year. And this is how you can earn it. And we would be happiest if you can earn it. And so much so that the team leader's incentive is going to be the average that his team gets. So much so like that. Because if it's not about the end person who's going to be at the store level, everything will fall flat.
Thanks. I think with that, Adin.
Okay, this will be the last question.
Please go ahead.
Am I audible? Thank you. Yeah. You can. Am I audible? Yeah. So my question is specifically to Satin. I like the viewpoint on customer centricity, how you are keeping customer centricity in core of your business, and then you are trying to build customer experiences. While you were talking about brick and mortar stores, I just want to understand what kind of platform you have deployed so that you are hearing your customers and trying to capture those insights on your merchandise, your time bound promotions, and all those other artifacts which is contributing to your business growth. How does it translate from top to your store level people? Probably like every location have their different challenges and different communication point. So I would like to understand some viewpoint on how you are capturing those insights and converting that into business growth.
I think the social media, if you were to look at it, it's opened up a new opportunity to really listen to your consumer. So it's not just a chat box which you could give. We have the customer helpline, we have the chat box, that's one part of it. But I think just to understand the consumer and address his pain points, so we have an escalation matrix in place, which actually starts from the store, moves to the area manager, then moves to the regional manager, and then if it's not sorted in 12 hours, then it goes to the regional head. So I think really using social media to listen to your consumer, listen to their grievances, and actually being agile to really sort it and close it. I think it just starts from getting everyone in the team aligned to, if you're consumer obsessed, you'll not really mind it. So you yourself is a consumer, and if you're empathetic about it, and if you put your shoes in the consumer shoes, I think that's what would you expect? That's what the consumer expectations are, and just deliver as per that. Is that what we really use and approach?
Okay,
Yes.
we'll take one more question, okay? Yep. Yes,
I
sir.
have a question, sir, I would like to understand how is consumer behavior mapping going to happen in future, like from availability to efficiency was one, efficiency to experience was second, experience to sustainability we are right now. What will be the future? And how marketers look at it? Anybody can answer.
Okay, I'll try and attempt this. I think it's not going to be very singular like this, that this versus that versus that. For example, there is going to be no future without sustainability for any business. And at the same time, sustainability is never going to be the be-all, end-all, because there will be a bunch of organizations, each wanting to be sustainable, each wanting a higher revenue share. And that higher revenue share will only come in when that organization can win in terms of what is the brand experience or the product experience that I create for a consumer that allows me to get a higher revenue. So it'll be about experience, it'll be about product in a sustainable manner. And that can be differentiated, anything that the consumer wants. I don't know if that answers what you have in mind.
If I may add a flavor to that. So, I think what you're talking about are mega trends. What is going to be the key trend in the coming few years and so on and so forth. I mean, we can always debate, and I'm sure there can be different points of view. If COVID has taught us one thing, which is, most predictions tend to fail. But I think what is for certainty is people are more individualistic in their opinion. They have a strong opinion due to higher awareness. They have points of views. They get a lot of information, get a lot of content. As a brand, I feel what is very critical in addressing these consumers is the need to develop an individual communication. So I would say it ends up being somewhat like a personalization. Again, it's a very often abused sort of word, but what I mean is that there will be micro trends within a larger movement. When you look at this group itself, there will be people who will care deeply about sustainability. There will be people who don't care so much about sustainability, but they're probably more concerned about, say, organic, or for that matter, say, design or something like that. So there are several micro trends which coexist. It is really, the idea is to understand that and address that. So that ability will differentiate a good brand from a great brand, is, I would say. All right, so with that, I think, we are at the end of the session. I'd really like to thank our panel members here for sharing some deep insights about the relevant industries, and I'm sure everyone here, learned and, can take away a lot from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for the entire panel. We've had a wonderful opening session today that sets the tone for the entire day. I'll request our, sir, could you please stay back on the stage? I'll request our moderator, Mr. Digvijay Ghosh, to kindly present a memento to each of the panelists. To Mr. Satyan Momaya, to Mr. Saurabh Chingan, to Mr. Alamjit Singh Sekhon, and to Mr. Mahesh Reddy. And I'll request Dr. Hitesh Bhatt, Director, Marketing and Communication, Retailers Association of India, and Editorial Director, Storai, to present a memento to Mr. Digvijay Ghosh, our most erudite moderator. Small token of appreciation. Can we have a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, while the photographs are being taken, I'd like to announce once, check, now that we have a full house, that this pair of spectacles has been located somewhere around. I'm not sure where exactly, but it's been brought to me. It's a black spectacle case, marked Titan. So if you know of anybody, if any of you are missing your spectacles, I'll be out here. Please come and claim it from me. Two is, we have a mobile phone that one of our delegates has left at the registration counter. So if you or any of your friends have a phone missing and you've probably left at the registration counter, please do go there and collect your phone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you once again that we are live on YouTube, so you can ask your friends, family, office colleagues to log in on YouTube and share the excitement of Retail Leadership Summit 2023. Remember, the world is also watching you, so it's a great opportunity out there. Please do also post your pictures on social media. We've shared the hashtags with you. Just a few of these are hashtag Retail Leadership Summit 2023, hashtag RLS 2023, hashtag event, hashtag summit. There are many others, but if one of these would be fine. Also to inform you that right opposite the registration counter, we have a 360-degree photo platform. Okay, so you can post those crazy pictures of yours and the crazy videos of yours on social media as well. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very interesting session coming up right now. I'm keeping two mics here, orange and blue. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special session coming up right now, and I can see that it's a house full for this session as well. We've got a fireside chat. We've got a freewheeling conversation between Mr. Biju Kurian, Chairman, Retailers Association of India, and one of India's stars of retail. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage the co-founder, Chief Executive Officer, Lenskart, a person who also wears the hat of Chief People Officer. And there was great excitement with the girls backstage when they heard that he was coming, because he's also a judge on Shark Tank India. Please welcome Piyush Bansal and Mr. Biju Kurian.
So, thanks, Hugo, and good morning to everybody. I can see that we have more than a house full. We've got lots of people standing in the aisles and behind. Certainly, I think it's a very, very exciting time for us to have Piyush here with us. Piyush, as all of you all know, is both a star retailer and a star. Both of that. Yeah, should be. Just check.
Hello. Hello? No, that one is not good.
Can you just check this mic? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I don't know the star. I won't take the star this thing, but yeah. We have met in boardrooms, for 10 years now, almost?
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing has changed there.
No, that's true. Maybe nothing has changed in the boardroom, but certainly a lot has changed outside the boardroom. So I think, when we think of Lenskart, and I think the most important thing to remember is that how has a company and the people behind the company managed to actually take something as dull and drab as spectacles, eyewear as an industry, and then create it into a fashion accessory such that people buy it not just for correcting their eyesight, but also for being able to show off how they are in terms of styling. And I think a lot of that goes to, credit for that goes to Piyush and the team that has helped to build Lenskart. So I don't want to start off with that question because then it's a long answer which will happen, but at least just a couple of things around product and around communication. How did you go about to be able to create this change in the perception?
So, hi everyone, thanks Biju for inviting me here. And just so you know, Biju is as much a part of the team of Lenskart as anyone is. He is the one who coached us very early days how to build a retail channel, and even till date he sits in a lot of our property approval meetings. And so, yeah. In terms of, see, I think we were pretty first principle guys, right? We don't come from the retail industry, and the only thing that we could do is understand that, okay, there are that many people who need vision correction, and they don't have it. And we kept asking the question why they don't have it and what can we do about it. And it was becoming clear to us that, and as I saw walking into other stores, that the first thing that a consumer does when they go to an eyewear shop is they check themselves out in the mirror. And that I felt was the aha moment for them. And then it was also, in those days, it had started becoming clear that people don't buy mobile phone for mobile phone, they buy it for the camera, right? So usually it is very normal that the product, you don't, today we hardly wear shoes to protect our feet from, protecting it from dust. We wear shoes, and many of them. So it was becoming clear somewhere in our heads in those days that for so many millions of people to adopt eyewear, they will need to, the reason can be something else. Today everybody owns a phone and everybody owns a smartphone, and people will own. So I think that was the first insight, that they want to look good, and everybody wants to look good, and which is why, even today in smart glasses, so many companies have come, but they don't look good. And that's why I think they don't become successful, because people genuinely want to look good. And then the idea was that eyewear was very serious. And we always used to say that, why is it so serious? You would go in a shop, somebody will make you sit down on a table, then somebody is wearing a coat, somebody makes you fill a form. It always was like, I have already created so much friction, whereas I would go to a Zara, or H&M, or go to any other, they call window shopping. So why is there no window shopping in eyewear? And so I think when we looked at these patterns, we took a bold bet amongst ourselves that we have to make this, we used to say it should feel light. It should be fun and it should feel light. People should not be scared about coming in an eyewear store. And bunch of things we did together. For example, when we opened our first store, we dimmed the lights. Like instead of white light, we put yellow light. It was deliberate. And a lot of people, in fact, Biju, you had come in one meeting and said, I don't like the yellow light, I like the white light. And we're like, but the white light makes you feel like you've come to a hospital, right? And we don't want you, and this category is connoted like that, right? It is already. So we had to do a little bit of that extra work. And we removed all the counters, and people used to say, wo chashme touch karte hai to gande ho jate hain. Like, ki gande karne do. Let them, because in clothing, when we go, we spill, hum kapde khol dete hain and then somebody is folding them. But if we don't allow them to try, then nobody. So I think allow people to try and then let's see what happens is was the theme. And then everything sort of started falling in place. And then there was, I still remember when we launched Lenskart Gold, there was a boardroom of discussion that people will not buy 2 pairs. So it's a stupid membership that nobody, because I want to buy Amazon Prime. And we said, let's try, kya hoga? And it was like almost 80% of people who buy gold buy 2 pairs for themselves, right? So I think yeah, I think we all want to have fun in life, and eyewear is the best thing to have. You know.
So on that theme of fun in life, I think in terms of communication also, you've always taken a very interesting way of communicating. You don't take a serious approach to communication. You don't talk about the quality of the lens, and you don't talk about the quality of the frame, and you don't talk about the fact that you've got this tested and robotic manufacture and various things like that, which is very impressive when you think about making spectacles. But the approach in communication has always been about fun and fashion. And I'm not sure if Hitesh has got that video up. Hitesh, if you can just play the video.
Yeah, I don't like where you're going with
this. No, but let's listen to it. Let's see that anyway.
I am pretty sure everybody has.
Because all of them might not have seen it. That's why. Hitesh, if it's not happening, then we can get it played live.
Oh no.
Your price at $999, right?
Dollars? नहीं Karan, rupees है.
I can't be seen wearing glasses under 1 lakh. Price थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो सकता है क्या?
Karan, ये बढ़िया price है. It's only because we don't have middlemen.
अरे middleman के लिए funds चाहिए ना. मैं दे सकता हूँ.
Middleman चाहिए ही नहीं Karan. इसलिए तो हम low price पे high quality deliver कर पाते हैं.
पक्का.
Good night Karan.
90,000.
आप कहीं और से ले लो. महंगे बेचने वाले बहुत हैं.
अच्छा ना तेरा ना मेरा. 80,000.
I'm going. Bye.
अमीरों की हाई लगेगी तुझे. We don't want that.
Factory wale prices, no middlemen. Lenskart. Download the app.
Yes. And even if you look at what they started with in the beginning, with Katrina Kaif and all of that, what you do see, of course, there's some obsession Piyush has with Bollywood stars. That's a different issue. But the point is that he tries to make sure that there is fun in the communication.
Yeah.
And how did that thinking come about?
See, I think we operate in this category where I've always heard, and I've gone to events. I remember there was an event I went to, and I think it was Hitesh Oberoi or Sanjeev. One of them came to me and said, "Yaar, I have a suggestion. You're doing good job, Piyush, but I have a suggestion for you. And आप कुछ अच्छी quality के भी बनाओ, right?" And I was like, "Boss, this is really, we have put our heart and soul in our pair." And because I think what they were really connoting quality. And I really wanted these people to wear our glasses. And what they were connoting quality was with price. And we had written in our vision document that, we will deliver great products at better price. So we wanted to establish the fact, and we didn't want to hide away. So the way the communication was designed, and I think thanks to the people who wrote the script, Tanmay Bhatt and all, I think the way and the brief was not that Piyush should be in the ad. I just want to clarify. I have no celebrity goals. It is only Tanmay who convinced me that if you really want to take a stand that strong and take this head on, then you have to do it. You have to do it because otherwise it will not come with authenticity. So I think the way the communication was designed was that I have to be myself and Karan has to be himself. And which is why I think it came out. And we did not hide away from the fact that we literally say what we are, right? We are affordable and yet we are high quality, and there are people, Karan Johar is exactly what a lot of the people who don't buy from us thinking that these are lower price, he's replicating that. So it just happened. So, and we didn't think, and we didn't know that the ad would go viral. What we always try to do is push the bar in saying that if this is really what we want to communicate, let's try it out.
Good. Inflection point, if I remember right, 2013-14, when from purely online you were moving to offline too. At that point in time, it was offline too. It wasn't offline principally. And what caused you to make that shift in strategy?
So, Biju, we've been we kind of document. In fact, yesterday also, last 5 days, I've been writing for the last 1 week, 3-year vision document for Lenskart. And it takes a lot of time and thinking to write that. It is an 11-page document, which I then circulate to the entire team. And we had really written that we started to transform the vision category. And when we started purely, and in that vision category transformation, when we first started, our thought process was that the biggest reason why people are not wearing specs is because they don't have access to it. And online will give that access. And I still remember there was a slide where I had shown a road with full of traffic. That is true. But we realized that online is not fulfilling that accessibility to full. And when we look back and we saw that India is 1.2 billion people, and in those days maybe 50 million people were buying online, and we realized that, okay, this number would become 200, 300 million over a period. But then what about the 700 million people? Because our vision document said that we want to give glasses to 50% of India. It was an audacious goal. And so when we looked at that, we said that for this, stores are important, right? And they continue to look like that. Even if I sit today and I look at next 10 years, people will continue to interact across channels. The other thing which was becoming clearer is that in those days also, that when you wanted to buy an iPhone, you wanted to buy an iPhone. It didn't really matter to me whether I'm buying it on Chroma or I'm buying it at an Apple store or I'm buying it on Flipkart. So it seemed like that there is no such thing as an online customer as an offline customer. This is going to be a transitional journey. Some people will be buying online today. Some people the same people who buy online, it's not like they don't buy offline. And the same people who are buying offline doesn't mean. So I think these walls seemed like they've created by humans and by business people. But a consumer doesn't think about these walls. Consumer thinks about the product. They want an iPhone. And so that's how we said, okay, let's try, because it was becoming, I used to do a lot of this consumer survey and ask people, why are you not buying from us? Because our specs are good quality, affordable. Hame pata hai, but we want to try the pair of glasses. And while it was a non-cool thing in those days to open a store, and the omni-channel word did not exist, we felt that if this is what our vision wants us to do, then we'll do it. And one thing led to the other, and now we realize that even retail can evolve in very different ways.
So, and you kind of alluded to that point when you said it wasn't a very fashionable thing. And even today, a lot of people feel that, opening an offline store is actually a boring business, and being online is actually the sexy part of the business. How did you actually make offline retail a more sexy business than what its perception was? And let me just kind of frame it a little more. One part of it is in terms of what you famously refer to as online influenced offline business, one part. The second part of it is how do you create that seamless journey between offline and online? And the third part of it is how does the person in the store, who's an employee in the store, how do they see that customer? Do they see them as an offline customer, or do they see them as a Lenskart customer?
Yeah, so I'm usually not somebody who's very fascinated by what business is sexy, right? I'm more fascinated by the vision or impact that we want to create. And in that, I would say, yes, today being omni-channel has become sexy. It may not be tomorrow. And I think the sexy part is a dangerous part, because the best companies in India have not been created by being sexy, and they've been created on basics. I was just chatting with Aditya Ghosh a few days back, and Indigo just takes people from point A to point B on time, and it built a 50% market share business. Asian Paints just delivers you paint, a customized color. So it's not, I don't think the point is in sexiness, but yes, on omni-channel, there is, retail as a business has not gone through as much evolution as it can, because in online, the beauty about online is that you can do a lot of experimentation, you can measure a lot of data, and you can do A/B testing to continuously have a path of improvement. You can every day on an online business ask why people who are buying, and why people who are not buying. In retail, that was not possible. And all we have done into what people think is sexy now is started applying the same formula and lens to offline. We started measuring, because in retail, one of the examples is that everybody looks at sales. Like CP mein, if you open a store in Bandra Linking Road, sales will be high. But that doesn't mean that store is doing well, right? Or that staff is doing well. I think these parameters and metrics were wrong. And so we applied the measurement of conversion, right? So that make now people say, wow, sexy offline business, but it's not sexy. You're just putting the right metrics and you're starting measuring. कि boss, अब CP में store खोलोगे और banner linking में तो sales ज़्यादा ही होगी, but is it traffic to conversion is high or not? And that's how you reward people on the ground. But so that is the sexy part. In terms of omni-channel, it's very clear that, you know, as many people would buy online, there will always be as many people who are influenced online and will shop offline. And these people will move between two buckets. Because as a consumer, there is a richness of both the experiences for different needs. If I'm going in a car, then I may shop online. If I'm shopping in a mall, and most people don't shop in a mall to shop in a mall. They shop in a mall to have fun, just like they come to a Lenskart store to have fun and they end up buying. And this journey has to become seamless because today, even today, I think we think that my online range is this, my offline range is this. This is cannibalizing this is cannibalizing this. This price should be this price should be this. This incentive, like if a sale happens in an offline store, it goes to the store, but the same sale happens online and then the staff will never pitch you. I think these are boundaries that we have created and they are not consumer backward. If you think from a consumer perspective, they don't think about any of this. For them, they are sitting in a store with your mobile phone app, checking you out whether you know it or not. I have tried experiments, right, where you could charge 10 rupees for a prepaid order discount on online, and people will come and say, boss, ye 10 rupees sasta hai online. And so, you know, we can't, so I think this has to be so seamless, and seamless is very powerful because what you are interested in sitting here is that people, somebody said, you know, it broke my heart a little bit, ki wo chashma Titan ka tha, but you know, what you are interested in is that wo chashma Lenskart ka ho. अब वो ऑनलाइन खरीदे या ऑफलाइन खरीदे, हाउ डज इट मैटर टू अस? एंड द प्रॉब्लम इज द वे वी क्रिएट आवर ऑर्ग स्ट्रक्चर्स. We create that barrier for the customer ourselves. It's built by us. It's not built by the people on the ground in the retail stores. We have built, right? We tell you कि अभी ये sale तेरे को इतना credit होगा, वो उसको इतना होगा. But why, if you have a store in Bandra Linking Road, why can't all the online sales of Bandra Linking Road be credited to that store? It's whether the customer buys online or offline, they bought your product, they bought a Lenskart or they bought, you know, whatever. So I think that is the seamlessness we need to get to, that the consumer is the same. I have met customers who call us, didn't buy on the phone, got somebody home, then went to the store, then booked an appointment on, you know, went to online and bought. And I bought to people who have actually bought, visited online, booked a home eye test, then gone bought in the store. So, you know, the permutation combinations are limitless because consumer is not thinking that this is my journey. So I think that seamlessness is very important. Even we are not there, we have to get there.
People obsession, and you said people on the ground, and customer obsession are two of the things I've seen with Piyush over the years, where he's actually been so obsessed with saying that if a customer comes in, and we talked about friction in retail earlier, and if there is a person on the ground in the store who's a Lenskart employee, how do you make sure that both of these people are actually energized? Both the customer and the employee in the store is actually energized. The customer to buy and the employee to serve.
One problem I have not solved, but...
At least on the people side, you've made a good start.
Yeah, on the people, I think the challenge is as the company grows, it becomes increasingly difficult. And at scale, it becomes increasingly difficult. Over communication is always helpful on tying people back to a purpose. Helped. I remember that when we started becoming bigger, it was very important to tell everybody more repeatedly why they are coming to work every day. It is more important than we think it is. And the other thing is that, you know, in our country, there are two levels I'll talk about. One is, I've realized that leadership is absolutely the only way you can scale a business, right? And the bar at leadership has to be very high. And at least in a fast growing business, it has to be, there are a lot of assumptions we make basis what is happening in the market. And I think we have to literally raise the bar and work on first principles. And from leaders, we have to start building a culture of owners. So that, because if I am coming and sitting in a board meeting, I can't come and say ki, usne mere ko chashma nahi diya, usne mera. I think this happens a lot in organizations, right? One department will say the other department. I think at the leadership level, we have to cut this fully. And I think individual goals have to finish away, is my learning. There has to be a company goal, and whole organization has to go towards the company goals. And the performance management has to be at a company level. That helps, because otherwise these channels, all of this becomes half of the problem you can solve at leadership level. And then what I realized is that coming to the ground where the rubber meets the road, whatever you do at the top will happen in the ground within 30 days. You do meetings on time in head office, people will come to stores on time. You respect people in the head office, people will respect people on the store, right? You keep the head office clean, people will keep the stores clean. So a lot of it is culture related. People have to lead by example, and people watch every action of their leaders. So leaders have to become cultural pillars. Otherwise it is very difficult to scale. And the models of compensation, incentives, have to be very well thought through, because otherwise they can create a lot of non-customer. What do you want a person in the store to do? You want them to create happy customers, but they are rewarded on sales. When they want to do sales, they want to sell the highest value product, which is a problem at Lenskart also, and we're trying to solve. So I think these are things which are to ponder over as we organize. How do we build right metrics and right systems is one thing that I think aligns a lot, solves a lot of problems of scaling.
Yeah, you just talked about scale, and I think when you look at scale at Lenskart, it's grown significantly over the years. So I think this year you're opening about 1.1 stores per day, which is 400 stores by the end of the year. Most companies aspire to do 400 stores in 5 years in many cases, and next year you're planning to open 500 stores. So, how does this scale thinking come into and permeate through the organization? Because, if you look at the entire pipeline, from sourcing properties with whatever be the success rate of sourcing properties, to building out properties, to, getting people to, for these stores, to training them, to making sure that you've got the right merchandise, and then opening them and promoting them, and to do that at the rate of 1.1 per day really requires scale thinking. And I think a lot of the people here are sometimes very, concerned about how to think scale. So how have you gone about developing this thinking within the organization? It can't be just one person.
Yeah, I think it again goes back to first principle thinking. And of course, we have made a lot of mistakes in the whole process, that we have to stop obsessing about competition, benchmarks, this whole thing about what is possible, what other retailers are doing. We have to see what is the problem and what do we need to do. And to develop scale thinking is one aspect, and then to achieve that scale is other aspect. To develop scale thinking, you have to, it's a cultural thing, largely, right? You have to think big, talk big, talk about impact, and then ask a lot of questions. Why cannot we deliver this impact, right? A lot of people have asked, how many stores can you open in Bangalore, right? And if somebody is saying you can open 50, you have to ask why. If you are convinced with that why, then it's okay. If you're not convinced with that why, then you need to ask what is the potential. And you need to do the top-down working and say what is the requirement, what do I need to do, and then you need to ask what will it take for me to do it, and is it really my personal internal barrier or belief, or is it really logical? If you go with logic, then a lot of things become easier. And sometimes you get criticized for it, and not everything works with logic. But scale thinking comes with logic, that why, if I was to ask in a meeting that can you open 10,000 stores in India, you can arrive at a logical, is there a requirement? Is there TAM? Are there people? And you can arrive. Or you can say, boss, nobody else has done it, so how is it possible? So there are two schools. You have to decide what is the culture that you want to build. Now, to achieve scale, one of the things that is very important is that you have to perfect first the unit economics. First, how to open one store, how do you open 50, For us, it was also a big challenge because there are a lot of precedents in the industry, right? Anybody who has opened stores at a large pace has later come and realized that it was a big mistake. At least I have met more examples of people who have
mindlessly opened.
Who have, I won't comment on that, but who seem to, in the end, the outcome has not been good. Of course, when they're opening it, they were not thinking, they were mindlessly doing it. And so that was our big inhibition that, you know, we don't want to be that. So what do we do? So we had to go with the first principles and say, boss, what does it require to open a store? And our biggest test was that our payback on the stores is about, used to be 12 months for cash. And this is when we were opening 100 stores a year. And then we took an ambition that we'll open 400 this year. And the biggest concern that came from everybody was the payback will be compromised if we do this. And we actually opened 800 stores now, 2 years in a consecutive with less than 9 to 10 months payback, right? And what we realized is that you can solve it with science. You can solve it with data if you bring logic behind this. So for us, I think with scale, you have to perfect. There is no point scaling if the unit itself is not working.
Correct.
And then you have to replicate that using process, system, science, and the more you can put, like, what is a typical property approval meeting like, right? 5 people in a room sit, everybody has a viewpoint, none of them know. And I can tell you success rate is 50%. 50% stores do more than what you predict and 50% do lesser, so the numbers overall looks okay. But nobody knows. You can flip a coin and sign it. So if you can put science to it, so that is when we started getting into data, analytics, what data is there. And today so much data is available on internet. We today map 100 variables. And you know the property approval process. Before it comes in, we can with 90%, 95% accuracy predict what the store will do. So when you use the science and data, which also makes this business look sexy, and apply the same online piece, the decision making becomes logical. And when it becomes logical, you can do scale.
The world is now your stage. You've opened in Singapore, you've opened in the UAE.
For our stage to prove, not proven.
Yeah, but the opportunity is there because the problem of correction of eyesight is a worldwide problem. It's not just confined to India. The ability to be able to service the world is something that you're building out in this massive robotic plant, which is in Bhiwani. Then in terms of looking at the world and thinking of your own capabilities and Lenskart's capabilities, and then thinking about how can I get better than the rest, whoever else is a competitor in the rest of the world. And there'll be different competitors in different parts of the world. So how do you think about that? So do you, obviously you have confidence, but I think a lot of things is about the fact that if I have got the opportunity in India, why should I go out? One school of thought. Another school of thought is that if I have got world-class capabilities in India, why can't I take it out? Another school of thought. So how do you think about this?
Yeah. So firstly, like I said, we are an experimentative company. We like to take some bets, and some of them are bold bets. We do feel that myopia is a big problem, right? And at least in our category, we go back to the first principle of that myopia rates are growing very fast, especially in kids. And some of the stuff that is happening in India or even is first time. It's like mobile phone, India skipped a generation, right? We straight went to mobile. And one thing that we realized when we went around the world is that this whole fashion and the way people are adopting to vision correction in India is unique in the world. Like nowhere in the world eyewear is bought like it is getting bought in India right now. And which is good. In some ways we are first in that transformation, and it is really needed considering that there are 4.5 billion people in the world who need glasses and 2.5 don't have it. And then there was this glaring issue of Southeast Asia where myopia rate today is 80%. Right, so 8 out of 10 kids that are born have myopia. And somewhere in our vision, we kind of felt that let's try and see if we can make an impact in this market. So it was really started with that thing. Although in the boardroom it was discussed that you can sell more glasses internationally for a higher price and make more money. But then you can do that in India, it's selling at a lower price also. So I think that was the motivation, and then we tried Singapore. The inhibition was, I think, like you have to solve the unit. I remember we opened a store in Singapore for almost 1 year, it was one store. And I kept going there, understanding, and we opened, most people would say open it where Indian population is highest. We went all the way to East Jurong, where probably Indian population is the lowest. Because if we can't succeed, so I think the idea was to take the toughest challenge. If we can't become truly local, then we are not going to succeed. And then as we started seeing the same formula applied in terms of consumer and people obsession, keep experimenting, we made a lot of mistakes. But there came a point, I still remember in that mall, where we were doing we started with a $10,000-$20,000 a month sale, and the local optician, the regular traditional optician was doing $100,000 in sale. And it took us 1 year where we were doing $120,000 in sale. And then we said, okay, the formula is working, so let's scale. And we scaled Singapore. People started adopting, and now it was becoming, it became part of the vision that let's take India, Southeast Asia, and some of these markets and solve the myopia problem. So we took a bold bet. We still haven't proven anything. We have a lot to do.
Great. I can see that our time is up 5 minutes plus. So unfortunately, I don't think we'll have an opportunity to be able to ask questions. But because of the fact that Piyush is here, we'll take one question. So whoever puts up their hands first, the fairer sex gets the preference. But there's nobody else from the fairer sex except for the hair.
Hi Piyush, this is Varun from Cubuster. My entire team wears Hustler.
Oh yeah, hi, I've seen your videos on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, so my question is not related to anything retail. Just wanted to ask you something. Did Shark Tank bring any spike in your sales, or it actually doesn't do anything with the customers? Customer still believes in a lot of trial and that's my question.
Okay. So I think Shark Tank definitely allowed us to communicate some of the things which are usually difficult for brands to communicate. It put a context behind, it allowed people for the first time to know why Lenskart exists, for sure, right? Which is difficult to do in a 30-second ad or in as many events like you do like this. The reach, the time is so up that they have switched off the mic, but what we saw is that the traffic jumps, but it is all about authenticity, right? Eventually, I won't say it drove sales up. It may throw traffic up, a little bit of spike comes and you see some online consumption, but then there are always that testers, right? They want to test everybody out, and they also will have a critical view about it, and they'll have a positive view about it. So that people who go watch the movie the first day to ensure, but that whether the movie is successful after that really depends on the movie, right? Just because you had a great opening and you had advertised it, and we have seen you just went to Kapil Sharma and you attended every live TV show, doesn't make a movie successful. So to that extent, yes, it had a great opening, but then it dies very quickly.
Good. So thank you very much. I'm sorry we might not have time for any more questions. So thanks, Piyush. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A loud round of applause for Mr. Piyush Bansal. I'll request Dr. Hitesh Bhatt, Director Marketing and Communications, Retail Association of India, to join our Chairman, Mr. Biju Kurian, in presenting a memento to Mr. Piyush Bansal. Mr. Piyush Bansal, the man with a vision to give India a vision. Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Thank you, sir. We'll have one photograph right here with all three of you. And ladies and gentlemen, just one request. Please do not get up from your seats right now to exchange cards, to take selfies. It can all be done outside, okay? We have another speaker going to begin right now. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request our next speaker. Just remind you that we still have the spectacle case that is unclaimed, the spectacles that are unclaimed. Please do take your selfies, your videos, post them on social media, and keep the buzz going. Our next presentation on future of retail with video analytics will be made by Arush Kakkar, Chief Executive Officer, Agrex AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Arush Kakkar, Chief Executive Officer, Agrex AI.
Hi, good noon, because it's right now exactly noon. And I think the exit there has become like those videos that we see of the Mumbai local where the people who are coming to enter can't because there's so many people rushing out. Anyway, welcome to RAI for the video analytics presentation, and thank you for joining us, everyone. And I'm sure as leaders in the retail industry, we all understand the need to stay ahead of the curve and to innovate, primarily to deliver exceptional value to your customers, but also to make sure that the store itself is performing as you intended, right? And at the heart of the change lies a fundamental question: how can we leverage the power of AI and the power of technology to create more seamless, more personalized, and better immersive retail experiences for the end customers, which are the value providers? And I believe part of the answer lies in using video analytics as a technology within offline retail to a certain extent, but to a larger extent, other brick and mortar businesses like logistics, which is inseparably allied to retail, right? So I'm going to talk about how video analytics can be used to unlock unprecedented insights into what the customers are doing, what are their preferences, what are their behaviors within the stores. And using machine learning, I'll talk a bit about how the store operations itself and the SOPs can be improved and complied with. So as an introduction, I'm Arush, founder of Agrex Technologies. We're here in partnership with Spectra, who is our exclusive sales partner, and you're welcome to visit our stall, which is right outside, stall number 11A. So I'm sure when it comes to video analytics, there might be a lot of preconceived notions out here, because video analytics as a field is not that new, right? And I'm sure most of you, we have some clients here, most of you have had some experience with video analytics, either trial or even using it within your stores, right? So why should we use video analytics, right? The primary challenge being that in a lot of cases, a lot of decision making around the most expensive resources in a store is based on intuition or experience, right? Right now it's becoming more data driven, but it's still not completely quantitative, right? It's mostly experience. So for example, the decision making around real estate, which is the most expensive cost, and workforce, which is the second highest cost, is still based on intuition, right? There's a lot of analytics which is being done already, but a lot of it is being done manually, which of course leads to low scalability and high costs, right? And then there is a lot of unknown costs like shrinkages, losses, which nobody knows how it's happening, but suddenly it's on an Excel sheet somewhere at the end of the year that, okay, 1% of the revenue, we've failed to capture, or 1% of the revenue we've lost. So the aim is to make all of this data that offline retail currently doesn't have and make it into an actionable data so that decision making can be done with it. And I'm sure all of us know that e-commerce has a lot of data, but retail, physical retail, offline retail still is lagging a bit behind. So essentially what we do, if I could put it in one sentence, is we give retail stores eyes, right? Right now, and it might be a controversial statement to make, a lot of the retail stores are running blind, right? You know one half of the story, which is how the sales are performing, but you don't know the other half of the story in a lot of cases as to how the store is actually doing, what are the employees doing inside the store, are they following all the things that they're supposed to, are they following all the SOPs, and more importantly, who is the customer, what are they doing inside the store, right? So you're welcome to take photos. The slide is pretty dense. I'll talk about, essentially what we're doing is giving an eagle's eye view of what is going on inside your store, down to the single store and as broad as your national or international ranges, right? So there, essentially, why we do that is to, the overarching goal for everyone is to improve profitability and improve revenue, right? So essentially, all of technology, all of whatever efforts that we're putting is to improve those two primary metrics, and those primary metrics can be improved by some secondary metrics which are listed here, right? There's a lot of monitoring which is happening either manually or there's someone sitting behind a CCTV camera monitoring. CCTV cameras right now are being used for post-factor analysis. Something goes wrong, there's a person who has to sit through a bunch of footage and analyze and then give you some data, right? What we aim to do is make all of this real time, so that every insight that you want is available to you in real time and is given to you in such a manner that decision making can be immediate rather than, for example, end of the month or end of quarter, right? Some of the specific things that we're able to do for our customers is to reduce monitoring costs by less than half. We're able to improve the adherence to SOPs by quite a bit without involving, flying teams such as visual merchandising who just go and look at the store and then, collect data on how the store is doing. Everything is available on your fingertips. So essentially why video analytics is important is because of 5 things, like I say. You need to know who the customer is. You need to know how are they behaving inside the store. You need to know if the store itself is equipped to handle those customers properly. And then you need to know if the stores are actually safe and secure for your customers, right? So those are the sort of sub-metrics that we aim to give to our customers, so that, again, decision-making can be better, and if decision-making is better, then the overarching KPI that I just talked about will improve. Now, I believe there are 3 generations when it comes to data analytics, right? First, knowing that there is data to be collected. Second, actually collecting that data. And third, making sure that you are able to make good decisions on that data. And then there's a middle generation which we need to make sure that the data is actually good. It's not just garbage. So with AI, there's a popular saying that garbage in, garbage out. So we need to also make sure that that's not happening. And when it comes to retail, I'm sure there's a lot of data already, right? There's a lot of data collection sources that are coming in. The overarching feedback that I get from whoever the partners and the clients that I talk to, that there is a lot of data, but the decision making on that data is a problem. So not only are we using video analytics as a data source in itself, we're also combining it with a lot of other data sets to make sure that the decision making is proper, right? To get into a bit more specifics, there are multiple ways that video analytics can be implemented in the store. Essentially, all of those use existing cameras, although if you don't have them or there are some privacy issues, we can use other sources as well. So using existing cameras, we either do it on the cloud or we work on the premise to install our analytics box, and all of the data is being analyzed on premise. And the metadata is being sent over the cloud, and it is visible through 3 primary sources, which is our web dashboard, our mobile app, and then other channels like WhatsApp, emails, and any other third-party integration that you might want. Some of the things we already have, we are integrated with a lot of third-party systems like POS systems, ticketing systems, but since everything is in-house, we have the capability to do a lot more. if I talk about, again, you're welcome to take photos of these screenshots that we've already done for some of our customers, which are, again, all of these fall into the category of making sure that the customer is having a good experience in your store, knowing who the customer is, how are they, interacting with your store, and then making sure that the store itself is, all the SOPs, if they're being complied with, to make sure that the customer actually has a good experience. So these use cases fall into subcategories of reducing losses, reducing shrinkage, and making sure that the customer, whoever is coming in, is actually converting. So half the story is sales, but the other half is that 80% of the time customer might not even convert. Running a little short of time, this presentation is available on the website as well. But again, welcome to take screenshots. And then allied with retail is another important sector of ours, which is logistics. And what we've done is we're working with most of the big logistics partners in India right now to identify that are the warehouses actually performing as well as they should. So one of the big challenges with retail, offline and e-commerce, is actually making sure the supply chain is working properly. So we're there as well. And if you're working with third-party logistics operators, you have your own logistics operations, both of them we can actually add value to. And like I mentioned, all of this data is available through our dashboard. It's an interactive dashboard where we're actually working on integrating some voice analytics as well. So you can just ask Siri to give you information from our dashboard, and that'll be that you'll get. So I'll cut short my presentation and just directly move on to, I'm sure we all got the gist of it. To reiterate, I'm here in the conference for the rest of the day, so any questions you'd like to ask, I'm happy to answer. We're at the stall number 11A, which is named after Spectra, which is our exclusive sales partner in India. And again, like I mentioned, we're working with a lot of different industries. We're working with a lot of different verticals. Everything is in-house, right? Hardware, software, firmwares, everything is in-house, so we can customize a lot of stuff. So these are my contact details. I can be contacted, not any time of the day, but I respond pretty quickly. And there's also the contact details of Vikas, who's the channel manager from Spectra. So I'm sure you can take photos, and I'm available to answer any questions. Do we have time for a question? Or
No time, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, sorry for rushing you, but we have a very tight schedule.
Thank you.
Sir, could you please stay back on stage? I'd like to invite Mr. Shibu Phillips, Director, Shopping Malls, Lulu Group India, to kindly felicitate Mr. Arush Kakkad for that presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Shibu Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Arush Kakkad. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we move directly into our next panel discussion, which will put the focus on innovative retail marketing strategies for attracting and retaining customers. It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce and invite on stage our distinguished moderator and panelists. He is Director, Marketing and Communications, RAI, and Editorial Director, Storai Magazine. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Hitesh Bhatt. Come on, can we hand a round of applause for each of our panelists as well? He is Chief Executive Officer, Chogori Retail. That's Columbia Sportswear, Mountain Hardware, Deuter, Buff and Black Diamond. Please welcome Ankur Bhatia. He is Country Head, India and SAARC Le Creuset. Please welcome Ankur Damani. He is Chief Technology Officer, Reliance Retail. A warm welcome to Ramesh Padala. And he's Retail Head, Rocking Deals. Please welcome Sunil Kumar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with Dr. Hitesh Bhatt and our panels.
Thank you, Hugo. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day for Retail Leadership Summit 2023. Today, our panel discussion is on innovative retail marketing strategies for attracting and retaining customers. We have assembled a group of esteemed panelists who will share their insights and experiences of the latest marketing trends which they have implemented in their organizations. The industry is undergoing a significant transformation of late, and the consumer expectations are continuously evolving. Retailers are facing intense competition both from traditional brick and mortar stores and e-commerce giants as well. In such a dynamic environment, it's essential for retailers to stay ahead of the curve and adopt innovative strategies that can attract and retain customers. By adopting strategies such as personalized marketing, social media campaigns, experiential marketings, retailers can create unique and engaging customer experience that build brand loyalty and drive sales. Retailers who have successfully implemented innovative marketing strategies have reaped tangible benefits, including increased footfall, higher conversion rates, improved customer loyalty, and overall increase in the brand equity. Retailers who have successfully implemented these strategies have also created a strong employee-employer relationship, which is the very core of any organization. Today, we have got an eminent panel, and Hugo has already introduced them. I would request each one of them to introduce yourself succinctly. We'll start with Ankur, and then subsequently we'll carry on. So just give a brief introduction about your organization, and then we start.
Hello everyone, myself Ankur Bhatia. I am the CEO for Chogodi India Retail Limited. We are running, in India we are running stores for Columbia Sportswear, that's the biggest brand we have. And apart from that, we have an umbrella concept of Adventuras, where we are getting all the outdoor brands into the country. When I say outdoors, it basically means brands which are related to trekking, hiking, mountaineering, mountain biking, and all of that. So it's a very niche category. In India, it is still evolving, and we have been around for the last 7-8 years, but now it looks like people are able to recognize what outdoors basically means. Our retail footprint is expanding, and we are getting a lot of positive cues from customers in terms of footfalls, in terms of appreciation of our products, and hence as a result, both in online and offline, actually not just offline, we are able to expand to a lot of cities and a lot of malls in the country. So that's basically about, and of course we'll talk about retail and retail marketing and what is the success mantra there. But I would just, let's open with the introduction. Thanks.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Ankur Damani. I'm the country head of Le Creuset. It's a 100-year-old French brand with a lot of heritage and legacy. One of the best known French brands in the world amidst a lot of other luxury French brands. We are into luxury cookware and kitchenware. Obviously, it's a very old brand, but we entered India almost a decade back. We are into retail stores, distribution. We have a very strategic segment, which is hospitality, luxury hotels and restaurants. And we also supply to a lot of luxury weddings like, the Ambanis, etc. We launched into e-commerce, and I think COVID changed everything for a lot of us. And food was the center stage of discussions in homes. Everybody was caught inside, and people who did not cook, never cooked, also started cooking. And there was a lot of conversation around food, cookware, health, etc. So that's something that has really, fueled a lot of intrigue about our brand. And globally, this is something not a lot of people say, but globally, last 2 years have been record years for us. Because, like I mentioned, there's so much talk about food, cookware, and, healthy living. So yeah, I mean, in India, we are growing very rapidly. We are opening stores, and E-commerce is something which was more new post-COVID because being in the very much premium space, we were not so much into e-commerce. But this is a segment which nobody can now ignore.
Thanks,
Thank you.
thanks, Ankur. Ramesh.
Hi, my name is Ramesh Padala. I'm the CTO for Reliance Retail. I'm based here in Mumbai. Reliance Retail, as most of you are familiar with, we are essentially 4 large verticals. We have electronics, fashion lifestyle, which is clothes, and then your value, which is groceries, everyday essentials. And the last one is brands. So we keep acquiring brands. So we have a large team that focuses on brands. In addition to everything else, I also manage marketing technology for across the group. So we'll hopefully talk more about that later.
Thanks, Ramesh. Sunil.
Hi, my name is Sunil Kumar. I'm from Rocking Deals. So Rocking Deals, as the name goes, is into business of deals. So we have our back-end integration with brands and also with online players, wherein we source their inventory and then we put that in place through our stores to the customers, and we offer that with Rocking Deals. So that's the name is. So we have about 60 stores right now. We deal in 30 plus categories. We are getting into hyper retail. We already have 4 stores into hyper format, and otherwise we have SHA and appliances as a major category, wherein we deal with at least 10 exclusive stores for that. So the business is such wherein it is proven as Corona, that pandemic-free business, that time the impact was there not across the businesses, and we were still surviving and thriving because of the value, that was evolved. So we are trying to interact more with the customers through the marketing and stuff. So I think we'll get in detail with that.
Thanks, Sunil. I will start with Ankur Damani. Ankur, you said you are a 100-year-old brand, and it's a French brand. You did mention about your categories that you cater, specifically hospitality and restaurant QSR. The landscape has changed. You also mentioned post-COVID, people had started cooking, etc. So if you look at current, the current stage, what kind of role innovation has played, in making you or in staying ahead of the competition? Before that, if you can answer the brand positioning of Le Creuset for the audience's comprehension as well. Okay, how is it positioned? And then, because I won't say, but sometimes I try to pick up, it's so heavy that I can't, So just kidding. But having said that, it's a wonderful brand, no doubt about it. But just touch upon the positioning part of it, and then you can talk about the innovation in staying ahead. Yeah.
So just to answer a very small aspect that you mentioned, so we are the lightest cast iron brand in the world. So cast iron as a material is very heavy, but our recipe in cast iron is like the Coke, Coke recipe. So there are a lot of brands who are copying us, but they are like 25 to 50% heavier than us. So we are the lightest cast iron brand in the world.
Good.
So
Thanks.
and you get used to it, once you start cooking. So. Coming to positioning, I think it's very important to understand because I think we are from a very diverse panel. So Le Creuset is one of the most premium brands in the world in the cookware segment, and our positioning in India is slightly more premium because India is still at a very nascent stage. The cookware industry is very fragmented and unorganized. Not many international players who are coming in rapidly now, but from that standpoint, we are positioned almost at luxury in the Indian cookware industry. But globally, I mean, we are a premium to bridge to luxury brand. Obviously, we are expensive, but, just to give another heads up about our brand, so we offer a lifetime guarantee on our products, which is kind of unheard in any category. So, once you purchase our cookware, you can use it for like 40, 50, 60 years. And there are a lot of stories from, French women who, pass on their, cocotte or the casserole that they use to their daughters when they get married. So that's the kind of legacy the brand has, and it's like an heirloom product, so it passes on generations. Now coming to innovation, I think obviously, COVID was a big eye-opener for everyone, and, everything changed overnight. So, brands that have been very, very resilient and very agile and who have, adapted and adopted to, technology and, changing consumer behavior have always been, on top of the curve. So, historically, since we cater to a very, very, premium audience, our endeavor has always been to provide an experience, and gone are the days when people buy products or services. I think people now buy experiences, and that's just not limited to luxury or premium brands, but I think consumers, especially in a country like India, are so demanding that even with a value brand, they expect a certain level of experience. So that's how we've moved over the last couple of decades. And how we have innovated in India, the brand was not very well known, and cast iron, we obviously have stainless steel, non-stick and other categories that are very, very popular in India. But cast iron was something which was very new when we entered, and not a lot of people knew about it. So our sort of marketing strategy was, to get into experiential marketing, have a first-hand experience about the brand, and we've done it very, very innovatively, through exclusive culinary experiences, in five-star hotels, luxury restaurants, even in our stores. And we do a lot of product demonstrations and, master classes with influencers, celebrities, celebrity chefs. We do a lot of work with Marriott as well, so in the launches of, for example, Westin Chennai, we did an experiential marketing, with 10-20 guests. So that's something that we've been doing, and one thing which has worked very well for us is not just giving that experience to the customer, but in this world of social media, that experience with 20-30 people actually explodes, because people love to flaunt and that they've been to such an experience, click photographs with celebrities and chefs. So I think not just that experience, but how the word of marketing spreads, especially in the luxury segment, that's something really that has worked for us. But talking about innovation, this entire experiential marketing went down the drain when COVID hit us, because everyone was indoors. So we had to very, very quickly pivot and maneuver, because this was something which was gaining a lot of traction for us in terms of people understanding the brand and people getting to know the brand. So we took this entire experience from offline to online. I think we were all on Zoom and WhatsApp videos, talking to friends that we've not spoken 20 years back. And this is something that we also kind of leveraged, because everyone was indoor and talking about online ways of communication. And we started this entire experience online with closed Zoom calls for our HNIs and our loyal customers, talking about different recipes, talking about superfoods and immunity boosting foods, to make those relevant communications so that there is value add to the customer even sitting at home. And beyond that also, doing Instagram live sessions. I think social media has become so powerful, and influencers have become so powerful that, it was the best time to use them and to, take the brand to their sort of TG. So that's something that we had to very, very quickly maneuver once COVID hit us.
Awesome. Thanks, Ankur. So prior to COVID, and now you must have resumed to your old initial experiential marketing. So, doing experiential marketing, exclusive culinary experiences for select set of people, influencer marketing with celebrity chefs, and obviously tie-ups with groups like Marriott, etc. were the initial things. Good. Post that online Insta Live and Zoom calls with HNIs. I think that's the way you have also, the brand has adopted the way the situation was, and now I think you have come back to normal and going again back to your old innovation and marketing strategies. With this, I would like to ask Ankur Bhatia from Colombia that how has innovation helped him, or any such example which has helped the brand differentiate amongst this, because your category also is extremely niche. You are into trekking, hiking, and sportswear and winter wear kind of a category. So how has innovation helped you, and what was that innovation?
So before I talk about innovation, Hitesh, it's very important to understand that retail marketing is just about the basics in terms of what piece you are focusing on, right? So let's touch upon that a little bit in terms of having the right product at the right price, at the right place, with the right promotions, and as we, with time, more P's have gotten added to this list in terms of, say, processes and then presentation of the product in the right way. Fortunately, unfortunately for retailers, and I keep looking at financial data of, at least publicly available financial data of major retailers in the country. If we don't focus on the main 5 or 6 P's, ultimately you will end up focusing on promotion as a key aspect of liquidating your inventory, because your asset becomes liability very soon. So, and of course in COVID, like my colleagues here talked about, that if you have survived the COVID period, you would have done something right. Otherwise, we would not be sitting here.
Absolutely.
And you would have just died along the way.
Absolutely.
As a retail company. So it's about innovation. It's also about doing the basics right in terms of these P's, getting them right. Otherwise, you will end up doing promotions only. And we stay away from them. As a company, our average discounting is probably the lowest in the country across all retail channels, because we want to consciously stay away from that. So that's the biggest innovation from a perspective that we don't want to discount our products just because the rest of the P's are not in place. So in terms of, and that we do both online and offline. Okay. So not just offline, and traditionally we have always spoken about retail marketing as an offline concept, because, but then again, a lot of this rub-off has to be in the online space also, because the new generation of customers is actually maybe just trying and buying everything online, not even visiting our stores and so on. So both offline, online, and then from an innovation perspective, I would say you can do a lot of things. You can have all the fancy LED stuff going on in your stores. You can do a lot of things in the store. You can do a lot of things in the online space also. But then again, getting these basics right is the real innovation happening at a company level also, and at a online, offline store level also.
So it's a very important point. You know, since we are talking about marketing, what Ankur says here is the innovation is not doing promotions. Innovation is sticking to your core P's: price, place, product, and promotion. Promotion is a part of that, but promotion consists of 4 things: promotion per se, sales, advertising, and PR. So all these are the 4 aspects of promotion. Having said
just
that,
to give you an example, sorry Hitesh,
yeah.
I'm just barging in again.
Please.
We sell all technical gear. If we start selling this technical gear as fashion apparel, we would fall flat on our face.
Exactly.
It's not fashion. Hence, we have to communicate either through brand tags or through in-store communication the right aspects about the product, so that the consumer, and both offline, online, so that the consumer at the time of buying decision, he's able to figure out what exactly the product stands for and how it is going to benefit the consumer. And if you don't do it right, ultimately it goes as a discounted sale towards the end of the season. So that's where the crux is in terms of getting the process and the presentation and the product right, so that.
So the key aspect here, or the core, is the product, which Ankur says, and the innovation is stay away from promotions or discounting, is what he mentioned.
Can I add something here?
Yeah, please, Ramesh.
So, I think what Ankur brought up is something very key. So most of us, when we think about marketing, we're thinking about the front end, like doing promotions, doing campaigns, and looking at, clicks and click-throughs, and then conversion rates. But if you take apparel as an example, and Colombia is much bigger than apparel, but for me, if you look at Agio or Trends stores, what used to happen is, you had like 3 seasons, right? Like you had, spring and winter, and right. So we used to stock up and then do a bunch of promotions, beginning of season sale, do a bunch of promotions all through the season. And come February, we still have a lot of stock, so we do the end of season, end of reason, whatever you want to call it, right? It worked because fashion in general is slightly high margin, but still we were leaving a lot of margin on the table, because you stocked up 5 months before, and especially nowadays in the world of Instagram, fashion changes very quickly.
Yes.
Right. So you have something called fast fashion, which has become very popular now in China, in Western, in Europe, and America, catching on here also. Like even here, if you go to Bandra, you see different fashion. Like, you know, you go to like a Powai here, you see different fashion. You go to obviously Bangalore, Chennai, you see something else. And these trends are changing very quickly. So the old way of, you know, like buying inventory, keeping it, and then doing a bunch of marketing doesn't seem to work anymore. So even we are moving very quickly to faster replenishment, looking at fashion trends, looking at social media, looking at signals from, you know, like general social media, obviously Google Trends, things like that, and managing our inventory, which requires a lot of interplay between technology, supply chain, and the marketing team. So I think that's becoming more and more key.
So Ramesh, I just want to ask one question. You spoke about inventory. So can retailers adopt just-in-time inventory, strategy? And I know it is difficult because there are seasons, you have to do planning and so on and so forth. But is that a solution? Because ultimately, at what you said, either I have to anyways discount it, and then we'll ask Sunil about this, because he is also in that category. But this question specifically, Ramesh, to you about how about just-in-time, inventory kind of a...
Yeah. I think the old days of forecasting and planning and buying is gone now. So it's even for grocery, for fashion, lifestyle, for sure, even for electronics, it's becoming just-in-time. And now manufacturing has become so lean. So you can actually get lead times are like literally 2 weeks, 3 weeks to get something, right? So especially for fashion now, especially if you're based in this area like Gujarat or Bombay or something like that, you can like fabric to actual cloth is like 1 week, right? And then you can put it, and then you can do ship directly from the vendors. We don't even need to bring it to our warehouses, which is typically what we do for just in time. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. With this, Sunil, you have a solution to this problem, right?
So I think we are in a different business altogether. So Rocking Deals, as I said, is into high-value products. So we extend, the best deals possible to our customers, and we manage it through our back-end integration with e-commerce sites. We re-commerce their products, and we also buy with different brands their old season merchandise, especially in fashion. So from there, we manage across 30+ categories as a bundle at our stores, offering them at the best possible prices. And the marketing that works for us is direct communication with our customers, wherein we claim that we are the best pricing solution in those products. So right now, the tagline that we are communicating with our customers is "Online se sasta," and our recent marketing campaign says "Isse sasta to get your money back." So these kind of claims really help us in our kind of business, and with retail getting more competition, as you know, there are regional players in outskirts of NCR, in outskirts of all tier 1, tier 2 cities. You can locate, competition that I am into that business. The Rocking Deal is a brand which is almost 2 decades old now, and though we are one of the biggest in India, but still the kind of competition that is coming up and popping up, and this business trajectory is becoming a little more intense. Because of re-commerce, the more funnel has come in, the more product is obviously getting pushed to the market, and the more channels are opening up to kind of reach to the customers with that value system. Though yesterday I was listening to the opening note from a gentleman. He was talking about subscription model to a loyalty base. So that is something which has worked with us from a very long time. So we've been giving subscription at a very low price to our customers to become a loyal member with us. And there we extend some extra discount to our customers. So the customer who's already thinking discount and value, that extra perk to his total buying cycle makes him more loyal with us. So this as a model, as an innovative strategy, I would say, has worked with us throughout at least from 1 decade. So that is a proven, strategy for us. And also about recent, during Corona also, the online surge that happened, people started consuming more content. So, those lot of influencers, that, plethora of content that was pushed to us. So there is always that, there is also that niche wherein, influencers have become a very big, very big marketing tool for most of the brands. And for us also, it worked very well. So we have a lot of YouTubers, a lot of bloggers who cover our brand. They create that excitement in the market about the pricing, the crazy rates that we deal at, and that really brings in a lot of customers to the table for us.
crazy rates that you deal with, you know. Ramesh, taking this point of Sunil, you know, how has this subscription model and other loyalty programs influenced purchase, you know?
Yeah, loyalty has been big for Reliance. And also I come from Amazon, so I'm guessing like at least 30% of this audience is a Prime member, which is basically a hook to, you know, free marketing, right? So because then once you come in, you take a Prime membership, or you take for Reliance, it's called R1, where, you know, you accrue points wherever you purchase. It's been a very intrinsic part. Yeah. And it, you know, it's rich with information. You know, like once you start using, you're buying, you're giving your phone number. Normally you would avoid giving your phone number, but since you want to accrue some points, you're giving your phone number, so you're able to get much more data on your purchase, where you're purchasing, what you're purchasing, online, offline. So I think it's a win-win for the retailer and the customers.
Also, Ramesh, what's the role of omni-channel strategy that you have for a seamless customer experience from online to offline, vice versa?
Yeah. So to be frank, you know, before COVID, we didn't have one. But during COVID, we launched JioMart, and Jio has gone to another level. And Reliance Digital.in also has picked up quite a bit. And all the brands also have started their online presence. What we have done, obviously, from a customer perspective, you're able to order online, you're able to walk into a store and order. But what we have done from a fulfillment perspective is a truly omni-channel. So you can walk into a store, and if you don't have a size, you know, you can order it through an endless aisle experience, and then it comes home to you. Or you're sitting at home, you know, you order something, like for example a shirt, it most likely will get fulfilled from a local trend store or maybe a Marks and Spencer store. And the other way around also, right? Like, so if you are in a store and if you don't have a size, and it's at a neighboring distribution center, by that afternoon you'll have it at the store. So it's become quite omni-channel in terms of fulfillment for sure. Yeah. And our marketing also has become very omni-channel. We launched a store called Resort in Bangalore, now 2 stores in Mumbai. Next generation fashion lifestyle. So you can walk into the trial room. There is a mirror that shows all different sizes available on. It's all like RFID tagged. So it's quite advanced in that.
Ankur, any omni-channel marketing example, likewise for both the Ankurs, yeah.
Both?
Yeah, sorry.
Any
omni-channel example, you know, seamless customer experience?
Well, I mean, it's the same thing, right? You buy from online, you return in offline. Within offline also, if you don't have the size, you can use endless aisle because that particular piece would be somewhere else. So it just makes absolute customer centricity point of view also, that it makes sense that the customer is able to get serviced across channels. And COVID also taught that to us, by the way, so that because stores were shut and then we had to get every customer either through a WhatsApp or through the online channels into our fold and sustain through that difficult time. So it's just about, I mean, doing that right and thinking from a customer's point of view, whether the customer wants to buy from the store, return at the store, something which he purchased online. So it's just about doing that right and doing that repetitively so that the customer is at the center of things. Also, we keep listening to customer pain points from an overall heat map perspective in terms of where all are we going wrong, because the customer is telling you that all the time. It's just that you have to listen to that voice, and whether it's through NPS score or any other thing, any other technology is just a means to the end. We keep evolving on omni-channel. It's a journey. I don't think anybody has reached the summit of that journey. It's just that we are along the way on that.
Okay. Ankur.
So I think, you know, for the kind of positioning that we operate in, omni-channel for us is like, you know, it's endless. So, but what we've over the years have understood is, you know, how you keep the customer at the center of all your decisions. how you understand the customer changing behavior, how they are shopping, where they are shopping, what do they want. I think that's the key to omni-channel. And over the last 3 years, I think, the graph has just been up and down, and that's what you really need to understand about the customer. So, before COVID, obviously, we were doing, our products are heavy, as you mentioned, and bulky as well. So for a brand like us, we were always doing home deliveries and, helping the customer out in that sense, even from a retail point of view. But what changed was that, as COVID came in, the customer behavior completely changed, They started, of course, there was a big, explosion in online and e-commerce. But then over the last 3 years, what has also happened is that, of course, people are now rushing into retail stores because, they want to experience everything firsthand. But from a convenience point of view, what has also happened is that a lot of customers who know about the brand, who have made purchases, they now want convenience. They'll do WhatsApp video calls. They'll do, ask for the catalog. They'll ask store managers to click pictures of different colors or sizes and stuff like that. And they just want, like, you deliver it to our store. Or they'll say that, okay, you bring these 10 products. I'll buy like 8 of them, or I'll, return. So I think for us, omni-channel has gone a step beyond, what the usual omni-channel is, because our customer is like, a little more evolved and high-end. So I think we go a little that extra mile in terms of, getting the product to them.
So it's like banking at your doorstep, something like
absolutely,
that?
Absolutely,
absolutely. Metrics, this is one of my favorite topics. And, any business, if you can't measure, you can't manage. And all the businesses, I want to know from each one of you, what kind of metrics you all use to, measure your marketing, your business models. So we can start with Ramesh, and can you tell us about your measuring metrics, please?
Yeah, I mean, we have invested quite a bit in data engineering and analytics. In terms of marketing, we do the usual things, like your ROI, clickstream analysis, and promotion efficiency, conversion rates, and I'm just trying to think, any unique things. I think one thing that we have done, at least in the recent past, is actually start looking at online, offline journeys, like omni-channel journeys of customers, and how that is getting influenced by marketing campaigns. And as Ankur was mentioning earlier, offline is still, we send out flyers and WhatsApp campaigns, and the manager connect with loyal customers and stuff. So we're trying to see how to, how that journey maps from offline customers to online, online to offline. That's been a pretty big metric for us, excellent, especially pre-COVID, during COVID, post-COVID.
Sure. And if you can share some more dope later on this offline-online journey, Sunil, you are into a completely different game, and what kind of metrics you use?
See, our metrics are very simple. We mostly we do category, category push wherein few categories are never touched by some customers. So we are trying to introduce those categories to customers, and the metrics is very simple. How many we converted to, from those customers who are not buying so far from that category. If we are able to convert some, so that's the metrics we normally use for that kind of activities. Apart from that, we are also present in online. We are there in marketplaces, so we figure out how many we are converting. It's an omni-channel. I mean, the crux is customer is spoiled, so we have to reach out. We have to make sure that we take care of our that customer who is already pumped and filled with the options in the market. We cannot really leave that space. So wherever he is, we have to make sure that we pop out and we make our presence available there. So obviously, sailing from one channel to other is the only key wherein we can engage more with the customer, and getting that extra time from the customer is the direct sale that we kind of see that influx in the numbers. So over there, from our own website through marketplaces, We push, as I said, our very marketing programs that we do are mostly category push, or sometime it is pushing the subscription model, pushing the new store, pushing some other parameter wherein we want to draw some influx to the numbers. So there the numbers are the only parameters, and we get that straight as a metrics for us.
Good. Ankur Bhatia.
I mean, apart from the normal run-of-the-mill stuff which we do, which is, say, tracking conversion, tracking offline, online journeys, and doing all of that, there's this interesting thing which we did last year was in terms of tracking how many customers are outside our store.
Okay. How do you do that?
So there are retail solutions which are available which count the footfall not just in terms of what is coming inside the store, but also in terms of how many people are passing through the aisle in a mall. What it tells is about how efficacious is your window or your invitation to the customer in terms of whether he wants to come inside or not.
So that is a test for visual merchandising, is it?
Test for visual merchandising in a way. It's interesting because sometimes we tend to believe that the mall is not generating enough footfalls for us, while that from a data perspective might not be true. Because the customer is already there, it's just that you have to get them inside. And once the customer is inside, obviously there are heat maps and then there are CCTV cameras which tell you a lot about the customer in terms of which section of the store are they going into. And the problem with data is that it's more past oriented, but there is data which is available which will tell you more about the future and more about the lost opportunity. So if more customers and more female customers are going towards the women's section of the store, there might be an opportunity for us to tap into that customer and buy more from a forward-looking perspective. Historically, our women's share might have been 30%. But if the heat map is saying that 40% of the consumers are going towards the women's section, there is a 10% opportunity cost to that.
Yes.
So data can be used in a lot of ways. There is a lot of data. We might have that data and have a blind side towards that. So, I mean, it's again a journey.
Sure. Angur from Leh.
I think, yeah, most of the usual points are discussed and, we track, all these metrics. But there are two things which we do very, very differently. We call it, a loss of sale tracker report, which we do every day. So, along with the DSR. So what we do is that if a customer has spent more than 5 minutes inside the store, there is a tracker that the staff has to send why the customer did not purchase, So there could be reasons. Of course, there will be times when, they will say he was just browsing, did not say anything. But what we try and encourage to do that if a customer has taken interest, 5 minutes, looking around the store, talking to you, that means the customer is interested in the brand, he wants to know more. And then, if he does not make that purchase, of course, there will be answers like, it was very expensive. We are in, in terms of positioning, everybody can't buy the brand. But then we try and, there are a lot of insights that come in, a lot of insights from an Indian perspective that they want some very specific Indian kind of products or, they are looking for some specific thing. They are looking, at times, they are looking for something which is not in stock, So those kind of things, and we track this on a daily then monthly basis and try and see, what the customer behavior is, why are we losing out and what can we do to, kind of increase our conversions. The second thing which we focus on and which is like very important to us and what I believe personally is that, when there is a customer issue or a complaint or a grievance, I think that's the best chance for a brand to make that customer loyal. So a lot of brands, struggle with this that, there is a customer complaint, what do you do with it? But, for us, we've always said that if a customer comes with an issue or a grievance, I think that is really good for us because how you respond to that can really, turn that customer into a loyal customer. And that's something that we track very, very actively in terms of for each store or for online, how many customer complaints are coming. This is something that I do personally. So every customer complaint goes through me. I mean, I don't intervene, but I see every customer complaint that's happening. And, we track the turnaround time. What was the solution? If rarely we've said no, then why was that, How can you say no to a customer? Of course, you will have customers who will break the product and come and tell you that, you exchange it. But we try and see, why we could not, make the customer happy.
Oh, thanks. Ramesh, what would be the impact of AI, AR voice technologies, etc. Currently, if you are using, and everybody does, but more so for the near future, the way everybody is talking about AI and AR and ML and IoT and voice assistants, etc. So how is this going to impact marketing, and how this is going to impact the customer?
Yeah, I'm not so sure actually, to be very frank. From a AI and like the whole ChatGPT thing that's going on right now.
Yeah.
There are obviously some easy applications out of this whole thing, right? So, for example, you take a website like Ageo or an app like Ageo, you could use something like ChatGPT to enhance the description of, like right now if you go, see we source a lot of our clothes and things from smaller vendors, right? Like who are not really providing a lot of description, and so even if you go to Amazon or any other sites, right, you see some of the clothes are very nice, but apparel, they're very good, but they don't have enough description, they don't have what it is about. So, so we do look at something like a ChatGPT or AI to enhance that experience. In terms of marketing, where we're looking at is, how do we get our customers to try something? Especially things like fashion, jewelry, and even like cosmetics, right, like a lipstick or an eyeliner. How do we get customers to at least try it in a virtual fashion? And then hopefully that converts to a visit to a store or maybe a purchase online. So I think that's where a lot of at least effort is going on.
Okay. Sunil, hello. Yeah. Sunil, online se sasta. But the quality remains the same? Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, the quality is same. So we have a huge push for QC. So we do quality check at our level before we push the product to the front lines. Also, we give RD warranty. So we have Rocking Deals warranty extended to all the categories, which is appliances mostly. So, that's assurance of keeping the quality intact, and that assurance of keeping the product pristine for the customer is the key for us, to survive us that long. And that's the only differentiation in our business. So more the scale is, more the QC pushes, and that's where we can win the customers, because there are most of the customers who are there in my loyal base are using the product. So they are users. So they are the ones who are spreading the word of mouth. They are my brand ambassadors already. So that's where the the product becomes their key for us to unlock their wallet for us, and that's where the journey starts. So first product, if they're satisfied, then obviously they'll push it to their natural circle, and whatever marketing I do, that's obviously is the that's the biggest possible push that any brand can have.
Okay. Last leg of this session is about brand values and social responsibility, because that's an integral part of marketing. Branding is the core. This question is to Ankur. We'll start with you. How do you communicate your brand values? And there are one thing is we can write on the board, these are my 5 values, okay, for the company, etc. But that's not what the question is, and you can answer it the way you want. By giving one example as well. For example, customer service. That can be one of the ways in which you can show your brand values, or how you treat your employees, etc. And second part is on the social responsibility, because this has become an integral part not only of the organization but also the marketing aspect. Today, marketing, the core part is how you achieve your social responsibility goals. Most of the companies do have, and social responsibility goals doesn't mean only from the environment perspective. It can be any other social angle of the society. So on those angles, Ankur, if you can throw some light, please.
So Hitesh, there is a brand value and there is a value system of the company.
Yes.
As far as the brand value is concerned, across all the brands we deal with, largely the theme is that the quality is top notch and it won't fail when you need it the most, because if the customer is in a cold environment, say in minus 30 or minus 40 degrees, there is absolutely no way that the shoe starts leaking or the jacket doesn't perform the way it's supposed to perform, because the person will die.
Yes.
If he has to stay overnight, or if there is no help. And in India, SOS calls don't get so easily accepted and addressed like we have in Western countries. So the gear can't fail. Across all the brands, the gear can't fail. That's the brand value system in which we are working, and that's why only brands which have been in existence for the last hundreds of years are the ones which we are dealing with as a group philosophy. As far as the company value system is concerned and the social responsibility attached around it, I think governments, as we have all realized, can only do as much. It's just a concept which is now catching up, which is much more than corporate social responsibility, and that's known as deep purpose of the organization. And that is where I think all the companies should move or are already moving, because that's where the inner strength or the satisfaction of a company or satisfaction of working for a company lies. And that deep purpose is what is impacting not just the brand or the customer or the association of the customer with the brand, it's also motivating employees. So for instance, we are constantly internally thinking about global warming and climate change. And if we start taking, say, 2 rupees per invoice from the customer as CSR spend, it's not going to do anything for the environment. As long as we build it as a deep purpose within the organization and start saying that, what if every time a customer buys and accumulates, say, loyalty points, and we use those loyalty points not as a discount in his next purchase, but if we grow a tree in his or her name and cover one of the hills entirely with this kind of activity. That's the purpose of an organization. And at our scale, probably we'll have lakhs of trees planted within a year.
Excellent. This is a very noble thought.
So that's the purpose, and that's much more than CSR.
Yeah. Excellent. Good point. I think it's easier said than done from a marketing strategy, and let's not use the word marketing strategy per se from that angle, but what Ankur did mention about the deep purpose of an organization. The face to do that is the marketing department, and that's where the strategy comes in. But the whole objective is the deep purpose of this organization, that let's collect X amount and then let's plant trees and then let's save the environment and the global warming and so on and so forth. So this is an excellent idea, and this I would consider it as an innovation in marketing and communications as well. Over to you, Ankur.
So I think as far as brand value is concerned, one of our strongest brand values is trust. And when a customer walks into a Le Creuset store or purchases a Le Creuset product, he can be rest assured about the quality and the experience. And that's why, we take some of the things like customer complaints or issues very, very, with highest, priority, and look at it very closely at the top management level, to the extent that, some of the emails come from our chairman, that an email has gone, and, there are customers who copy the entire management, and the first person who steps is our chairman. So that's the kind of importance we give to our customer. I think we are a very, very customer centric, very, very customer first brand. And from a trust perspective, it's not just about the product that we make. Of course, we give a lifetime guarantee, and it's like a sort of written trust which is already assured. But how the overall experience is, how the after sales service is, I think those kind of things are things which take you a long way. And that's one of the reasons that we have a very, very high repeat purchase. I mean, brands really struggle to sort of get customer back to the store. But for us, the problem has not been to get the customer back to the store. Our problem has been to take the brand to a much wider audience, because obviously it's very expensive. So how do you acquire a new customer who understands the value of the product being that expensive. So I think that's one thing. The other thing is that, we've always tried to, project ourselves as a lifestyle brand than a cookware brand. And that philosophy has been, there in all our marketing communication and everything. So like I mentioned, we just don't sell cookware. So we talk to the customer about a lot of content in terms of, food, in terms of recipes, in terms of, how you can make cooking fun, and, a lot of things which are allied to cooking and food, but not really directly, selling cookware. So you'll see a lot of our content revolves around, a lifestyle and an experience rather than our products. And we do it in very, very different and innovative ways. A couple of examples, like what we've done in India is, a lot of international brands make that mistake that you are international, so you are international. With us, I think we've been given that leeway to localize whatever you want. So a lot of, it's a European French product. A lot of people might think that how do you do Indian cooking in that, right? It's meant for European food. So we've Indianized to that extent that, and it's very good for Indian cooking because of the concept of the food and everything. So that's something that we keep on doing. And what we've done, something very, very recently, is that, the royal families of India, the lost legacy that the royal families have. So, every royal family has their, legendary recipe, their way of cooking certain things, or, their way of cooking in a particular sort of community. So we are trying to revive that. So we tie up with royal families across India, and we are trying to bring on their recipes, on our social media forums. We've done offline events, so that they get their due. But at the same time, even customers understand that, what a royal family was cooking 200 years back or 300 years back. Because, that legacy is being carried on from generations, and we are a generation product. So we thought, why not bring that onto the table and, give it out to the customers. From a, I think, CSR point of view, we advocate slow cooking. That's the concept of our product. And, what it does is, typically in India, what happens is that you take a pan, put the gas on the highest mode, cook, it gets cooked in 10 minutes or whatever, and then you eat. You're just killing all the nutrients, right? So, and you're using more gas, you're using more oil. So we try and advocate that, how you can do healthy living, how slow cooking helps you, not just, saving the environment, but also in terms of how it, betters your health. And our products are sustainable. You can use it for life. So, what more to bring on the table in sustainability than that?
Excellent. Ramesh.
Yeah. Actually, one other Ankur was talking about, using like a marketing, right? So, reminded me of a company called Tom's Shoes. It's predominantly in the US. What they do is they make non-leather shoes, mostly cloth-based, which is also, like a sustainability kind of a thing. And they also, whenever you buy a shoe from them, they donate a shoe to a kid in South America. So I think it's pretty neat in what they do. And it also functions as a marketing. In terms of my current company, two big values, right? There are many, obviously, company culture-wise, there are a lot of other things. But two big things come out, I think, in our strategy in terms of marketing and in terms of way we communicate. One is value. So in general, given the size of the company, given the relationships which we have with vendors and all, we definitely get better prices. And those prices are naturally passed on to customers. And this is, I've seen this being followed very diligently. Like instead of protecting the margin, passing on a lot of the savings to the customers. And that is what Reliance is generally seen as from customer point of view also. That, it's typically tends to be on like a reasonably priced product. The next big thing, I think, which you see a lot nowadays is India as a growth story. And not a nationalist story, but like just that, the way India is set up right now, over the next couple of decades, we are probably going to be, one of the top two or maybe top three economies in the world. And aspirationally, like what happens is when you start, we have a very burgeoning middle class. So the first place it shows is how you dress, right? And also how you eat, obviously. And then I think the company has done a good job at kind of giving that aspirational motivation
an outlet. So, so you see that in kind of the marketing campaigns that you see.
Sure. Sunil, last but not the least.
So we have a CSR at the base of our business itself. So the core, right from the backend integration where we get stock. So we get stock from mostly online where we do the e-commerce. So especially in CDIT, we get product where there are small QC issues. So some small part of the laptop or maybe for the mobile is not working, because of which the customer has returned the product. But the product is pristine. The age of that product with the customer is about few days. So it comes back to us in a pristine condition. Before that one part, it is rejected. So we put that in a QC funnel and we repair it whatever possible, and so it goes to either as a product which is refurbished and ready to sell, or as a product which is ready to be scrapped. So we have integration with the responsible e-waste scrap dealers who take care of the scrap responsibly. They're certified. So we kind of do that as a in CDIT itself. If I say we are very responsible in taking care of products which goes to the e-waste, one, and two, we are re-energizing the product which could have gone to the e-waste straight away, which could have ended at the dump yard straight. So we are giving that we are refueling and re-engineering giving it a re-life wherein it can be used. And also when I say our USP was online, se sasta or money back, there is also a huge customer base which is HNI. So they buy our products because of huge LED 72-inch, the biggest, 6 lakh rupees LED, and these kind of products also come in through different funnels to us. So there are the customer base who buy these products at a very attractive price. I mean, obviously they want to buy it through different channels like online. We have different tie-ups wherein we have a team who takes care of HNI products, the products which are a little expensive, luxury products, with the HNI customers. So so that also is a different channel for us. Also we have corporates like hotels and institutions who buy at bulk. So these products give them a good saving, and also that product becomes useful again. So the cycle increases. So especially for CDIT, this becomes a little important for us. So that in countries like Europe, it is already a very big business. So wherein they are very responsibly using the the products that are created, because otherwise it will only end up at the e-waste, and it will only increase the it's only add to the concerns we already have. So if we can use it effectively, we can increase the cycle. I mean, that's the only solution we can we can give as responsible company. So that at a core is a very big CSR initiative which has been recognized by many states, and we've been awarded many rewards around this. So also in other categories we do different like apparels, we have a different strategy to take care of. So apparels are mostly new, but it's just that they're old season, so we kind of give them a recycle there also. So I think this really becomes, because many customers, many brands who are associated with us, it's very important for us to kind of use the products which are used, which can be used with small repairs. It's not about old, it's not about it's not about second-hand products. It's about reusability. It's about making sure that we are responsible citizens and we use the resources which are there, and otherwise it will only affect the environment, it will only affect the volume of things will only end up at the e-waste, and that will only affect and create problems.
I think that was, your whole model is based on that. If you want to give a twist, that reuse and reduce, recycle kind of a...
That's how our positioning is. So we have a dual positioning, as I was saying. So we have online systems for a separate set of customers who attracts with pricing as a core with us, and then there are customers who attracts with us wherein we are trying to do corporate responsibility. So they also kind of, as a good human, they kind of take responsibility of buying things which could have ended at somewhere else, and obviously in that value chain they end up saving as well.
So with this, friends, we come to an end to this wonderful session. All the 4 brands are different categories, different size, and are positioned extremely differently. At one end, somebody is talking only about pricing as the core, and at the other end, the the brand doesn't discount, you know. So these are the two different marketing strategies that we have come across. But then that's the business model. Each business will have its own model and how, you know, they are positioning. Somebody may not do promotions and somebody may rely on promotions like we saw here. And when I say promotions, it's not promotion oriented. Like Ankur had mentioned, the 4 Ps, and there can be many such Ps like positioning and you know, packaging and so on and so forth. But the price, place, product, promotion are always the 4 Ps that we have been looking around. But the other important Ps that have also been discussed here, and which may not be exactly starting from P, but the kind of things and the strategies and the marketing thought processes these organizations are having and executing makes them differentiate amongst the competition. We did hear about some of the matrices. Apart from the general metrics like data engine and analytics, ROI, click store analysis, conversion rates, offline, online journeys, do my marketing campaigns influence this offline online journeys? How, what, when, where and how? NPS scores, and another thing is how do you listen to the customers? What metrics you use there? Category conversion metrics, tracking customer outside the store is something not many brands do, although it does exist. But how many of you here track the customers who are outside your store? And that will give you a fair idea about your other aspects of marketing, like visual merchandising, your overall facade branding, and so on and so forth. Heat maps and lost opportunity metrics. You know, that is again a good thing. How many of you track the lost opportunity, and what is the metrics to do that? Because 10 come in and 1 gets converted, that we know, but then tracking it and then getting it. All of you do it, I'm sure, but how many of you do it assiduously, and what is the right process of doing it? Loss of sale reasoning is a part of that, and customer grievance addressal systems. Again, what is your strategy in customer centricity? Are you customer centered, or how do you ensure that the grievance redressal system actually takes place? In one of the examples we saw, it goes up to the CEO, and the chairman also takes immense interest in that. Last but not the least, we did speak about the overall values, and we are not talking here about only the brand values, but in overall values for the corporate as well. Deep purpose of the organization did come up, and I think every organization should have a deep purpose, without which the existence may not. Vision, mission, all those statements are an impediment for everybody to have, but it's the core purpose that makes the organization successful. Trust is another value that has come up. Customer centricity is one, but I feel customer centricity and customer focus, these are the two different things, but both of them should be an integral part of any organization's marketing strategy. Experience oriented content, and content is the key. And today it's only the content that will make you a winner. And experience oriented content means you give experience also, create the content and then amplify it, in across all the channels, depending upon whether you are using digital or non-digital assets. India as a growth story has come up in a big way, and that's where the opportunity for all of us is. But it will only happen when we take care of our environment where we are staying, and that's where environment consciousness also comes. With this, I would like to thank my esteemed panel and all the audience for being a wonderful audience. Thanks, and till the next time when we meet again.
Okay, thank you very much to our esteemed panel. Thank you to each one of you for a very riveting panel discussion. I'd like to request our moderator, Dr. Hitesh Bhatt, to kindly present mementos to each of the panelists. To Mr. Ankur Bhatia. To Mr. Ankur Damani. To Mr. Ankur Damani. Mr. Ramesh Padala. And to Mr. Sunil Kumar of Rocking Deals. Can you have a great photograph of all our panel? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was the end of our morning session. We can take a quick break for lunch. We'll reconvene here exactly at 2 p.m. when we have a special address by Mr. Sagar Daryani, co-founder and the Chief Executive Officer, Wow Momo Foods Private Limited. And all these special addresses have really been, well, what can I say, wow. So do be back here in your seats. Remember, we have more people than seats, so please come back in time so that you do get a seat and are not left standing in the aisles. Thank you. We'll see you back at 2 p.m. Bon appetit. Thank you.
day yesterday, and a very high-spirited and pleasant evening. And I'm sure we can look forward to an equally enriching day today. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin directly with our first panel discussion that will put the focus on retail platforms and the future of consumer shopping behavior. I'd like you to put your hands together and as
and that moment of truth happens in your taste buds, then you'll be like, aha, what they're saying is right. So what we see is that if we
that it's a house full for this session as well. We've got a fireside chat. We've got a freewheeling conversation between Mr. Biju
because it's right now exactly noon, and I think the exit there has become like those videos that we see of the Mumbai local where the people who are coming to enter can't because
talking to friends that we've not spoken, 20 years back. And, this is something that we also, kind of leveraged because everyone was indoor and
check. Hello, check. Can I have this mic please on? Mic number 4. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Great to see the participation in RetailCon, where retailers, both the CIOs of organized retail and smaller retailers are talking about emerging technologies, talking about disruption, talking about challenges of what's going to happen in the
Hey.
future to retail.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a delegate of ours who's lost a black laptop bag. I think the name of the bag or the embossment of the bag is Carlton. So there is no laptop, there are only documents. It's quite a light bag. It can be easily moved from here to there. So it's probably traveling around this room, a black laptop bag embossed with the brand Carlton. Okay, so if you find that, the gentleman is sitting, can you raise your hand? Yep, right there in the front. Please return to him or ask him to collect it. Thank you.
They're from all over, from all fields, all functions. I think it's a great convergence forum. Definitely. Yes, definitely.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our post-lunch session on day 2 at Retail Leadership Summit 2023. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. We hope you haven't enjoyed it too much. The post-lunch session is always a very challenging session for any speaker because there's a very real tendency of delegates to slip from the vertical to the horizontal position. But our next speaker has taken up this challenge, and I know he will keep you wide-eyed and upright right through. In 2008, at the age of just 21, he launched Wow Momo with his college friend immediately after completing his third year final exam from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, without even waiting for the results. What began with an investment of just rupees 30,000 is today a 450 crore rupee company with over 500 outlets in 21 cities. Among his 1,800 staff, there are over 100 specially abled individuals from various NGOs that the company is tied up with. Wow Momo has been the recipient of numerous awards, and so has this co-founder and CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Wow Momo Foods Private Limited, Sagar Daryani. Welcome, sir.
Hi friends, good afternoon. I hope you guys have tasted us. We are right here. And if you haven't, you can go to the nearest mall at our city. So yeah, you know, my journey as an entrepreneur the last 14 years has been nothing less than a Bollywood blockbuster. You know, there have been days when I have been so happy that out of excitement I haven't been able to sleep. And then there have been days when I've been shattered, disappointed, felt like giving up, and you know, literally, felt like just getting into depression, and haven't been able to sleep. The fact is that, you know, your dreams should be so big that they don't allow you to sleep. And I think I'm blessed, I'm privileged, I'm here. So, you know, I mean, वो कहते हैं कि अगर ज़िंदगी में कुछ करना है, आगे बढ़ना है तो मुश्किलें आएंगी, उनका सामना करना है, लड़ना है, लेकिन आगे बढ़ना है. A winner never quits and a quitter never wins. And that's what I've learned. You know, people talk about destiny. I completely believe in destiny, but more than that, I think I believe in creating your own destiny, and I let that be above destiny. And if it happens, it happens. Life में कभी काश नहीं कहना. And today, that's what I'm going to address on. You know, I'm going to talk on how agility can be is the biggest tool for modern retail. And that's what I've learned in the last 14 years. You know, I've spoken in several seminars about my story, my journey. I think today I want to share some anecdotes, some real life experiences in the last 14 years, some failures which have led to making us what we are, you know. They say if you want to reach for the stars, you know, you should aim for the moon, because, you know, even if you fail, you'll get somewhere. And I think the biggest learning has been adversity. So how do you convert adversity to opportunity? How do you convert a tough situation to a challenge, and that challenge to an opportunity? I think that's what I want to speak about. So, you know, I'll go way back. I won't start from the COVID era, but I'll go way back. We all remember demonetization, right, which happened in 2016, 17. I think that was the first time when I felt the business had some adversity. You know, suddenly you could see business coming down, people standing outside ATMs, queuing up to, you know, get the cash currency exchanged. And it was a setback. You know, I remember I was raising my first round of funding then, and I just hit the market, just met investors. And suddenly all the investors who were so interested in investing in you went on a long Christmas break, because this happened in November. And no one would want to see you till January, right? So business started plummeting, sales were down. That's when, you know, we did a very small kind of a tweak. We took an initiative. We said, you know, if people are standing in long queues, they will feel thirsty, they will feel hungry. So if customers don't come to us, how do we get to them? And that's when my team and us decided that, you know, we'll go down to every ATM. So beside every store, we have some ATM, whether it's a mall, whether it's a high street, go and offer them water. Once they drink water, they feel better, they feel saturated, because everyone was standing under the sun. Outside ATM, there were huge queues. I mean, a store outside Lajpat Nagar had a huge queue, a store in Defcol had huge queue, a store in Bombay had huge queue, a store in Calcutta, a store in Chennai. It was hot. And then, you know, you give them water, and, you know, once they have quenched their thirst, you go with your leaflet, you make it possible for them to order food while they're standing in the queue. That time, Swiggy, Zomato were not that prevalent, right? It was more about your own activation that you go to the customer. So serve them food while they're standing in the queue, take that order from the queue, take a GPRS machine, get the credit card swiped, and serve them Momo while they're standing in the queue. And, you know, this small change that we did, this small improvisation that we did, this small, you know, kind of a intent that we showed. You know, I've always considered brands like Domino's, KFC, Subway, they are my role model brands, you know. When we started doing this, I could see them started doing this. And the entire QSR industry, I remember, which was down by almost 30+% in the month of November when demonetization happened. I think January we had a SSG of over 20%. I remember that time there was this movie called Dangal also which had released, and it just outclassed everyone, and demonetization was overcome. So it was how you convert a tough time to an opportunity and make it work for your business. And those same investors who went for a long Christmas break saw our numbers and came back and invested. So, you know, that is when I think was the first challenge I ever faced in this entire journey of entrepreneurship. As we grew further, you know, everything felt hunky-dory. OND, October, November, December of 2019-20 was the best period we ever had. You know, we got our gross margins to 71%, profitable business, growing by 60%, and comes COVID. And when COVID happened, it was a social sorrow. I mean, the entire, you know, your entire life was your laptop. Everything had stopped. Business came down by 90%. You know, you had almost 3,000 employees. How do you pay them salaries? You don't know. What about sales? You don't know. The only, you know, I would say, the only comfort factor was that this was the social sorrow, and, you know, somewhere you felt that we all will come out of this. However, it was scary. It was very scary. And I think when you have your back up against the wall, when times are tough, adversity calls for diversity. And that's when we took it up like a challenge again. We said, we've been in such situations in the past where we've had our back up against the wall. It's not in our control, but what can we do to bounce back? When your business is down by 90%, out of your 300 plus stores, almost 250 stores are shut, all malls are shut, everything is shut. What do you do? So then we decided that, from a 16 crore monthly business, we were at a 1.8 crore monthly business. We were like, if customers don't come to us, how do we get to the customer? So for us, prior to COVID, our entire delivery business was just 18%, We had never focused on delivery. We always felt that delivery was like a normal takeaway customer. But now it was time for us to get to the customer. So if customers could not come to us, how do we get to them? And it all started with the entire packaging. How do you make Momo more delivery friendly? How do you change the entire packaging? So you have a foil coating inside. You have gaps in the side for the steam to come out so that the product does not become soggy. How do you, learn growth hacking? How do you learn how to be visible in the right location in the digital space? The entire BTL became, digital. There was nothing known as, spending differently, or there was nothing known as brand activation. It was all about growth hacking in the online space. It was all about learning D2C. It was all about learning how to do delivery business. Launched products like dazzling momos at 89 rupees, 99 rupees, had a meal for one at 149, meal for two at 199. A lot of solo ordering happening, so learning to be with the trend. You open a YouTube, you'll see Wow Momo. You open a Spotify. So learned how to sell in the online space. And prior to COVID, when we were at 1 lakh orders, we actually reached 9 lakh orders in the peak of COVID. So learn the delivery business. Learned how to, embrace the reality and reinvent yourself. And as an entrepreneur, as an organization, to learn to reinvent, to learn to survive, revive, and grow is most important. Not just that, in the interim period, when we had cash flow issues, we actually started a new business line called Wow Momo Essentials, because our stores had a lot of space. They would be empty, right? However, the Swiggy Zomato riders would go and do delivery. So we said, if you want to sweat our asset better, sweat our staff better, why just sell momos? We actually, within 15 days, tied up with ITC, Procter & Gamble, HUL, and we sold everything from eggs, milk, bread, to condoms, to everything. And that took up the cash flows. It was not a very big impact on the business, but what it made the team believe was that, we are here to fight. We are here to survive. And as an entrepreneur, that's what matters. We did 0 job cuts during COVID. We did pay cuts for sure. We paid the entire month of April's salary, but we were very transparent with the team. Those who cannot come gets 50%, those who can come get 75%, but everyone had to bear the larger pain for the larger gain of the organization. We had a second brand called Wow China. Wherever a Wow Momo had extra space, we opened a Wow China inside a Wow Momo. So more throughput sales. So literally a virtual Wow China brand evolved during COVID, and today we have 120 points of sale for Wow China alone. The brand that actually got launched just before COVID today is a 15 crore monthly business. It actually got launched out of COVID, right? So one thing we realized during COVID that, there's so much more that we could do. Today it was all about D2C, so we worked on enhancing the Momo shelf life. We came up with packaged Momos. And that entire effort that we put in to take up the Momo shelf life from 2 days to 1 year without any preservatives, just with temperature control, and launch Wow Momo Instant, which has now gone on to become an FMCG vertical for us. It's available in more than 800 touch points in the last 3 months. So I think COVID for us became more of a blessing in disguise. And that year itself, in December, in 2020, we got back to the same pre-COVID number. But the proof in the pudding is when you taste the pudding. When the second wave came, we were down by 30%, 20%, and back to the same number. That made us believe that, we're not a pandemic-proof business, but we're definitely a COVID-proof business. And when the belief comes in, nothing can stop you. But then again, talking about the second wave, a very interesting story. So in COVID, it was all about work from home. But one thing that gave me a lot of belief, and I'm sure it gave all of us a lot of belief, was the second wave when it was not work from home, it was work for home. I think the second wave became a people's movement in India. I think what we saw was very interesting. So I live in Calcutta, and on the 28th of April, my co-founder his dad passed away because of COVID. My best friend's dad within an hour passed away because of COVID. Every 10 minutes I would get a call, can you arrange a hospital bed for me or not? And you would feel helpless because how much of an obligation can you take from hospitals that you know to help people? Because if you get someone else a bed, someone else does not get a bed, right? You feel guilty about it. At the same time, you want to help people whom you know. And that's when, somewhere deep down I realized that the real problem, as entrepreneurs, our job is to solve a problem. The real problem was people not getting beds, but the real problem was availability and shortage of beds. And we have a WhatsApp group of entrepreneurs in Calcutta. There's this organization called TIE Calcutta. So I'm a part of that. And I just posted that, folks, I think we should do something about the situation. I have an idea. Can we all catch up over the Zoom? At 7, I think this entire incident happened at 5 in the evening. At 7 in the evening, we all caught up. There were some 12 entrepreneurs who came together. And we said, why not make an effort to do something to be the change and make the city better? So first things first that we did is that, within the next 3 days, we said, let's tie up with all the government hospitals, private hospitals, and let's see what is stopping them from increasing beds. Is it funds? Is it infrastructure? And what we realized that, yes, it was funds for government hospital, but it was also basic infrastructure. So these 12 guys from Calcutta formed something known as Entrepreneurs of Calcutta, EOK, which got formed in 3 days, 28th of April. By 2nd of May, we never had a bank account because we were not registered. We used one of the Rotary clubs. 2nd of May, we started a crowdfunding campaign. By 12th of May, within 10 days, we had collected more than 9 crores. But more than that, we were able to install 357 ICU beds in the whole of Calcutta, in 17 hospitals. We worked with the army to get BiPAP ventilators from different parts of the country overnight. We worked with the customs to get, machines like ventilators exported from Italy, from Germany, took custom help to get faster clearance, speedier clearance, used Air India services, did whatever we could. And by the end of 21st of May, I think within those 21 days, we had 787 beds live. We had more than 1,100 BiPAP machines, more than 300 ventilators. And we had more than 5,000 people who contributed that 9 crore rupee. It became a huge crowdfunding, and everyone was not working from home. Everyone was working for home. And I think that was the change and the hope which won my heart, which just made me believe that, if your intent is there, you can make things happen. And that's what entrepreneurs are all about, As entrepreneur, your job is to make it happen. That one belief in me, by God's grace, to make a change, led more people, like-minded people, come and join hands and make a change. Apart from, arranging beds, you would get phone calls for beds, right? You would get multiple phone calls. Like, if your family has an emergency, you would call up anywhere and everywhere. Now, what would happen is that there were different WhatsApp help groups working to get beds for people, right? As we started adding on beds, there were various WhatsApp groups working to get people beds. Now, there was a lot of repetition of requests coming in. That became a big challenge. So we had IT startups. We created a dashboard so that there's no repetition. More than that, how do you know where the bed is available? We actually tied up with every ambulance driver in the city. We paid them 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees to get real-time notification on when a bed is available in which hospital. What is the current status? We did our own jugaad. But what we did do as a group of entrepreneurs was a remarkable difference. And that's what entrepreneurship is all about. And I'm sharing this story because it just shows that the right intent can get you to the right places. You have to really fight it out. You have to really be diligent. You have to be disciplined. Go out there and do whatever you can. Go out there and play it and live it. But just express yourself. So that, in future you don't have to say, ki kaash maine ye kiya hota. Maybe that evening when I was sipping my cup of tea and I heard news of people dying and not getting hospital beds, had I just been quiet about it, maybe today I would have said, Kash maine us time kuch kiya hota. But today I live with no regrets. I live with pride. So that was the second wave of COVID. And talking about the business, like I said, December 2020, we got back to pre-COVID numbers. December 21, we were up by 25%.
December 2022, we were up by 100% from last December. So literally grew by 100%, not just in terms of top line, also in bottom line, but more importantly, from 3,000 employees to now 6,000 employees. And every morning when I wake up, at my age of 34, 35, you get a very different kick that, today you are responsible for 6,000 people, your decision making is responsible for 6,000 people, and you want to take this 6,000 to 10,000 and that 10 to 20, I think, because that's the real profits, how many lives can you impact? And when I talk about 6,000 employees and each employee having 3 or 4 family members, you're impacting so many lives and job creation. I mean, this is the best time for us in India. We are not no more the future, we're the present. We are no more the decade, we're the century, and it's our time to go out there, express and deliver. So, these small incidents where I have faced challenges, and I've had several failures, several failures as an entrepreneur, and I'll be very honest, I also feel scared. I'm very anxious. I have mental health issues. I'm very vocal about mental health issues. I go through depression. I go through anxiety. I have OCD. I take therapy. I go to counselors. But today, I have embraced myself the way I am, and I've learned one thing, that it's okay not to be okay. Accept yourself the way you are. Because today, if I fake it and I am not able to be my real self in front of others, they will never know the real challenges that go in building a human life of an entrepreneur. So I've had days where, I've felt terrible. And then, I always earlier felt that I'm a leader of an organization. I have to always show that I'm strong. I can't have a tear in my eye. I have to be strong. But I forgot somewhere that I'm also human. And I have to behave human. And at times, just being yourself is the toughest thing to do. And over the last couple of years after COVID, that's what I've been trying to practice to do. So when I talk on stage, you see a lot of energy that comes out, right? But it's not that I'm always like this. When I'm working, my energy is my work. When I'm pitching to investors, my energy is pitching the right business to them. But it's about the perspective that I throw out there, that I give out there. And yes, not everything is hunky-dory, I mean, you have your good days, you have your bad days, you have your problems. Not everything is green on the other side. We all are humans, and it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to fail. What's more important is to fail and get up and keep going. So, what I strongly believe, and it's worked for me, maybe it'll work for you, that we all have good days, bad days. So when you actually have good days, you should just run, you should sprint. When you have average days, you should walk. But when you have bad days, don't stop, crawl, but keep moving. That's it, my friends. Wishing you all the very best. I'll open it up for questions. Any questions? We have 5 minutes, right?
We can take one question. Wait, just one. We'll have a microphone.
That's my man there.
Sir.
Nagesh sir, yeah.
Business is great. You're a great businessman. My question to you is, how is it that you're able to create a purpose which is larger than life, larger than you, and larger than Waumomo? Because your purpose is always inclusive. I mean, I've heard about your story where you dream you want to create so many hospitals and things like that. Entrepreneurs are not able to think even their business. Okay, at the most they'll think about the society and immediately, but you create such large purposes. How does one entrepreneur create an inclusive purpose which is larger than life and likely not achievable during the lifetime?
Good question, Nagesh. I mean, you know me well, so you could ask me that question. But I think very early in college, when I had my first anxiety attack, I realized the value of pain. And I felt that, if I've gone through a pain, I don't want anyone else to go through a pain. So how can I make this entire world pain-free or painless? So even although I'm in the food business, when I would go and buy chicken and I would see the chicken being cut, it would also give me pain. But then I had to also realize that, that is also a job or an occupation for someone. And I had a lot of challenges. I had a lot of difficulties in accepting what I'm doing, but overall, the larger picture for me was how can I make a difference? And I remember when I had just 2 stores and one of my staff's father had cancer and we could not save him, and then one of my staff's son had blood cancer and we could save him. I realized what effort and, the power of money could do, because in our country, in today's day and age, if someone dies because of paucity of funds, it's the biggest shame that we have, right? And yet you have people who cannot afford the right kind of treatment. And that's when I took up a goal on myself that, by the time I'm 50, I will open 5 cancer hospitals. And then one of my investors said, why 5, Sagar? If you say 5, you'll achieve 5. If you say 50, you'll achieve 50. So today my goal is that, by the time I'm 50, I'm going to have 50 cancer hospitals. I'm going to contribute 1 rupee of every plate towards that cause. And I know I'm going to get there. So not me, we will create that cancer hospital. But more than that, what next after 50? So, you have to plan big. Like I said, you have to think big to grow big. After 50, I definitely want to get into politics. I'm like, हमारे देश में अगर एक चाय वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है, तो एक मोमो वाला प्रधानमंत्री क्यों नहीं बन सकता? Whether I will become or not become, I don't know. But I'll definitely give it a shot. Because कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. I'll give it a shot. I mean, today if young people like us don't come forward and think about the larger big picture of the country, and if you only keep complaining, when will we see the change? Let's try. Hope so. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nagesh sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sagar Daryani. A warm round of applause. Please do stay back on stage. As I request Mr. Biju Kurian, Chairman of Retailers Association of India, to kindly present Mr. Sagar Daryani a token of appreciation and gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. Thank you, Mr. Kurian. Sagar, just a moment. I think your phone is here. See, your life path. 21 years you learnt. Then from 21 to 50, you earned. And from 50 onwards, 50 cancer hospitals you returned to society. It follows the life path of someone whom we all really look up to. Mr. B.S. Nagesh, he says 25 years of learning, 25 years of earning, 25 years of returning. So I think we are all on the right path if we can just follow Mr. Nagesh's philosophy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, big hand to Sagar Daryani. As I now move directly into our next panel discussion, scaling a retail startup with Shark Investment, strategies for leveraging investment to grow their businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Director Junior Kupanna, our moderator, Balachandar R. He is Chief Executive Officer, Prakash Retail Private Limited. A warm welcome to Ashok Kumar. He is Director Basics, Hash Pro Clothing Private Limited. Please make some noise for Suhail Sattar. He is Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Tango Eye. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise a cheer for Surinder Gaundar. He is founding team member and CMO. Wicked good. Please welcome Monish Devnath. And to take us to this panel discussions, it's over to Mr. Balachandar R.
Thank you for that introduction. So post-lunch, energized with Sagar? Yes? Yes. So we have an interesting panel now, a topic that's very close to all of us, our hearts. Most of us are retailers here, but I just want a quick exercise. How many of you are in physical retail, offline retail? Can you put up your hands, please? Okay, that's quite a number of you. So many times we get asked this question, right? Valuations online में इतना है, हमको क्यों नहीं valuations मिल रहा है? Okay, that's a oft asked question in this kind of conferences. We also understand by now that there are two parallel universes existing. One, an online universe where the metrics and the valuations are very different. Another, an offline universe where the metrics and valuations that are tracked are very different, right? In this situation, what happens to somebody who wants to start up in retail? Should he follow an online path or should he take an offline path is something that we are going to talk about today, right? We have eminent panelists. They'll quickly introduce themselves as well and tell a little bit about their business and their product, and then we'll get to the questions. Myself, I am a retailer for the last 24 years. Right now, I am part of a chain which is 50 restaurants in Tamil Nadu called Junior Kupana, and I'm also involved in the startup space in a small way, investing into startups in retail tech as well. So, over to you.
Thanks, Bala. Inherently, the brand that we have created is called Wicked Good. We make tasty food healthy, which otherwise is unheard of. I think in India, the culture we belong to, food is a very, very important part, and tasty food is even more important. So when we actually sat down, when we tried to kind of find the fact that what are the indulgent food which we can eat guilt-free, we realized that there were very few options. So we started Wicked Good in May 2021. Okay, it's a mix and a concoction of wicked taste and good ingredients, which is basically indulgent food with a lot of nourishment value. We make healthy pastas and noodles. Yes.
Thanks. Yes. Over to you, Suren.
Hi, I'm Suren. I run a company called Tango Eye. We use AI and computer vision to analyze customer journeys and shopping patterns in offline retail, essentially doing what Google Analytics does on online retail for the offline world. We are in over 3,000 stores, 30 plus brands today.
Thanks, Suren.
Hi, I'm Suhail. My name is Suhail. I have a men's clothing brand called Basics. We're largely offline. We have 130 retail stores and over 1,500 offline points of sale.
Good afternoon. I'm Ashok from Prakash Retail Udupi. We have 16 CDIT and home appliances stores, with an average store size of 20,000 square feet spread across 11 cities with around 650 associates working for the organization. Basically started in the year 1987 we have 5 brothers started this operation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a good mix, as you see, of 2 retailers who have never raised money because they never wanted private money, right? And we have a startup who's now raising money, and we have somebody in D2C space who's actually started up raising money before even he had a product, he had money in the bank, right? So that's what we want to discuss about. How's your journey been, right? You told me about your background and you wanted to get into a product which is niche, and you told me that before even you had the product out or even talk about product market fit, you had money from investors, right? So what made you take investments so early, and what was your journey, and what's the learning that we all should take away from?
I think every story begins with some crisis, right? And so for us, we 3 of us, we kind of came from corporate backgrounds. All 3 of us, Bhumandani, Somalia and I, we came from consulting, strat backgrounds, and we wanted to start something which was actually solving a bigger problem in the market, right? And like I said earlier also, right, food inherently in India or anywhere else, at least not the evolved markets, is consumed purely for taste, right? So we wanted to kind of build that narrative as to healthy food doesn't have to be lower on the taste quotient. Healthy food could also be tasty and indulgent. And that's the premise on which we started. Okay, obviously when the narrative is that wide and that broad, we never had the ambition of becoming a niche for a limited few brand. We wanted to go ahead and unjunk India and the world one kitchen at a time. That's the mission statement of the brand, right? Obviously from day one, Titan Capital was very kind, and they were the first ones to kind of show interest in us, and we raised a pre-seed with them. They believed in us. I think when you go even before you have a narrative built, okay, it's the equity of the individuals and the people who are trying to bring about or build that. Once you build that, they invest on you, and then you prove the investments were right by building the right narrative for the market, right? So that's been the journey. Learnings, I think the journey of a startup is a journey of completely like a chain reaction, right? So fail quick and fail fast. So that's something which we have learned. It's going to be 2 years in May, and it's been a hell lot of learning. So yeah, that's something which anybody who wants to do a startup, okay, immediately should do it, because this is the best conducive time in the country and the culture with the mindset of the people to do something which is not the mass but for the class.
So how long it's been for you in business?
We're going to finish 2 years in May.
And you've been completely D2C, and there's some reason why you didn't want to do physical retail first?
See, at the end of the day, yes, we are 100% D2C. Okay, we always wanted to do offline, but offline was the volume game, right? We wanted to create that value first, okay, where we clearly established what our credentials were, what we stood for, what is the narrative all about, okay? And obviously, we're not a mass brand, right? Our products are kind of 3x more premium than the regular noodles and the regular pastas, right? So we are a mass premium brand. We wanted to kind of imbibe the market about it, okay? So to build, like, speaking very purely marketing, right? We wanted to build that aspiration before we went heartland or before we went mass. So that was the inherent thing, and the functional thing is offline is a lot of gas. We did not have that kind of gas pumping capabilities in the beginning of the journey.
And now the in thing now is sustainability, profitability. So how far are you away from that since you've been in a D2C? Is the road towards offline is also more a search towards profitability?
Yes, road towards offline, or probably offline as a road, is closer to profitability. Okay, but obviously the mix is going to be very, very heterogeneous, right? Gone are the days where you could say offline is going to be my 50% contributor or 80% contributor. Today, every month is a new dynamic. But obviously, nobody can disregard the value and the strength of offline, because that's where real brands get built. Okay, just before the panel, we were discussing as to how offline is a great awareness tool, right? So it's not only just sales, it's also the awareness that you need to build. And today, the funnel, if you talk about the funnel, it has just flipped over, right? People enter from advocacy phase, people enter straight into purchase, then the enunciation happens. Awareness is not necessarily the first thing that happens in the conventional journey, right? For now, it's all walked, right? So, yep.
Thanks, Monish. I'll come back to you. Suhail sir, the next question is for you. So it sometimes puzzles all of us. We had today the largest audience for Piyush Bansal. Lenskart, everyone knows, raised money, then came into offline, and significant money is because they got online valuations. All the retailers online seem to be following that, whether it's Carrot Lane or Lenskart or otherwise, right? We had a panelist who had to come from Snitch, who's in your category, apparels, right? So Snitches again raised money, done some crazy valuations, which probably an offline retailer like you are also aspiring to get. Where do you see yourself as an offline retailer in this game? Are you thinking that, hey, this is a bus I could have taken, but I didn't choose to take? And if that is the case, then what should we all be as offline retailers be doing for that?
So I'm going to give you my perspective completely from the way I see the world. First of all, see, we're all building businesses for our consumers. And whether you're a Snitch or whether you're Basics or whether you're, Wicked Good, we're building businesses for our consumers, and my consumer is happy with my business. So first of all, we build the business for my consumer, right? Second is that we don't know what the end game is. I don't know what the end game is, right? And the world I've come from, we had to balance a consumer, we had to balance a P&L and a balance sheet, we had to balance employee, we had to balance everything at the same time. A lot of these businesses today that are being built are doing one thing at a time. They're first acquiring consumers, or they're first acquiring tech, and then they're acquiring consumers, then they're looking for volume, then they're looking for profitability. We've not had that luxury. And I don't know whether, for me, the jury is still out. Whether 10 years from now, these will be tomorrow's mass brands, honestly, right? Whether they can be tomorrow's mass brands, because that's
but Lenskart is a reality today. Flipkart is a reality today.
Yeah, but then the jury is not out, is what I believe.
But still, so many consumers are buying Lenskart.
I know. Just because the consumer is buying it,
so jury is out.
No, I don't think so. No, for the founder, for See, I'm building a balance sheet business. I'm building it for us as a business. And I don't know whether I'll still run that business 20 years from now, 15 years from now. So the way we've built the businesses, we've created value for the founding family. We've created value for us. Like I said, everybody is meeting a consumer. Everybody is building businesses for consumers. But I don't know whether the model will sustain itself in the coming years. And when I say model, I mean completely funded, loss-making for several years. I'm not talking about online or offline. I don't think those are options anymore. I think all of us have to be online, offline, because you have to be where the consumer is. But I don't know how long a business that is not making profit can sustain itself. That's where I come from, right? And that's just my instinct and the way I've run my business for 35 years.
So are you saying that the only reason it's not because of capability, why you are staying away from online is CAC, customer acquisition
I'm not
cost?
saying, yeah, because I have other ways to find a consumer. Today we've built an offline penetration, and if somebody wants to build what we've built over 30 years, we want to build it in 3 or 5 years, you have to make some sacrifices, right? So if you want to acquire millions of consumers in 4 years, 5 years, what other brands have taken 30 years to build, there obviously is a price you have to pay. And when you're paying that heavy a price, it's a risk. That's what I believe, right? Luckily for me, I don't have those risks staring me in the face. A lot of young entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs, have to take those risks. So, yeah.
But where's your online journey at Basics?
We have an online journey. We tick all the boxes. We work with all the online players. But we're clearly focused on ensuring that all channels are profitable, right? Yeah, all channels are profitable because I don't have a need to build a business to reach a consumer at any cost, at all costs. I don't have a need. And that's just where I come from.
Thanks. Fair point. I'll move on to Suren now. Suren heads a retail tech startup, and he's been part of last 6 months, has gone through the journey of fundraise. Suren, for an entrepreneur, whether be it a tech entrepreneur or a retail entrepreneur, the process of the whole funding, right, when you raise money from angels or seed or VCs, is an alien process. If you can take us through, since you're fresh from that experience of getting a term sheet, if you can take us through your experience and share with us something.
Sure, Bala. So I think we just heard a couple of two extremes, right? Someone who got funded even before the business was incorporated, or someone who's never looked at external funding. I'd say we were kind of in the middle. So this is our actually our third round that we're doing. But as a deep tech startup, it was there was a heavy investment early on, where we spent about 2 years to build out the tech, build out the underlying fundamentals that were required, identify market fit, and we went through that exercise bootstrap, right? So that's an exercise that very few investors will actually put their money on and let you do that on their dime, right? So we did that exercise on our dime. We went through that. We built the MVP, the first set of customers. We had the product validation. And once we were there, and that's typically when a lot of startups will start looking at external funding, and that's kind of what we did. We were out in the market when we had, I think, 2 to 3 customers and about 20 odd stores that were installed, and we knew the product was working. We could scale it. We had visibility into scaling it to at least 1,000 stores. That was our first approach, and I think we were very early on, got connected to a few investors and went through that process. Their selection process is also just as important. There's a typical assumption that the person giving the money is the boss, but it doesn't necessarily work that way. And actually, credit to Piyush, because Lenskart is an investor in us, and he was always sort of very keen on emphasizing that the investor is not just an investor but a partner, right? And I think you find a right partner to journey along with you, and then the next rounds become that much easier, and then it becomes about scale and hitting those KPIs.
What is the one thing that you got right when you went out to raise funding? What was the critical message that you?
I think hitting the benchmarks, right? So a lot of the process of when you raise funds doesn't actually happen when you raise funds. It's almost like preparing for an exam, right? You can't prepare the night before, or you can't mug up the day before. You have to hit a certain metrics over years, and all of the hard work that goes into it end up paying for it at some point, right? Because we all read an article that says, some company, Lenskart, for example, or Carrot Lane, for example, raised X amount of capital, but we're clueless as to what went into it for years in bringing that to that particular stage, right? So there's a lot of background work, so that exam prep is quite tedious. And that can have anything to do with ARR, MRR, number of customers, number of users, amount of data, market size. So I think checking all of those boxes well before you go to a discussion table for funding, that's how you should look at funding.
Great. So in case anyone's looking to raise funding, the preparation is more important than going out for funding. So now talking about funding is the next interesting person. I'll bring Ashok ji in. Ashok sir, you just told me that you never want to raise funding, right? Because he's at a size where he can fund other retail startups. Your thoughts on, you've led this business across 2 decades, you've used bank funding, self-funding, and currently your company itself is generating enough cash to fund your future growth. So in this, where do you see private capital, and should any entrepreneur in your situation even bother at looking at that option, or should just pass? What's your thought, sir?
Yeah, it is the entrepreneur's thought actually. It is the outpost of the organization or the entrepreneur. So you can go both the ways. If you have a good idea which can grow faster and for which fund is the problem, go that way. We are all, I can say, more conservatives. We want to have a business in our way. See, the issue is here, for me, I am seeing only the customer. If I go the funding route, I need to see 2 personas. One is the customer and the investor. So my job becomes tougher. We might have gone the easier way. We thought we will do a business. Say business is as Mr. Simon Sinek says, it is an infinite game. Always you keep playing, whether winning or losing. Sometimes you win, sometimes others win. So it's a game, continuous game. So we believe in the keep your journey on. We feel for our speed of growth, the internal accrual or profit flowing back with some bank support is sufficient for our speed. If I want to go faster, I might need more funds. Then I need to build some other capabilities to manage the funding or investors. Today I don't have that capability. I feel for me this is sufficient. I'm going that way. So we are comfortable. We feel both the ways are right. We will not say this way or that way. Both the ways are right. It is the person or the entrepreneurs to decide which way he need to go. That is my take.
Thank you, Ashok sir, words of wisdom. There are 2 parallel universes, but there's somebody trying to connect also these 2 parallel universes. So, Suhail sir, I'll bring you in. There's a lot of thought here. One of the disruption happening in retail industry is now access to capital. And we know the kind of acquisitions and private equity action happening in the last decade in retail itself, right? You have said no to a lot of term sheets in the last decade journey with Basics. What's your thought on when a self-grown entrepreneur or an organization or a brand should look at private equity? And looking at larger players, corporates and MNCs coming into your space in apparel, pertaining to your objective category, where do you see yourself till which point of time you feel you would like to run the race, and at some point of time would you need a partner?
See, I think the economy is opening up now, business is becoming bigger, there's capacity to grow business in India now, so I think the times have changed. So I'm not saying that we'll say no to capital, but there's going to have to be a mindset change the moment we take capital in, because we'll have to, one, be ready to separate ownership from management. Right? And then it won't be your own business. So if that mindset doesn't exist, then I think it's not responsible for us to take capital. So I think we're probably in that mindset now, where we're willing to bring in people and share ownership. See, I think the moment you bring in money, money has a responsibility by itself, right? Whether it's your money, whether it's somebody else's money, money needs to make money. So for us as entrepreneurs, when I say us, I mean my brother and me, today we're probably at the phase where we finally realize that now is the time for us to bring in capital, share ownership, share the burden, share responsibility and grow the business. Maybe 10 years back we were not ready, and I'm glad that when we were not ready, we didn't take the money, because then there's bound to be conflict, right? So when you're ready, you take the money and then you do the dance. But you have to be ready for it in your mind, as entrepreneurs. You can't take somebody else's money, treat it as your own, and not treat him as an owner. I think that's a no-no. So I think we're ready now, right? And as and when there's a demand, and as and when we feel that we can take the money, we will. And we will grow the business, we'll share ownership and share responsibility.
So something to you, both of you, large established retailers, 500 crores plus, and I'm sure there are many of you here as well. Why haven't you guys invested in retail startups?
We have not started till now, but I think that is better to start. We need to work on that. We are open for that. At least.
So all the retail startups here, you know whom
time
to
we
chase
need
now.
to start that actually. We should work on that. We'll work on that.
Suhail sir?
I'm already invested, Bala. I've already invested. I'm very excited with young entrepreneurs who are willing to upend the world. It's probably, it's time for people like us who have the money to back younger people like him, right? And say, go the distance. Because it's a brand new language, right? And if you don't understand it, then the best way to do it is to bet on a house, right? So I'm already on that journey, and I'm well into the journey. I'm very excited.
So one is getting the check ready, other already has the check, so you can catch up with them after the...
So the check will be mine, the signature will be his.
Yeah, so coming from the side of legacy to people who are trying to build the legacy, right? I mean, see, they have their own constraints as they've built larger businesses, and trying to course correct is sometimes legacy also can be a problem. You are here starting your own legacy, and you're redefining rules of retail, whether it's customer acquisition, whether it's the metrics that you're tracking. Can you take us through your journey on the metrics that you're tracking and what actually is mattering to the investor? Does the investor even ask you how much loss you're making or how much cash you're burning, or it's just the customer acquisition and all that? Run us through that, please.
Sure. I think there's a very important point that was made, right? Money, whenever money changes hands, it also changes owners, right? So there is never going to be a time when anybody on this planet is going to say, this is the money that I have and it's not my own, right? So when there is money in the bank or in your account and you are liable to do a certain thing with that money, the neck on the line is yours, right? So nothing has really changed, right? We are still, what we are trying to build is only for the consumer. The consumer out there is the actual king, right? So we might have a different approach in how we are building that relationship with that person out there, right? Some things work better. Nobody is early, nobody is late, right? It's a different way of approaching it. How they have built the brand over years, okay, is commendable. When we look back at that, we're like, wow, that's tremendously difficult. And probably vice versa, when they see how are we tracking the CAC versus LTV and all those jargons, right? At the end of the day, I think it's just a simple linear process. Are you making something where there is a need gap, okay? Is your product or service a good fulfillment to that need gap, right? That's the core question. As long as you have that clarity of thought, I think what matters the most is focus, okay? Yes, investors will always ask you not about the top line, but they will ask you about cash burn, right? That's the world, right? Because top line is just probably 20% of the game. 80% is the process, how you're doing it, what you're doing it, when you're doing it, what's the kind of metric that you're tracking. Today, behaviors are changing, right? Fathers are evaluating baby products, okay, and mothers are evaluating tech products. So as a culture, I think there's a dynamic shift, right? And there is no way where we won't need offline behavior understanding. You can't sit in front of a laptop, you can't sit in front of an AI device and run the world. You actually have to hit the market, whether you do online business or offline business. You have to understand the audience, right? And there is no other way to understand the audience other than talking to them, communicating with them, right? So that's the overall game. Yes, when we begin, I think gone are the days where you began saying that, okay, I'm going to build a legacy brand. I think the word today is not legacy, the word today is relevant, right? Are you building a relevant brand, right? Because at the end of the day, I think most of the D2C brands are trying to solve a specific problem which has been unaddressed for a long period of time, right? So the simple philosophy is provoke and convince. And majority of the money and the funds are getting spent in provoking them, saying that this is what you're missing, or this is something which you're not mindful of. And then convincing happens with your product and the service that you're offering.
Thanks Manish. Suren, I'll bring you in. This time my question to you is not more as a startup entrepreneur, but as somebody who's providing a tech solution to retailers, right? Your basket of customers that you're working with are both legacy brands and these so-called new age brands which are trying to come into retail. What is the DNA difference that you see?
Yeah, Bala, that's actually a great question, because we've seen this and I've seen this trend, and I've tried to think about this internally as well, right? So we work with a basket of brands, so legacy and new age brands. Coincidentally, one of our first customers was a legacy brand. In fact, he's here today, and it's been that way. It's been a mix, right? So it's been legacy brands as well as new age brands. I think there are, whether it's a next generation in legacy brands looking at tech, or new age brands looking at tech first approaches. I think it's just about finding that right DNA mix, and when they have that right DNA mix, they're able to look at all the options, evaluate all the options. But I do think it's a myth that legacy brands are not looking at tech and various technology products, right? So that's definitely changing, and it's just about finding the right approach.
But in terms of the promoters and the entrepreneurs driving these both sides, right? What is something that you see as a DNA difference which you feel the new age guys are able to scale up so better, apart from just the funding, right? Maybe the decision making is faster, or
I think
the teams are configured differently.
Yeah, I think the funding is actually the only significant piece, right? Because like Suhail said also, when you have funding, you have a lot more pressure, and things need to happen faster. Decisions need to be made faster. Whether faster is better, we don't know, but things move faster, at least from a adoption perspective, whether it's new technology or even opening a new store. So I think fuel helps fuel things faster, but still I think the thought process stays the same. You know, it's about a thought-out approach, maybe something that takes a little bit more time in a traditional business versus a funded new age brand that has a lot more fuel to take quicker, faster decisions. That's the only difference. But I think end of the day, there's willingness to pay, willingness to adopt across the board, whether it's new age or existing brands.
So I think we've had a fair round of questions, and the takeaway here for you guys who are looking at starting up in the retail space is also that prepare for a new rule of world order, and prepare if you are raising funding. So that's also a process. Then post funding, the dynamics are very different. How you manage not just consumers, but also how you manage investors is an art. So that's something that you can learn from people who have raised money here. And obviously there is, it all boils down to the consumer, right? Why are we doing this? Whom are we doing this for? So probably this session would have given you some insights or thought into how you need to build your business and how you need to scale up if you are a retail startup. We'll now open for questions, and I am very tempted now at this point of time to request another retail giant here sitting, Mr. Biju Kurian sir. Biju sir, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, for the benefit of the audience. I always like to call upon Mr. Biju sir for this kind of sessions because he's straddled two universes, both of an entrepreneur in retail and also entrepreneur professional in retail, and also is now an investor formerly with El Catterton and now with Premji Invest. So your thoughts on retailers or young entrepreneurs wanting to venture out into retail, and how the new world is now, and if they are looking at investments, especially shark investments to kind of grow, what would be your advice, sir? Over to you. Sir, please. So you can. No. You can use this.
Check. No, I think all the sharks are sitting here on the stage, so there's no point in calling me a shark. But I think the most important thing, as everybody said, was about being able to create a partnership in retail and funding, and that's where I see it. Unless the retailer or the prospective startup is addressing a genuine problem that the customer is experiencing and is able to do that smarter than anybody else, there is no hope for that startup. Because if you're doing what somebody else is doing and you're hoping that because you're spending more money to do that, that you will be successful, chances are that there will be somebody else who will come in and they will spend even more money than what you've done. And it will then end up being like the battle between the two pure play e-commerce giants, Flipkart, Walmart, and Amazon. And in reality, at the end of the day, both are losing money, but both have enough capital available with them to be able to lose money. And courtesy both of them, there's no other pure play retailer who actually has been able to survive. Everybody else has actually collapsed along the wayside. So that's one thing. So unless you do something which is very unique, very different, chances of you being able to succeed are tough. If you are trying to do it as the second person in the industry, remember also that you've got to get somebody else to be able to help you to do that. Because if you're the first person, then most people will say, hey, this is unique, different, why don't I do it? But if you're the second person, then make sure that you've got with you either VCs, PEs, or whatever capital you can get that capital which will stay with you, because you should expect a bruising battle ahead, where you will, do something, your competitor will do something, you lose some money, and in that whole process, somebody should be able to hang around with you while you keep losing and establishing market. So that's the second thing. The third thing is that at the end of the day, when you see all of it, there are three key players who are there. One is the consumer. So unless you are able to solve a problem, consumer won't come to you. That's one. Second is you yourself, because you're looking for capital to be able to invest, to get capital invested in your business, which will help you to grow and hopefully become richer. And that's the other part which you're looking at. So what's your valuation? How do you actually build a business which can go from one valuation round to another valuation round? And it might be 10 years before you can exit. It might be you'd never want to exit. So whether you want to build a business for perpetuity, whether you're building a business for valuation, all that is the second, but that's you as the entrepreneur. The third is the person who's funding. And when the person is funding, they're not going to be sitting around saying that I will be with you during a lifetime. They will all say, I'll come in at point A, I'll leave at point B. They define what the duration of point A to point B will be. Each one of them has got a different horizon in terms of how much time they will be able to spend. But at the end of the day, when they exit at point B, they're hoping that they're getting a reasonable return on whatever money they have put in. So you have to also keep them, happy. And the challenge always, it's much easier said, but the challenge always is to optimize between these three seemingly congruent requirements, but on the other hand, sometimes be at odds with each other. So somebody wants you to grow quite fast. Because you're having to grow quite fast, you're doing silly things sometimes. Because you're doing silly things, you're burning more cash. Because you're burning more cash, you're diluting more equity. Because you're diluting more equity, you have to get new people to fund you. And sometimes you discover that your cap table is so big and you're a 5% shareholder in that company. And then you say, who am I working for? Am I working for the rest of these investors, or am I working for myself? So, you have to be careful in the way you pace out at which stage do you want to take money in, and which is why some of these people have decided that they don't want to take money, which is a very sensible decision. Because if you are running a business making money, then what's the big deal in actually borrowing money from somebody else to be able to say that I'm valued at so much? You don't require money. So so even the stage at which you want to be able to take money, how much money do you want to actually take? Because all these come come back to bite you later. So if you say that, I've actually I've got invested in me 200 crores to achieve a revenue of 300 crores and to be able to get a cumulative loss of 120 crores, that's one calculation. And if you say that for the same revenue, I actually took less money, which is you are more capital efficient and you lost a lot less, it actually helps you because at each stage you are parting with equity, and that parting with equity is a very expensive, gift which you will give to your investors if you do it very early and if you do a large parting of equity. So, you have to think about all of these aspects when you actually decide starting, what problem am I solving? Am I different? Have I got enough moats built around my differentiation? When do I actually go to the market to, get money? How do I grow? What is the kind of finance that I will use to grow? And then thirdly, if I get somebody on, it's like the riding on the back of a tiger. You've got to figure out when do you have to get that person off your table. And that depends on what exactly you do and what that person's aspiration is. So alignment in terms of aspirations, complicated, but it's a journey worth taking. Some have done it very well. Many have, lost their shirts in the process of doing that. So you got to be figuring out how to be able to do it exactly. There's no right formula, but what is best for you is what you have to do.
Thank you so much, sir. A huge round of applause for Mr. Biju Kurian. Sir, I think you gave a mini master class on whether to raise funding or not in retail space. Now we'll open it up to the audience. Any questions? You can put up your hands. Yes, can we have a mic over to this lady, please?
Hi. No problem. So yeah, it's very interesting to hear about funding and not funding. And
can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Prerna, and I'm an architect by profession, and I run this design company wherein we undertake retail clients, as in we design their stores and also execution. And also, I wear a second hat, wherein my husband runs this business by the name of Mohanlal Sons, and we have outlets like for menswear. So I was, of course, like both the businesses doing fine, and we have enough takeaway money home, thinking of it that way. But also there's some sort of FOMO that comes in, I believe, when you hear 100,000 stores and 2,000 stores and, the kind of turnovers. And I don't know, like, it's very, very confusing. So what should we do? Should we actually, I mean, there's so many giants sitting here and sailing in the boat. So how is it like, one should absorb funds if it's a profitable company and you're earning enough, and obviously you're not answerable to anyone. But then there's obviously this want where you want to do more.
Suhail sir, you want to take that question?
How can you ask me to speak after Biju spoke, Bala? A tough act to follow, no? It's like, So, see, for me, it's very simple. Money has to make money. Whether it's your money or somebody else's money, right? It's a responsibility. So the moment you take somebody's money, the meter's ticking. I'm an entrepreneur, I have access to bank funds. I can get money at 10%. You go to an investor, he wants a 25% IRR, 28% IRR. So I'd rather give my money to somebody else and ask him to make 25% to me than take somebody's money. Let somebody else carry that weight. It's very tough ask, and you have to be completely unique. Your idea has to be great. You have to solve a real problem. You can't be the fourth player or the eighth player in an industry like Biju said. There's not a chance in the world you're going to make it, and like he said, you'll just keep, it's a battle of bruises and finally you'll die, right? And I don't know why you want to do it. Because you're not going to be, I don't think you're going to be successful. The chances of being successful when you're 8th in line or 10th in line is probably 1%, and it's called a miracle. Then, you go sit in the mosque and pray, or you sit in the temple and pray saying, God, make some money for me. I don't think it's possible. So, for you and me in business, It's the same conundrum that they have as well, young entrepreneurs. They probably don't have the luxury of time. So I think we grew up in a great time, when you could build the business slowly, there's not a lot of competition. I don't know whether I'll start a new business today in 8th in position or 10th. I don't know whether I'll start a new product brand or I don't know whether there are any new segments left, right? And if they are, then they're extremely difficult to find. And once you find it, then you'll probably make it, but it's very difficult, So why would you take somebody else's money? I think, it's a very, very dangerous thing to do.
We have a lot of family-run businesses and promoter-driven businesses here. See, there is... Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So we have a lot of family-driven businesses here. If you can put up your hands who are all promoter-driven, represent promoter-driven family-run businesses. Yeah, it's at least 20% of them. There are also instances of large family-run, promoter-run businesses where the next generation has gone on to do something new. A favorite example of mine, one of the largest jewelry retailers in South is Jaipur Gems. His son went on to start a small online store, which is now called Carrot Lane, right? So you don't have to miss out on both the worlds. You can obviously straddle it also, is something that we have learned from Mithun. One more question, please. Okay, I think if we are through, then we'll... Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think you can put your hands together
so
for Balachandar R and the entire panel for keeping us so very engaged and alert right through. We've had a really informative session. And I'll request Mr. Balachandar R to kindly present mementos to the panelists. To Mr. Ashok Kumar. To Mr. Surinder Gaundar. To Mr. Suhail Sattar. To Mr. Monish Debnath. And I shall request Mr. B.A. Srinivasan, Joint Managing Director, Vivex, to kindly present this memento to our moderator, Mr. Balachandar R. We'll have a nice group photograph with all of you on stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the next dose of action, this spectacle case still has to claim an owner. So, if the person here is looking for a lost spectacle case, it's with me right here. If it's not claimed by today, it'll be sent to the RAI office and you can claim it there. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had India's Retail Champion Awards 2023. One of our award winners was not present yesterday, but she is here today, and I'll request Dr. Hitesh Bhatt, Director, Marketing and Communication, Retailers Association of India, and Editorial Director, Storai, to kindly make this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, India's Retail Champion Awards 2023. In the apparel and lifestyle category, the winner is Lakshita Fashions Private Limited. Congratulations to Lakshita Fashions Private Limited. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Dr. Bhatt, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a quick presentation by ONDC. And making the presentation, we have Lead State Engagement under Network Expansion Team, ONDC. Please welcome Divya Sharma Godha. Divya Sharma Godha from ONDC to make this presentation. Divya Sharma Godha. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, reminding you once again to keep posting your pictures on various social media platforms. Also, Retail Leadership Summit is live on YouTube. So you could not only enjoy Retail Leadership Summit here, your friends and family can do it, your organizational colleagues can do it. You can get back on YouTube and replay special sessions that are of your interest for yourself and your team members. So keep all the value added additions in mind. And ladies and gentlemen, remember this email ID, info@rei.net.in, because on this email ID, all of you who are budding writers can write a 2-page article about your experiences here at Retail Leadership Summit. And the 2 best articles will be published in Storai in their special Retail Leadership Summit issue. So those of you who'd love to write, and I'm sure there are many of you who are creative and talented writers, please write about your experiences at Retail Leadership Summit and send in as soon as possible a 2-pager to info@rei.net.in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege of a lady to keep all of us waiting, and Divya has exercised the privilege. Over to you, Divya.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I guess I get the pleasure of the after-lunch session, so I'm going to try my best to keep you engaged. I'm a part of ONDC team. I lead the state initiatives as a part of network expansion at Open Network for Digital Commerce. So just a show of hands, how many of you have heard about ONDC? That's actually quite a good number. So ONDC basically stands for Open Network for Digital Commerce. It's an initiative which was started back in COVID under the aegis of Ministry of Commerce and Industries. We were incubated for quite some time at Quality Council of India. And we are now a Section 8 company. It's an NPO. And it's only been one and a half years since our journey has taken forward. But we have made significant progress. But before I move forward, I would like to walk you through as to how we came into the idea of ONDC. So ONDC's goal is to dramatically step change e-commerce penetration in India. As most of us are already aware that there is a significant part of retail sector which is not digitally enabled in India. Our penetration, e-retail penetration remains at a very low percentage of 4.3%, and it is much lower than our counterparts in China, South Korea, and the UK. And there's a very limited share of smaller rural towns which are not transacting, not even hearing about e-commerce at that level. So our goal at ONDC is to increase the GMV of digital transactions, expanding the coverage of retailers across digital commerce, try to get them used to digital commerce more, and expand the full share of Indians using e-commerce to buy online. We are also trying to amplify the geographical coverage that exists in the state for e-commerce. And ONDC is basically designed to solve these key factors across the value chain, which are holding back the participation from retailers across the nation. So we have basic challenges which we solve. That is limited choices for seller to come online. We have inability for retailers and merchants to set their own terms and conditions. They are bound by the terms and conditions of the e-commerce platforms which are present today as an option to them. And discoverability is also an issue for buyer as well as for sellers. So as buyers, we struggle to find the right sellers for us, for right products for us, and as sellers, they also struggle to reach out to you without having to pay heavy margins or without having to get the headache of stitching to the entire value chain by themselves. And lastly, if it's not unviable, it's not impossible, but it's unviable for a small seller today to get onto the e-commerce value chain. So we do this by two design principles that we have, which is unbundling and interoperability. So the unbundling part is very important. This is what we figured, that there's a complete value chain that we have. The best way to go about it is to unbundle it. So allow everybody present here as well to do what you do best in terms of stitching the value chain. So let's say if you do digital cataloging, that is your strong suit, you do that and you offer that as a service to all the retailers, all the sellers, all other seller applications. And the second principle is interoperability. Interoperability will basically allow you to transact between different platforms, whether you're a buyer or a seller, whether you're in retail, you're in any other domain, you're a logistics player, any. There are a lot of opportunities to be available on ONDC for everyone. So I'm just going to take an example here. None of us are actually thinking about it, but we have been used to interoperability for quite some time. So back in the 80s when the email was just introduced, none of us today think that if you are on Gmail and you are on, let's say, Yahoo or any other platform, Hotmail or whichever, you are able to send your emails without thinking, right? We don't think that, oh my God, they are on different platform, they will not be able to receive my mail. Similarly, on e-commerce, we are going to build an open protocol. We have built an open protocol for digital commerce, which will allow buyer on any buyer platform to be able to buy from any seller on any seller application. So we are moving from platform-centric models to open network models. This is an open interoperable Made in India specifications. We are quite proud of that. This is another population scale initiative that we are taking a dig at. And it is inspired by Beacon Protocol. You can also visit our website. It is ondc.org to find out more about it. So getting to the problem statement again. So today what happens is there are buyers on one platform, right? And they cannot interact with the sellers on another platform. And everyone has to register on multiple platforms to be a part of this e-commerce world that we are in right now, right? So, and even the platform, from the platform's perspective, they have to do everything together, right? So they have to ensure that there is search, build cart, payment gateways, which they have. They also have to ensure that there's catalog management, order fulfillment, returns and cancellations. And they also have to ensure that either they have an in-house capability of logistics or they have to partner up with someone who can do the last mile delivery for them. And similarly, the story goes on for multiple platforms. Now, what you will have to do is only build the components best suited for your strengths, and ONDC will connect you to the other parties who will complete the e-commerce value chain for you. So as you can see before, there were all proprietary protocols through which they were connected. You had no insight into it, you have no say into it. This is a complete solution which you are sold, right? But with ONDC, it has basically unbundled the complete chain and the components are interoperable with each other. So the retail buyer application, which is one of the roles you can play on the network, the retail buyer application will basically search for the product, build the cart, and provide payment gateways, for example. That is also interoperable, by the way. And for the retail seller application, which is responsible for bringing seller on the network, they can completely focus on the seller side functionalities like catalog management, order fulfillment, returns, cancellations, etc. And there's a logistics seller also who just provides, he has chosen that I will only provide last mile delivery, or they want to go into just hyperlocal, or they want to go only interstate. They want to take big orders, small orders. It's completely on them, which role they want to play on the network. So once again, with ONDC, all buyers, sellers, and logistics players can interact with each other so that everybody will only need to register once. So another feature with ONDC we have is that your reputation, that is your reviews, your ratings, etc., will carry forward to wherever you go. So it does not matter that if you have, as a seller, if you have registered to one platform, that you will be able to not go onto the other platform without taking your ratings and reviews with it, because we believe that they are your, as a seller, they belong to you and should be carried forward. As a buyer also, you can use any mechanism, so whichever works best for you. You can choose that and transact via that particular application. Right, this is just another, we are just unbundling the whole scenario so that you can understand it better. There are entities with user base. For example, your entity just has user base with you right now. So you can only focus on buyer-related services and still be a part of the e-commerce value chain. So here you can see that there is a retail buyer application. They will be able to transact with another seller application, and they will be able to transact with other logistics player as well. So same is true for seller application. So if you are in a position where you're connected with multiple sellers, you can simply bring in the sellers on the network and still be a part of the e-commerce value chain. And lastly, again, with the logistics player. So if you are a logistics seller, you simply have to provide your services, and all the retail buyer applications and seller applications will be able to get your services on ONDC. So essentially, we are arriving at a universal buyer-seller logistics network. And it's not like it's not happening right now. We are pitching a concept which is in future. It's happening right now. We already have 6 buyer applications with us. We have 5 logistics applications, and we have 21 seller-side applications, which actually has given us access to 75 cities across India. And the way to enable yourself to be a part of this next revolution in e-commerce is that you plug into ONDC and you complete your e-commerce solution. So it doesn't matter whether you have a small store, you have a big store, you have inventory, you have marketplace. It won't matter. You just need to decide your role onto the network and get added to it. So there is also no need for you to do all the business activities together. Even if today you are connecting as a seller to multiple platforms, you have this headache of maintaining all the different databases and different processes for all. But with ONDC, that's not going to happen. There's a single, for example, there's a single catalog. So no need for taking multiple photos according to multiple platforms. You just need to do it once and you're done. The last is that you can partner with the best cost effectively. And I would encourage everyone in the room, we are actually live with these 6 buyer applications. You can try place an order right away. There's a feedback form. I'm sorry, I don't have a QR code for that right now, but if you go onto our website, there's feedback form link is available. You can put in your feedback and we are taking that right now. So these are the 6 which are live. It's live in Mumbai as well, and it's live in Bangalore, Delhi, Bhopal, multiple other cities. As a domain, it's not just retail that, it's not simply a retail that we are focusing at. We are also open in electronics segment, fashion, BPC, agriculture. We have been able to onboard multiple FPOs who are selling via ONDC. We are also live in mobility. So for example, we are working with the government of Kerala as a Kerala Open Mobility Network. So the idea is that we stitch together all the players, all the mobility providers, that is your taxis, your cabs, etc., on the same network. So it doesn't matter which interface you will be using, you will still be able to get a transport vehicle wherever it is available. The last is home and kitchen, wholesale, and we are also sort of deep diving into B2B as we have already started B2C happening. So while I have repeated a lot of benefits which are there for sellers, for buyers, and for technology companies, this sort of gives you a rough idea as to how many benefits comes from joining ONDC, no matter whether you are a buyer, you're a seller, or you're a technology company. So as a buyer, you have a single platform access for all the domains. So you don't need to have multiple applications on your phone. Just one would do, whichever suits you best. So go back to the time when there was no UPI in India, right? So we had multiple platforms where we were able to send money. But cut to 5 years, we are a billion transactions. We are a billion transactions, and we are able to transact with each other swiftly. So that is what our goal is here. For the sellers, of course, discoverability to the entire buyer universe exists, and they have to maintain a single time registration and carry forward their reputation. And for technology companies, they can basically focus on building particular solutions which are scalable to all. So that leads to a cost-effective mechanism for you. I would simply cover ONDC is a Section 8 company. We are not a regulator. We do not have we are not a central mediatory, and we are not an application. We are not a protocol. Sorry, we are not an application. We are not a platform. We are simply an open network. We are capability. We are an infrastructure which are enabling other market players to transact between each other. Like I mentioned, it's a Made in India initiative, and it is backed by Ministry of Commerce and Industries. And this is our advisory council. We have it's basically comprising of all stalwarts and in multiple domains who regularly guide us and are helping us out in expanding ONDC suited for the domain. Like I mentioned, we have only been here for about 1 year, but we have already done our beta launch in September 2022, and we are already live in 75 cities as of now. So in case you're interested to know how you are going to join as a seller app or a buyer app or a TSP, we do have a stall right over here, and you can interact with multiple seller applications and buyer applications which are present with us. So the ones which are here are Bizom, N-Store, My Store, Go Frugal, and Magic Pin. So our stall is right here. You can please feel free to drop by. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Devesh Sharma. Thank you for that presentation on ONDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we move directly into our final panel discussion. This will put the focus on win your customer through conversation, how customer experience impacts business growth. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and panel on team. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Principal BCG. Please welcome Mr. Shivam Jain, our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, Principal BCG India, Shivam Jain, our moderator. Okay, here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Please warmly welcome our moderator, Principal BCG India, Shivam Jain. Let's put our hands together for Chief Executive Officer, Director, P.N. Gadgil and Sons Limited, Amit Modak. He is Chief Executive Officer, Mr. DIY India. A warm welcome to Manish Sharma. She is Chief Executive Officer, Creamstone Ice Cream Concepts, Sheetal Patil. Oh, sorry. Sheetal? Okay, fine. My apologies. Okay, he is Sheetal Patil. Ladies and gentlemen, Head of Marketing and Retail, Haldiram Foods International Private Limited, Shubham Shukla. And he is Managing Director, Sangeeta Mobiles Private Limited. A warm welcome to Subhash Chandra L. Ladies and gentlemen, over to Mr. Shivam Jain and his panel to take us through the next panel discussion.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Shivam. I'm a Principal BCG, and I'm honored here to be part of this panel and moderating this discussion with the panelist of esteemed industry leaders. The topic that we want to discuss today is one of the most intriguing topics in the history of retail industry. It's about the importance of consumer experience and how does it impact business growth, right? Needless to say, there have been various researches done which have proved beyond a point that customer experience is the utmost and most important factor when it comes to business growth because of its direct impact to consumer retention, their loyalty, and how to maximize the consumer lifetime value, right, which is very important. In these days, especially the headwinds from online giants, it has become all the more important. And hence we have a panel of esteemed panelists with us here today who have excelled in the various sectors, and we would want to know from each of them how they are thinking about this important topic going forward, right? Just be with us for the next 1 hour. I'm sure we are going to have a very, very interesting discussion. To start the discussion, I would like to ask Mr. Chandra. We have seen, sir, that the consumer behavior and expectation is always an evolving journey. In your experience, how has it evolved over the years? What are the 2-3 big pivotal changes in consumer expectation as far as your sector is concerned, or you can comment across sectors as well?
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Subhash Chandra here. Well, I represent SangeetaMobiles.com. In fact, I would like to introduce myself as SangeetaMobiles.com for the simple reason that many people just don't know that Sangeeta is also available in the commerce space. So let me use this opportunity to tell you all that Sangeeta is there in the online space as well. Apart from the 785 stores that are operational of Sangeeta, which are all company-owned, company-operated, we are a 48-year-old company, started by my father, and I am there now. My son has joined. He was supposed to be here for this session. In fact, he should have been addressing this customer experience as a subject, because during my times, customer experience was all about customer would come, ask, where is Subhash? Subhash nahi hai kya? ठीक है, बाद में आता हूँ. That was customer experience. Today, with so much of media and customer being everywhere and customer writing about us everywhere, good, bad, ugly, and everybody being a journalist today, everybody have too many views. And the customer is also very unforgiving, if I may put it across. The smallest of dissent, he will write, he'll use big words to criticize. So, in fact, it's quite challenging. Customer experience as a subject has become very, very difficult to, take care of the expectations of the customer. But having said that, by and large, most of our turnover comes from the offline. So in the offline store, the customer experience is all about, and we represent mobile phone business. So in the mobile phone space, the customer, there are only limited brands. 7 brands today contribute more than 95% of the business. Only 7 brands. So Apple, Samsung, Oppo, Vivo, MI, Realme, OnePlus contributes 95% of the business. So the customer has done his research on the online. He knows what specs he wants, right from the camera to the screen, to the battery, to the processor, to the RAM, ROM, everything, whatever he wants, he knows very well. But having said that, there is a small little role that the guy behind the counter can play. So, and in this space, we have specialists who are trained by the brands, who are deployed at the stores, and they sort of help the customer in slightly fine-tuning his requirement or suggesting a slight change. Mostly, I would say about 80% of the customers you can't change also. In fact, we wouldn't like to change also. About 20% of the customers we are able to influence upon them. This is one thing. In our case, the other thing is there are many customers who want to buy upfront. They want to give their card and ask us to swipe fully. Day in, day out, whenever I visit stores, whenever I have meetings with my staff, the one point that I drive home very much, and I would like to again take this opportunity to tell you all about, is all mobile phones today come with EMI, default. All mobile phones today come with 0 interest. So you don't have to pay a single rupee extra. In fact, we have schemes going up to 24 months where you don't have to pay a single rupee. But probably somewhere the ego of the customer comes in the way. Sir, आप EMI में ले लो. नहीं यार, नहीं चाहिए. Swipe कर दो. I take great pains to tell my boys, customer swipe कर दो बोलेगा, लेकिन फिर भी आप उसको convince करके 10 मिनट लेके आप EMI में ही देना. Because we don't want Samsung to become richer. We don't want Apple to become richer. We want the customer to enjoy the 24 months EMI that has been already factored in the cost, that has been already budgeted by the brand. It's absolutely useless if we are not using that and educating the customer. It so happens, sorry, I'll take a little more time, sorry, with all your permission. It so happened that, for the last few years, I have been closely watching another industry, which is the electric vehicle industry. And Sangeeta was the first retailer in the country way back in 1996 to get into mobile phone retailing. So similarly, I wanted to be the first one to get into EV also a couple of years ago. But I realized the margins were too small, worse than mobile. And the numbers were even more, not at all interesting. So finally, last April, we got into EV. We opened a showroom. Until that day, I had assumed, just like mobile phones, automobile is all the more, in fact, an established industry. If mobile phones, every brand is giving a zero interest EMI, I assumed that EV or two-wheeler industry or automobile industry would definitely be zero interest. I was wrong. Only that day I got to know every finance company has a different rate of interest for the same vehicle. That's when I, once again, started telling my boys that, see, because we are in this industry, we assume that everybody knows it's a zero interest EMI is available, and still in spite of that, he is wanting to buy on cash or buy on full card. So you should drive this. This is one of the points. So this is where the value addition comes, even though the customer wants to. And similarly, we were talking about one more concept. In fact, Sangeeta wants to introduce this. Sangeeta wants to be the first one to do this, which is mobile as a service. What is mobile as a service? Today, all of us, just the way, fashion we buy, I don't know how many times in a year as per the data, but mobile, once in a year or twice in a year for a family, you are walking into, if not for your sake, for your wife or child or somebody you are buying. So what if I can introduce mobile as a service? Meaning, today you bought a Samsung S23. Exactly next year when the flagship Samsung S24 gets launched, can you just walk in, give back your old phone and walk out with the S24 on the day of the launch, be the first one to use the phone. Your EMI, whatever you were paying for S23 stays the same, and your old phone, what you have given back, in fact, you can buy a lot of accessories in lieu of that, because nowadays you have zero down payment, as I said, for most of the phones. So it can be phone as a service. This is what, in fact, Apple is already trying it out with ICICI Bank. Again, some of the customers may not be aware of it. If any of you sitting here has an ICICI Bank card, 24 months, instead of paying 100% of the cost, you can pay only 75% of the cost. And after 24 months, you can just return the phone. So balance 25% is taken care of. Yeah. So isn't it fantastic? So, yeah, I'll leave at it here.
That's I think what you said completely makes sense. Even, the consumers have become quite intelligent. I mean, one of the researchers showed that 85% of the consumers do study 3 to 4 data points before even entering the store. So earlier that was not the case. So yes, that's pretty phenomenal. Mr. Modak, I would like to ask the same question to you. Given it's a very different space, in jewelry space, how does the consumer expectation, and given it's a very large ticket item as well, how has the consumer expectation changed in as far as jewelry is concerned?
It's a cash equivalent industry, so the most attractive thing for every customer is a discount, which is not possible in this business. People are giving discounts which are on the studded jewelry, but for plain gold jewelry or plain silver items, giving discounts means selling real note at discount, which is not possible. If tomorrow somebody tells you, I am ready to give you 100 rupees note at 90 rupees, can you believe? I will not believe. Same way, I always tell to customer, if you are expecting discount, that means you are accepting that I am supposed to compromise in the purity or the all other features of the gold as such. So that point is not there at all in our business, that we can give good experience to customer as per his expectation, that we can offer heavy discounts on their product. As sir said, that interest-free EMI and all these things are also not possible, because again it's a cash equivalent, very low margin. It's a 2% post-tax margin is a very great margin in our business. It's the only thing where personal relations and personal services, which are different from the normal services, gives definitely pleasure to the customer, and it gets counted when customer speaks about you in the market, and that customer experience gives you further reference in the market and give you another set of customer which are not at present with you. I can give you one very 3-4 line example. My friend is staying at Australia. He told me uske bhanji ki shaadi hai. He is staying at Dombivli, and asked me to send some ornament of 15 to 20,000 rupees to her address. And he said, I will transfer you the money. I said, instead of giving 15-20,000 ornament, I will send her the gift voucher of 15-20,000. Let her come and select with her choice. He said, that's a good idea. So it will not get wasted. Then my manager goes along with the bouquet, sweets, and those 20,000 rupees gift voucher to the house of that Bhanji, and handed over that entire thing with telling that so and so person has sent us the money and asked us to deliver it to you. They got so delighted, because we were supposed to send those gift vouchers through courier or any other services and close the deal, but it was not like that. It was same city, so, and we were there just 3 years back. We started our showroom in that city. So they asked when you have started and all these things. So they got connected with us with this delighted experience. Not only that, Australia person got delighted that I was not expecting this kind of service, because it was just a trade. I was transferring you 20,000 and you are supposed to give 20,000 ornament or the gift voucher to my Bhanji. One more experience where just 800 rupees finger ring was there. Some customer walked in, our salesman said it is not in stock, but simultaneously she told that we can make it available and deliver it to your home. Just give me your finger measurement, I will deliver it to you. It was just 700, 800 rupees. That customer also speaks, for 700, 800 rupees you are giving this service, which is costing you more than 100, 200 rupees. So to what level you are ready to offer the service to the customer, that gets count in our business. And in our business, we always tell to salesman that first listen to customer, uski awaaz suno. Don't push your thought to her or him, and don't try to sell something excess than what they are expected to buy, because gold is not an ordinary thing. And customers are generally shy. If somebody try to push 35, 40 gram when he is desirous of buying only 20 gram, 25 gram, due to his or her shyness, she may defer or he may defer to purchase instead of saying, no, this is not in my budget. So instead of pushing sale, you should listen to the customer, understand what is his requirement or her requirement, and accordingly you should sell. And just for weight basis or your incentive basis or target, don't push to the customer anything which is not expected by the customer.
No, that's I think a very valuable insight. I think the basic parameters of availability, accessibility have all been done and dusted. The next frontier of growth does lie in how do you delight the consumer, and I think those were really two powerful examples that you share. Next question I would like to ask Mr. Sharma. Your business is a very, it's a unique business in which you need to educate the customer on what are the uses of different products, right? Being in DIY, do it yourself. Could you share with us a couple of examples on how you have been able to enhance the customer experience, both across the sales journey, pre, during, and post maybe? And what is your North Star? Where do you want to go? What do you want to achieve in terms of customer experience?
Okay. Hi everyone, Manish here from Mr. DIY. So DIY is do it yourself. It's a new concept which has come in India. We've got 110 stores plus in India now. And we are from Southeast Asia, currently in 12 countries across, and we are opening more number of stores as we go. Don't go by the name Mr. DIY. My 60% of customers are ladies, so that's a different thing altogether. I think for me, for us, the customer loyalty is good, clean, set store, organized store, because my ASP is very low, you know. I can't push it to our customers. I think I have to be there with customer wants. There's a need that he wants something for the home, and I as a retailer is present that customer can go and shop easily. What I have to do is make customer journey more friendly, more informative by giving him a choice of around 15,000 plus products, so that the customer can take something for their house to ensure that the house looks beautiful every time they come and visit DIY and go back to their house. So that's my concept, that's my strategy. And for us, you know, for me, you know, loyalty is to ensure that easy check-in and check-out, you know. If the customer is not enjoying, you know, easy checkout from my stores, I'm sure they will not definitely come for an ASP product of 120, 130 rupees. So more pressure on the counters, and during holidays also, where I provide a very quick service to my customers and ensure that my turns are very good. And also ensure that my merchandise is at 100% plus, all my star categories which you're talking about. We ensure that our star category, star products are available for our customers so that the customers repeat business go on and on. And I'll just give you an example. When you ask me that, you know, the customer, they see a product and they ask what needs to be done. I think today the customers are a lot more information compared to us. I think they come with a preset mind that what they need to buy. Anything which is above 500 rupees, I think they are confident enough that they know the usage of the product. And if it's not there, then we have got our staff who are very well trained to explain our customers what is the good use of the product, and they can definitely, you know, if they like it, then they definitely buy it. What I am also doing from my side is introducing a barcodes in every product so the customer can scan and you can see the, you know, benefits of the product. So it will be easy for us to ensure that we educate our customer in and out. Yeah.
Same question I would also like to ask Mr. Sheetal, because yours is a model which has been, you know, liked by all and it's pretty famous. So could you explain how did that come to the fore, stone ice cream concepts, right?
Hello. Yeah, hi. My name is Sheetal Patil. I represent a company by name Creamstone Ice Cream Concepts. As the name defines itself, that we do a lot of magic on a stone. That's we mix up a lot of ice cream flavors, ingredients. There are innovations happening every day on the flavors and innovations with respect to the ingredients. So by far, we are one of the most unique concepts when it comes to the ice creams. Everybody would have had the privilege to have maybe, say, Baskin Robbins or maybe this one. These are flavors which, by its individuality, they are palatable to taste. They taste great. But we have tried to innovate in such a way that wherein we mix up quite a few flavors and bring it, make it so beautiful when we taste. Because when you beat up the ice cream on the stone, it also tries to raise the temperature a little bit. So once you are putting it in your mouth, the taste and the feel is so beautiful that it's heavenly. So that's one reason why we've been able to, people love our ice creams. So things have been good, and we have currently roughly around 90 stores in 23 odd cities, predominantly in down south. And yes, we are there in some cities of Maharashtra also. But yes, people are loving our ice creams, and there are a lot of innovations happening. We are looking forward that how do we conceptualize it in a better way so that we can take this particular ice cream to every home and to every fridge. So that's how it is about the brand. And regarding the customer experience or customer preferences, it's a privilege, it's an honor to sit amongst a lot of legends here. Chandra sir spoke so much, Modak sir spoke so much for the last couple of days we've been listening to this customer experience and this one. So I come previously from coffee and some pizza, and I've sold food. I've been in healthcare, and then now selling ice creams. Especially when it comes to food, ice creams and this one, you generally tend to have all kind of around broadly, at least according to me, define customers in, I was just telling to sir that in 4 different categories, at the risk of being judgmental, but just for our understanding. One is a customer who is always an inquisitive person, who is an explorer, who wants to try this. I want to try this. Think about it. So this is one customer who comes into any retail store, even for an ice cream. ये flavor try करना है क्या? ये होना है क्या? कर सकते हैं क्या? So this guy is an explorer, is inquisitive. The second set of a customer is a person who is aspirational, in the sense that we've been always wanting to try something, better food, better quality of clothes. I want to drink in a Starbucks. I want to, have a drink in a CCD, or probably I want to drink a JD, or I want to eat in ice cream, creamstone concept. So this is one, that aspirational customer, wherein you find them in most of the cities. So every customer is walking in, we need to figure out where he is. The fourth one is a person who knows what he wants. Say, for example, in coffee, a person who is drinking a black coffee, he knows, you try your every luck on him, a new flavor, new this one, he would still go with that black coffee. He wouldn't budge. So he is not your guy, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't keep trying. So we need to figure out where the customer, as soon as he walks in, where that customer fits in, and then try to pitch ourselves that do a suggestive selling here and there, but not to over push also, because the customer is aware that what he wants. Many a times, if I can take another minute, it so happens in QSRs, everybody would have gone into the outlets. Say, for example, burger. So the guy at the counter will not leave you, sir, you want to go with jalapenos or cheese? So technically, there is no choice for the customer. So you want coffee, okay, you want it with cream or with chocolate sauce. So coffee is going plain, but you're not allowing an option for the customer. Now suddenly his bill is supposed to be $200, but suddenly when the bill comes out, it's 280. So where did that happen? Now, this is where, when on the floor, boys, when we tend at the ground level that, go push a little bit extra, try and do the service, try and do that upsell. Somewhere, walking on that thin edge, the boys at the ground level tend to miss that particular point. I think when we identify these 4 customers and then do our sales pitch, I think somewhere down the lane, we will definitely have a successful model. And we will continue to retain our customer. I mean, many people say that to acquire a new customer is almost 5 to 6 times higher. So my 2 cents on this.
No, I think this is the way you archetyped into 4. That was quite amazing. Maybe we should exchange notes after the conversation. Next question is to the marketing head of Haldiram, right? Mr. Shukla. So basically, being from hardcore marketing domain, I want to understand Haldiram is a household name. Everyone knows Haldiram, right? The question is, in a scenario, in an environment where customer is getting advertisement, notifications from a lot of brands, how do you ensure that you are able to reach to the customer and stand out so that he remembers you, right? There are, in a day, I get 100 notifications from different brands. But how do you, and the power of using the data to do that, how are you able to use data and ensure that your communication stands out from the rest?
Sure. Thank you so much, Shivam Jain, for asking this question. Well, my name is Shubham Shukla, and I head marketing at Haldiram's for the retail division. I feel honored to share the stage with the industry stalwarts here. And thank you so much, India Retailers Association, for inviting us here. You all are the industry stalwarts, and you all run the country, you all run the business. I'm sure the question that has been asked to me you all must be knowing, what exactly is marketing and how do they communicate. Well, I would want to go back around 10 years and would want to tell you all that I started my career as a waiter. I was a waiter, and how I came to the marketing is because of the customer centricity. I was working as a waiter in a small hotel at a very small city in Jharkhand, Ranchi. What I used to do is, I used to interact a lot with my customers when I was working as a waiter, and I used to understand their pain point, what is their expectation, what do they want. Sometimes they were not so well aware, like what exactly they should order, which is the high priced item, whether they are allergic to XYZ item and all of that. And that sense of understanding of mine actually inspired everybody who is coming to our restaurant. They started giving my name in the feedback. So way back, we were all collecting the feedback in a manual card. So they were all, at the end of the bill, we were presenting those feedback form, and we were requesting, sir, if you were, delighted and happy, please do share your feedback. Those days, there was no Zomato rating. Those days, there was no, Google rating as such. So they were, writing feedback, and then they were mentioning my name in the feedback form. One fine day, my MD, he called me and he asked me कि तू ऐसा क्या करता है कि हर फीडबैक में ऑलमोस्ट तेरा नाम होता है, क्यों वो तुम्हारा नाम मेंशन करते हैं. एंड दैट इंस्पायर्ड हिम कि अगर तेरा कम्युनिकेशन बेटा इतना अच्छा है, इतना अच्छा इंटरेक्ट करता है, देन व्हाई डोंट यू कम इनटू द मार्केटिंग एंड हेल्प द टीम go and do the sales pitch, interact with your customers. And that is how, I started visiting the clients, I started giving them the presentation, and, personal reputation that I built. And from there, I started learning more about the marketing, and I came into the marketing field. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Well, now coming to the point, how do we, communicate well with the customer? So, the main idea of ours at Haldiram is to listen to your customer, understand their pain point, and then design your communication according to their, preferences, behavior, and we plan our, push notification, the emailers and all according to those parameters. So, we calculate those, NPS score, like there are certain percentage of customer, they promote you, they talk good about you. Then there are certain percentage of customer, they, are neutral about you. Neither they promote you nor they, talk negative about you. And then there are the negative, feedback. So we work on those negative feedback. We understand where is the problem, whether it is related with the service, quality, ambience. The staff was not smiling when the customers were coming in. And, that is how we plan our communication basis to every store. So it's all a hyper local marketing strategy we use at Haldiram, and that's what we are doing. And I hope this will, take us all very high. Thank you so much.
Rightly said, Shubham. I think when you talk about loyalty, I think it's a very difficult thing to catch up. For a customer, loyalty can be product also, can be pricing also, and can be services also. But I think mostly it's the product. If you have fixed your product right, the customer will come for you again. Like Mr. Chandra said, he's coming for the brand, right? For me, it is the product. For him, it's the product. The quality is there, then definitely the customer will stand in the queue and ensure that he gets the product because he wants that to eat. Just take an example of an old shop where the person, sells puri and bhaji only. The customer queue is there. Why? Because they want that product to be there. So for all of us, it's very important to understand that product is the key, and that makes the customer loyal towards the business.
I think thank you, Mr. Shukla, for sharing such an inspirational story with us. My next question is actually to the point that you said. When product is the key, there are, for example, certain businesses where product may not be a differentiator, right? And yes, my question is to you, sir. Basically, in in today's environment where there is a large insurgence from online giants, right? One of the outputs of customer experience is how do you build loyalty and retention, right? In such an environment, how do you ensure that you are building loyalty and retention when there is limited product differentiation, plus there's a almost a war which is coming from online giants like Amazon and Flipkarts of the world?
Yeah. Before I take that, taking off from what Mr. Amit ji bol rahe the, he sent a bouquet to the customer along with the gold jewelry. I had forgotten, so that reminded me. Around 6 to 7 years ago, when I was addressing my store managers, whom we call as store leaders, a thought came and I mentioned that I want to introduce, you should start taking the customer's date of birth. I would want to send a birthday cake to their home on the customer's birthday. And every now and then it used to haunt me that we have not been able to do that. In fact, last year we started that, and we started that in Tamil Nadu, in a few big cities like Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai, we have started. And we have recently replicated into Bangalore also. So 1 week prior, we send out an SMS to the customer asking for the address, because we don't have the address. We only have his phone number. And then one day, the day of his birthday, we send across the cake. It's logistically a nightmare because we sell about more than 1 lakh of smartphones every month. So that means every day there have to be cakes that are going to various
How you manage your P&L then?
Yeah. My friends next to me, I think you can take care of the Hyderabad city now. So it's business. Okay. So, yeah. So, okay. Answering your point, yes, Amazon, Flipkart, online. In fact, when online came, they came in hordes. We had, in fact, at one point in time, we had eBay, we had Ask Me Bazaar, we had Paytm, Snapdeal. We had so many, some of them have got shut. In fact, we lost money with Ask Me Bazaar. And in fact, I lost money with Amazon also. That's a different matter on the RICO issue. And the same Amazon invited me to their Bangalore office to address their team. And I said, it's a privilege to come and address all the youngsters in Amazon office in Bangalore, where Sangeeta is headquartered, and I'm addressing my competitor's staff. Well, it was nice. It was a nice feeling. Well, coming back to the question, yes.
Did you ask them to RICO then?
Well, they wanted me to come back to the marketplace again. I said, I will never again. I said, I will never come back. So, okay. So when, it's been 40 years, I'm 57, but at the age of 17, I took charge of business. So it's been 40 years that I've been running the ship. I've been sitting in the driver's seat of Sangeeta. From 1 store to close to 800 stores. In fact, we had touched 800 stores. We shut a few stores recently. The only 2 years that Sangeeta had a dip in their top line and bottom line was when 14, 15 and 15, 16, not COVID. COVID was very good for us actually. COVID, all our shelves were empty. All unsold inventory was gone. All demo phones also got sold, because there were no supplies, there was a chipset shortage, and there was excessive demand because of e-learning, and people were sitting at home. Mobile phone usage became 10 times more probably. So when 2014, 15 and 15, 16 were the 2 years where for the first time in my leadership or in the journey of Sangeeta's 48 years, as of today it is 48 years, by then, those 2 years we had a dip. And that was because online was just going berserk on prices. And not just prices, because it was a new concept and they had to establish the concept. They would even say you use it for 30 days and if you don't like it, you can return, etc. They were very, very flexible. In fact, flexible is not the word. In fact, they were extremely pampering. They had spoilt everyone by too much pampering. So that is when we had to do something crazy, and we came out with this concept of price drop protection, which is crazy, which is suicidal in a way, because probably everybody sitting here or some of them sitting here may know, in mobile phones, every other day there's a price drop happening. And whenever there is a price drop that happens, only unsold inventory gets price protected, that too for big chains like Sangeeta. In fact, for mom and pop stores, many people, poor guys, they don't even get price protected because it is 15 days from the date of sale to the retailer that he gets protected. If he is carrying stock which is more than 15 days, and if there's a 5,000 or a 2,000 or whatever amount price drop, he has to, it's his funeral. That's how the brands treat. Okay, that's the industry. But we came with a concept of price drop protection for next 30 days after the sale. And we had to do this to save ourselves. In other words, we were saying if Amazon or Flipkart is offering 500 or 1,000 or 2,000 rupees cheaper, therefore you are buying there. Tomorrow, after a week, what if the brand drops 4,000 or 5,000? Difficult to convince, you may say, on the face of it, but because we were super convinced about the concept and about our sincerity to honor it, and what did we do? We used to call the customer, we used to mail the customer, we used to message the customer, we used to reach out to him 3 times. We used to give him 7 days time to come and redeem his price drop, whatever it is. And I am very proud to say that so far we have about 3 lakh plus customers who have got, and this program still runs in Sangeeta. Every phone comes with a 30-day price drop. And we have given away more than 30 crore rupees as price drop refund. So, you know, it might sound extremely crazy sometimes, but I think that is why we are called entrepreneurs, and only we guys can take such risks. And sometimes it can boomerang, it can hit back to you. But yes, it has worked. We never ever thought that we will run it beyond 3 months or 6 months. But the delight on the customer's face was such that we continue to do it. In fact, there's a sort of itching in me every 6 months, 1 year, what else? So recently, around, in fact, 4 years ago, we introduced, price drop or you drop. Not 4 years. Yeah, price drop or you drop. In fact, yesterday I was sitting here and attending one of the sessions, and somebody from RAI came and said, ET Now and CNBC wants to meet you. And I went there and I was explaining our value-added services, and I use a Samsung Fold, okay? Right now it's not here. I threw the phone, saying, if you buy in Sangeeta, no problem if you break it also. Unfortunately, it didn't break, but it stopped working. So I was without a phone for half a day yesterday. Finally managed to get a phone. So in fact, we ran a campaign. Don't break bones when you can break phones.
For us, it's like, you know, how we can create a wow moment in my store for a customer when they see very exciting merchandise, what they need, we are able to sell them. And seriously, there are times when I see kids and moms especially, you know, saying, wow, you know, these guys are amazing. You know, this product is there in this store, right? And they will use it, and then they'll buy it also. So for me, I think it works in that way, that I give the wow moment then and there when the customer is wanting to buy something, and I give that wowness to my customers. I think that's what loyalty is for me.
Mr. Sharma, my next question was actually to you only. It's a privilege to be sitting, you know, here with so many different categories. So yours is a category which is very nascent in India, and there are many categories which are, you know, nascent in India. They're very developed outside. So do it yourself is one of a kind concept, right? So this is, you know, this is a category where consumers are not very much aware of what the product is. So I, for example, may not know what kind of products will the store, what can I do with that, right? So how do you use data to reach out to the consumer? And so building loyalty is the second point, but how do you use data to reach out to the customer and engage with them and bring them into your shop or onto the platform?
I think this is one of the format which is just opposite to the tide. Yesterday I opened my store in Haridwar, and Mr. DIY. You can think about it, right? But I had my best day sales in that store in Haridwar. Right? So I think the customers already know you because Google is there. Customer can always Google it up and say, Mr. DIY, what is there in Mr. DIY? And your board is there 45 days before the store opening. So the catchment knows that this shop is opening and we know what kind of product they sell. So I think for me, you will not believe I don't take any customer's number from our casters. We don't disturb our customers. We don't take their phone number also. Yes, I'm looking options for online sales. We are not there in e-commerce also. We are doing only offline brick and mortar stores. But definitely online is the way forward to be, which I can't deny. But he was asking about analysis and all those things. I think we do the analysis of what being sold to customers. That what this catchment, what this pin code is liking, which category is moving up, what is the need of the customer, what the customer want, what is the ASP of this pin code, and then what kind of product can I keep in my stores. You'll not believe the dead inventory which we count is around 3 months. It's only 6 to 7% of the entire lot that we sell. So that means the SKUs are very productive also, and whatever we are keeping in the store is selling. So it's the team who does the research that what kind of product that we have to keep. Though it's Mr. DIY, my 15% SKUs are hardware, but definitely cosmetics, jewelry is one of the best selling categories. So Mr. DIY, but ladies are coming here and buying the cosmetics and jewelry also with me. So, grooming is also doing well for us. Pet care, car accessories, household, kitchen accessories and all. So we do very well in these categories. And it's just the research team who does the research in the catchment on what kind of product, and then we communicate what kind of product do we need in this catchment, and then it's done through like this.
Mr. Modak, my next question is to you. Jewelry is a category where you don't have probably a lot of threat from online players, right? But still you have a threat from national players. So being a focused regional brand, how do you ensure that you stand out or are able to delight the consumer, which the national players like the Reliances or the Titans of the world, they can't do?
Ours is a regional brand. It's organized. So in our sector, there is almost more than 70% unorganized market is there, and just 30% is organized market. Out of that 30% organized market, again, these big national level corporates are contributing around 20 to 22%, and remaining 8% is by the regional brands or the standalone stores. I always say to all these regional player or the small jewelers who are coming under the organized format, who want to get regularized by regulators and all people, want to do a clean business, I always tell them, don't get afraid with the competition of the national brand, because national brands are doing something which we are doing, but it is not necessary that what we are doing they can do. So that is the difference. So we are far better than the national brand as far as service is concerned, as far as customer connect is concerned, as far as personalized things are concerned. Because regional brand or the local jeweler definitely know better than the national brand the local requirement, that customer connect requirement of that area, that region, and we can do far better than them, and we can offer them the personalized service which others cannot, and language is the main problem. Because comfort comes from the conversation or the interaction, and this is the business where comfort is most important. Just saying it's a pure gold is not sufficient. Who is telling that it's a pure gold? That matters more. So while telling all these things, that language comfort plays a very vital role. Not only everywhere, welcoming word is also different. Even within the region also. Somewhere you will say, yes, welcome Anna. Somewhere you will say, welcome Dada. Somewhere you will say, welcome Baba. So that words are also different. You must have understanding of those words while welcoming the other side. If you start saying ya tai, and if that area is not accepting that tai word, and they are expecting maushi or kaku, then that word is important to welcome, and you must understand that first, and then only you can work in that region or that area effectively by getting direct connect to the customer, because it is putting hand in the heart of the customer or entering in the heart of the customer by adapting that local things or the local required communication skill. That's why national brands are there, threat is there, but as I said always, what we are doing, they may be doing, but what we are doing, they not necessarily be doing.
No, thank you so much for that insight. My next question, sir, to you is we talk about consumer experience. It is something which cannot be measured, right? Cannot be quantified. But in business, everything is numbers, right? At the end of the day, how do you quantify, whether you are actually able to delight the consumer? What are the metrics that you track? What are the the numbers that you track to ensure that all of this that we are talking about is actually coming to life and is having a real business impact that can be explained in numerical terms?
Sure. Thank you so much for putting up this question to me. Well, not only for us in the food and retail business, but for any business who is dealing with the product and service directly, B2C model, it is very important for them to understand and know the behavior of their customer. Well, so we at Haldiram have got the feedback mechanism. So you are dining at the restaurant, there is a QR code, you can go and you can, share your feedback, and those feedbacks are being captured centrally. There is a team reaching back to them in next 24 hours and addressing their concern. So, well, that is how we interact and understand the pain point of our customer, and we always stand to sort out those pain points at Haldiram.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Patil, any last words that you would want to address this crowd? Any advice that you would want to give in terms of to the budding businesses on how to build customer experience and the importance of it?
As I mean, Mr. Modak, Chandra sir, everybody spoke so well, and to the point, I think Modak sir hit the nail on the head, so to say. My 2 cents can be that customers tend to give hints in all the ways and formats. If I can just, on a lighter note, if at all I have to say, a few years back, I used to head this particular market as a regional head in my previous stint in a company. So I speak Kannada, so I used to stay in Mulund, and opposite to me there used to be a very affluent family. This teeny bubbly girl of all of 12, 13, I believe. I asked, why don't you like this particular coffee shop where I used to head, and why you're going to this other brand? She said, Uncle, selfie sariyag baralla. I don't know whether to say that selfies don't come properly in that particular coffee shop. So customer giving that hint, and honestly speaking, I took it so personally. Mumbai, at that point of time, we used to have around 180 odd outlets. So next 2 seasons, I made sure that the biggest problem at that point of time was the ceiling. I don't know why all retailers, it's become a fashion that dark ceiling and then the lights come out. But the products, the outlets, except for bars, pubs, discotheques, with all due respect to all retailers, the products have to be visible. The outlets should look bright. That's what at least the young generation is giving that hint to us. Somewhere, every architect, every planner, every designer gives a gray shades, and then they give the dark ceiling. It's the smallest hint that selfie chanag baralla. Our people, our customers are observing us so diligently that they have every reason. Though sir said that product is a hero. Definitely, product is the hero. But apparently, when everybody is selling the same product, if at all we have to define ourselves in a way that how different you are or how different you can be, each customer, younger, older, elder, or irrespective of their age and whatever it is, they give you all these hints, and it is for us to listen to how these hints are coming. You know, there's a saying, or I read it somewhere, that 45% of our entire day's time goes in listening. But definitely we have never been taught to listen. We've been taught to read, we've been taught to write, talk, everything. But we've never been professionally taught to listen. So listen to that customer, whoever is walking in, whichever way, form and all that. He's leaving you all the hints. Just grab that opportunity, just understand what he wants, and the rest the customer will lead you to the way where you should be.
Thank you. I think that's a perfect summary to our discussion, and as I see, we are also over time. So I would like to thank all the panelists for having this discussion and giving such deep insights. I'm sure the audience has been able to learn as much as I have been. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and let's put our hands together for our entire panel.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a small announcement. In fact, we wanted to announce something to all the RAI members to try out sangeetamobiles.com, and they get something special. But there is some technical glitch, but still let me announce. 6 months of screen replacement with a pickup and drop. Whoever buys on sangeetamobiles.com, be it a smartphone or a tab or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm not using this as a sales pitch, but I want to give back something to all the RAI members. As you know, we normally charge up to 1,500 rupees extra at the point of sale. And the cost of a display, just in case you don't know, the cost of a display is 30% of the cost of the phone. So as a small gesture from Sangeeta, I would like to use this opportunity for all the people here. They can just log into sangeetamobiles.com and try us out in case there is a requirement. And we will offer you 6 months of screen replacement absolutely free with a pickup and drop. The 30% of the cost of the display will be absorbed by us. Thank you.
Okay.
And we will deliver in 1 day in Mumbai, like important cities all across India. And in South India, we deliver in 2 hours anywhere in South India except Kerala, where we are not there. So all over South India except Kerala, 2-hour delivery. All over India, in all important cities, 1 day delivery. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'd like to put our hands together for the entire panel, and I'll request Mr. Shivam Jain to kindly present a memento to each of our distinguished panelists. Mr. Amit Modak, for their unstinting and continuing support to Retail Leadership Summit and all RAI events. We are grateful to the Western Powai and the Bank